very good morning and happy Easter from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. It's the final day of the LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Warwickshire. Play is due to start at 11 AM. There is scheduled to be 96.4 overs today. Lunch will be at 1 until 1:40, the tea interval 3:40 until 4 PM. The close of play is scheduled to be 6 PM. Our officials for this match, umpires Alex Wolf and Rob Bailey, our match referee Steve Davis, the Somerset scorer Polly Rhodes, the Warwickshire scorer Mel Smith. Warwickshire are due to resume their first innings on 307 for 5, a lead of 23 runs. Sam Hain is unbeaten on 83. Michael Burgess is 36 not out. Enjoy your Easter Sunday with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Play due to get underway at 11 AM. Reminder of the two teams for this match, starting with Somerset, number 15, Tom Lammonby, Dixon. Number 4, Cameron Bancroft. Number 32, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Number 14, George Bartlett. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 24, Captain Lewis Gregory. Number 7, Craig Overton. Number 38, Josh Davey. Number 17, Jack Leach. And number 64, Peter Siddle. For our visitors at Warwickshire, number 17, Rob Yates. Number 71, Alex Davies. Number 35, Captain Phil Rhodes. Number 16, Sam Hain. Number 80, Dan Mousley. Number 30, Ed Barnard. Number 61, wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. Number 2, Jacob Bethel. Number 32, Hassan Ali. Number 20, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Number 22, Chris Rushworth. A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks will be available from the following outlets today. Stragglers Coffee House is open. Salt and Malt Fish and Chip Bar, that's in the Lord Botham stand. Also in the Lord Botham stand is the Botham Bar, open today, along with the County Room Bar, and that's for members only. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's Easter Sunday. The bells of St James's Church are in the background, and we are back for day 4 of...
With us. Very happy Easter to you. There is a special Easter scavenger hunt each day of this match with Easter prizes up for grabs. Just head to the reception in the Marcus Driscoll's Pavilion for more information. reminder of ground regulations here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. On championship matches, spectators may bring in 4 cans or half a bottle of wine per person on first entry. Glass is not permitted to be brought into the ground and should be bought in plastic bottles or and decanted prior to arrival. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's Easter Sunday. The bells of St James's Church are in the background, and we are back for day 4 of Somerset versus Warwickshire. I'm Sam Dalling, Pete Trigo and Harry Everett alongside me today. Final day's play, probably odds on the draw. Warwickshire will resume on 307 for 5 in their first innings. That's 23 runs ahead of Somerset. We saw Alex Davies make 118 yesterday. Sam Hain will resume 83 not out. Harry, you were here all day on Saturday. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, it wasn't the best bowling display from Somerset, we've got to be honest. Jack Leach picked up 3 for, didn't get a massive amount of turn, but the the seam bowlers weren't quite there or thereabouts, didn't quite get the line and lengths right. Alex Davies was very good. You two particularly are the best people to have on today to talk about the lack of third man. We'll get started about that later on, but Alex Davies through backward point third man, so many runs. Played very well, no denying it, but maybe some of the field placements from Lewis Gregory could have saved a few down in backward point third man area. But as you say, likely to be a draw today. Interesting to see whether Warwickshire back past the 110 over point. Once Sam Hain probably gets to his 100, once they probably get to 400, I doubt they get 450 before 110 overs are up. Will they declare have a good go at Somerset before lunch, maybe even?
And Triggs, talk to us a bit about how Warwickshire went about it, but also the Somerset bowling. There was a sense from some quarters that they were perhaps a little bit undercooked. A lot of rain in March meant pre-season they didn't get overs in the legs. That potentially been a factor?
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that the Somerset lineup will face this week into next week potentially is the lack of miles in the legs. I know the lads went to Abu Dhabi and had a relatively successful time out there, but you come back to England, the underfoot conditions are very different to that part of the world. So it was highlighted yesterday that there was take-off foot issues with a bit of sand and moisture. And if your delivery stride footing is disturbed, it's very, very difficult to get your rhythm. And we saw a lot of changing of ends, and that just spells that the lads aren't quite hitting their straps and hitting their rhythm. And in terms of like Alex Davies' 100 in particular, played beautifully, but there's certainly a case of know your enemy. I mean, you wouldn't bowl to James Hildreth for that length of time without a third man or some sort of deep point in place. Those batters that are short of stature, they score very square over the wicket. So maybe something to learn from for the captain for future times when they're playing against somebody who's so strong in that area.
I mean, I was harping on about the lack of that third man fielder on Friday. I'm sure we will go on about it a bit today. You played a lot of cricket, Triggs. Last day, is there any chance of a result, particularly, and will sides push for it? Because now we're down to 5 points for the draw. Is that going to come into the thinking?
Well, I think it's fair to say that there are probably two results that are feasibly possible. The draw is looking the most likely because of the time lost in the game, no doubt about that. But I think the first session is crucial for Somerset to be right on it. Yes, they want to bowl Warwickshire out as quickly as possible, but I think the really important thing is to keep the run rate controlled. Sam Hain is sort of trudged along and he's playing beautifully, no doubt about that. But he's also got that ability to really step on the gas. So if Warwickshire can get 100, 150 on, that puts Somerset under a lot of pressure for the second half of today. And with the frailties of the last few years, it's been solidified with Dixon and Bancroft and Kohler Cadmore. But Somerset have really got to watch it, in particular this first session.
It's going to be a thrilling day. We will find out what happened in 6 or 7 hours' time. Join us on the live stream from 10:50. Thanks again to WP Health Insurance. We look forward to a great day's play.
We are here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 4 of Championship Cricket #1 of the season. It's relatively finely poised. We've obviously lost a fair bit of time in this game, but I would say 2 of the 3 results are pretty much on the cards today. Somerset, I think, have got a lot of work to do this morning to keep that Warwickshire total and run rate down as much as they can to give themselves a little bit less of a pressurised afternoon. I'm joined opening the batting today with Harry Everett. We're going to have an extraordinary day today, no doubt, the two of us. We're going to keep you entertained and interested in what is going to be, I think, quite a fascinating day's play. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, we've got to be optimistic here that Warwickshire need a couple of batting points perhaps, try and get up there in 110 overs, and if they declare early that could make it exciting for Somerset, whether they just need to talk about a chase or have an exciting afternoon session trying to bat out for a draw. There's so many possibilities today. Yeah, I love the spirit and optimism we've come in this morning. Beautiful sunshine, it's Easter Sunday, bank holiday weekend, plenty of fans will come in, and we really don't know what's going to happen, to be honest, do we?
Yeah, well, I think, Trigo's pitch report #1, there seems to be, was filmed this morning, but there seems to be some technical difficulties there. Apparently it's on social media though, so you can check that out on the club's Twitter page. But I had a look at the pitch. In the middle where the seamers are bowling, it looks very docile. With the boundaries brought in, there could be a bit of a run feast. But I suppose the only area where the bowlers would be really interested in is there are two very, very sizable rough patches. Probably part of the reason why Leachy got 3 breakthroughs yesterday. But it looks like Warwickshire is certainly in control of the game so far. They've got a little bit of a lead now, but if they can press on for the next hour and a half, you get themselves a 150 lead somewhere around there, put Somerset under a bit of pressure. You never know, but like we have both alluded to, that wicket does look a little bit slow, a little bit docile, and certainly not what you expect from a Warwickshire Championship pitch.
You make a good point there about the rough patches, and what's interesting is going to be Jack Leach, obviously England spinner, compared to Jacob Bethell, maybe Dan Mousley. There's no Danny Briggs, who's injured out for a few weeks after surgery a few months ago. So Warwickshire might lack that, might be an advantage of Somerset with Jack Leach to maybe get some quick wickets this morning, or even if it does come to the second innings.
Yeah, I think Leach is not. I don't think he's going to come into the game, to be honest. I don't foresee there going to be a scenario where Somerset are going to be trying to bowl to win this game. So, but you're exactly right. I mean, Leachy's quality is astounding. I've known the lad since he was knee-high to a grasshopper, and I watched him bowl this morning. He was bowling to a little towel, doing his bowl throughs. And the revolutions, the seam presentation. I mean, he's turned himself into a phenomenal bowler. No doubt about it. He's one of the finest spinners that are out there in world cricket. So Somerset are really, really lucky to have him. I think we're going to be starting with double seam, but I think today's more about handling the emotions of what the challenge is today. The seamers having a pretty unsuccessful day. I think there's a little bit of a I suppose the seamers go into a season, April, county championship, green wickets, they're going to get a hatful of, wickets at a cheap run rate. Hasn't happened. I think it's a case of, a little bit undercooked from pre-season, so there are going to be some sore bodies out there. Can our battery of seamers really dust themselves off and go again this morning and hit Warwickshire with a bit of pressure?
Yeah, well segued perfectly into Pete Siddle, actually, is going to open the bowling from the river end. Interestingly, as Triggs just said, Gregory and Overton, Davey and Siddle, 4 seam options. Any of the 4 really can open the bowling, can take the new ball, and the ball is still fairly new, only 8.2 overs old. Siddle, of course, is midway through an over, having been taken off a bad light last night, so it wasn't really much of a choice in who was going to open the bowling this morning. But it'll be interesting to see whether it is probably the talisman Craig Overton this end.
Yeah, you would think so. He looked like he was bowling beautifully on the practice wicket over the other side, but like I said, it's about flipping that switch into that match situation. On my pitch report I did talk about the delivery stride area. It is pretty sandy, so that's going to be affecting the rhythm of the bowlers, certainly from this Trescothic stand end.
Interesting to see them start with just 1 slip and a gully. That smashed through the covers. First runs of the day, Michael Burgess, lovely on the back foot punch into, through extra cover really. There's a short extra cover, there's a mid-off and 2 covers. Found the gap, good shot.
Yeah, that's a shot of high quality. Second ball of the day to rock back onto the back stool and punch it off the back foot through the covers. There was a catcher in place, but avoided both of the cover fielders. I mean, I think that's a real indication of how the players perceive the pitch, having 2 catchers at cover, a mid-wicket catching as well. The Siddle comes in again for his 3rd ball of the day. It's a bit of shape away all the way through to James Rue. Yeah, I think that's the field. I think is a real good indication of where the bowlers are emotionally, mentally. For me, this looks like a very defensive field, and rightly so. Maybe the match situation, but on the first morning with a relatively new ball, I think if the bowlers are confident and were happy with the facilities in terms of what it's offering them, there would definitely be more than 1 slip and a gully.
Yeah, there were often 4 slips yesterday, 3 slips and a gully quite often employed. That deep square leg, fine leg Craig Overton coming into action when Pete Siddle strays onto leg stump. But yeah, I guess the pitch is flattening out after all the rain we had in March and the delayed start Thursday into Friday lunchtime. But it is a pretty flat pitch now, as you said, and a lot of hard work. Even with the new ball, is it sad though? 8 overs in, do you think, is it worth getting a bit more attacking with that new ball? Because if you're going to try and take your wickets to the new ball, really, it's only going to get flatter and flatter with a softball.
Yeah, I think the first innings, to where it is at the moment are dictating, Somerset's tactics. They will be fully aware that Warwickshire are in complete control of this game. It's more about controlling the run rate. Yes, they want to take wickets, but if Warwickshire, rattle along at 5 and over from here on until lunch, Somerset are actually going to be under a lot of pressure for the second half of this game, especially with those footholes for the 2 Warwickshire spinners to operate with, as predicted, wearing the number 7 shirt, Craig Overton, starting from the Trescothick stand-in, coming in to bowl his first ball of the morning. Beautiful delivery first up, just getting a bit of extra bounce as you'd expect for a man of 6'6".
He was very animated yesterday, Craig. A few times he was throwing you know how he does it, you play with him enough times, trying to throw the ball in at the batsman's barely out of his crease, and massive hand on heads appeal. Very dramatic, isn't he, Craig?
Yeah, he's a street fighter, no doubt about it. Someone you certainly want to go into the trenches with. He's a wholehearted player. Sometimes that can overspill, but I don't mind that at all. Certainly a player that I really enjoyed playing with. Real competitor, great channel he's bowled there. Lovely bit of shape away.
And he's the kind of guy that can carry the other bowlers, can't he? When you see him charging in so well, so up for it, when you're tired, when you saw first match of the season, everyone's knackered, and he can really give that boost and that lift.
That's a high-class delivery, like we have talked about. It's quite a docile wicket to get that amount of movement. It shows that he's presented that seam fantastically well. Yeah, he is the talisman, no doubt about it, but as myself and Vic discussed on that wet, washed-out day one, Somerset have got a battery of bowlers that are capable of those cluster spells. They're a very exciting attacker. I know it hasn't come to fruition so far, but Lewis, Josh Davey in particular, Craig Overton, they have that ability to bowl those. I described it as a Broad-esque spell. We always remember the 8 for 15 against Australia. They have that ability just to go bang, 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 3-4 wickets in a very short space of time, and they sure could do with that right now. Warwickshire are playing magnificently well. Sam Hain, you can't really speak highly enough. His record is tremendous in all formats of the game.
And loves batting against Somerset. Be it pre-season, championship season, always seems to get runs here.
Yeah, he does, and he's got a unique technique, Sam Hain. He's very much of he was brought up. The idols at the club at the time were Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott. And
what bat do you want?
He was almost like a hybrid of the two. The way that you see so many similarities. His setup is very Ian Bell, but his actual scoring method is very Jonathan Trott. He gets onto off stump. He takes that aggressive off stump stance. He likes to work the ball off of straight. As Craig comes in again and gets prodded out to the vacant point area. Our regular listeners for last year will know how infuriated I get when there's no point fielder in place. It's almost like free runs are on offer. But yes, Sam Hain, he gets onto off stump, he backs himself to hit those straight balls. So as a bowler, you bowl what you think is a good area, off stump, and he works it through the leg side. Can be very difficult to bowl at. You kind of have to move your off stump over to sort of 5th, 6th stump, as it were, to get him fishing. And
then he'll start cutting you, because he's so good. If you get too far out to 6th stump, he can then put you away through the backward point area where there's so rarely been a fielder, sadly. Yeah, 2 mid wickets in now is an interesting one.
Yeah, well, if we do get a replay of that, you look how far over he is. He covers his stumps, which as a bowler gives you that impression that you might be able to trap him LBW, but he very rarely misses the ball. But if he does, he's normally out. And I think that's something he accepts. But that's one of the great, indications of, this game is, as talented as all these players are, the ones that score heavily, they combine their talent with a method. And Sam Hain's got a very clear method of how he goes about his business. And like I said, he's a real challenge to bowl at.
Yeah, Belly gave a chance yesterday. Looked solid again in the first. Well, only had 10 balls this morning, but Michael Burgess is a very handy man to be at number 7. And Jacob Bethel really is a proper bat number 8, not a tail ender by any stretch of the imagination. As Australian Siddle comes in, Bancroft at gully. Still the one slip in the deep square leg.
That's a real change for me. That's definitely an era thing. The new signings sliding in as the first slip and second slip catching option. God, that would take at least 3 or 4 years to dislodge a
Where's the
senior
etiquette?
player at a club back in the day. But
Cola Cadmore would not have been displacing James Hildyth had he still been playing this year, surely.
The new boy straight into the armchair. Peter Siddle coming into bowl from the River End. Wholehearted cricketer, as we know Sids is. Getting on in age, but enthusiasm, work rate, fitness doesn't seem to diminish.
Oh, well, 10 of the 11. Only James Rue not wearing his cable knit sweater. Not freezing cold this morning. Sun's out. Warming into the start of summer here in April. Easter Sunday. A few fans coming in through the gates. A few a little bit late this morning. We'll allow an Easter Sunday line, I suppose. Lovely back foot punch again. Good stop by Lewis Gregory. Just did enough to allow George Bartlett to mop up.
We treat yourself to an egg tonight, watching the final round and a half of the Masters.
Yes.
You a golf fan? You'll be watching.
Yeah, we'll have to. We might even have it on a second screen up here this afternoon.
We'll be fully focused on what's happening out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The sandy bay down, isn't it?
Yeah, we should. You had a good chat with Mr. Hawkins this morning. Any light to shed?
Yeah, it was really interesting actually. I mean, I went down to do the pitch report and just thought it was a good opportunity to speak to the staff that curate the pitch and have been working on this outfield. And it's really interesting to understand the challenges of inheriting a new ground and trying to get it right. In terms of how playable it is for the players themselves, and obviously, building a ground, a substructure that can take some water that you're inevitably going to get here in the UK.
Imperious through the covers, isn't he, Michael Burgess? Front foot, back foot. We've seen it already. There's 4 men in that mid off the point area.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's indicative of a very good pitch to be able to play these shots so early on in the day. There's no doubt about it. It's a pretty flat pitch, especially when seam bowlers are concerned. But yeah, Scott was explained it. A number of things. There's the drainage that was put in 7 or 8 years ago. Probably got to be careful in how I articulate this, but I don't think it's perfectly doing its job. So making sure there's a decent amount of sand in the outfield is deemed to be pretty important in terms of soaking the rain through. But I don't think it is a one season fix. It's something that they're going to be progressively trying to improve over the next 3, 4, 5 years. I think if there was £1 million on offer, it could be a magic wand. But as we all know, in county cricket,
there ain't £1 million.
Sums of money like that are hard to come by.
Yeah, I think it's like Warriors that fielding, running through a bit of sand and the knee, and not wanting any injuries here. Hence the first day of play washed out. So this is day 3, but day 4. The final day will be a result. What a ball!
That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Unlucky.
False stroke from Burgess, but you can sort of understand that. That is very, very well bowled. Craig Overton will be desperate to get back in that England squad. I had a chat with him at the awards due last September, and he seemed pretty positive and confident to have a chance to go out to New Zealand. I think he'd been a bit gutted. I spoke to him again last week, and he was, you don't want to be sat home watching your mates performing. Jack Leach, of course, playing well out in New Zealand in an England shirt. So a few early season wickets could get him back.
He's been unlucky with England's concerned. When he has played, they've picked him on some of the flattest pitches you'll ever see that have ended in draws and very high scoring draws, and hasn't played a great deal of Test cricket for England in England, which I think would be where he would be most favoured. I'm sure his time will come. He's a fine player. We know that. We know how good a bowler he is.
And Grenada, wasn't it? The West Indies. That was probably the flattest. Poor him and Chris Wokes had to bowl.
Toil.
Ages.
Toil is the word.
Yes. Almost felt for him. It was painful having to bowl again and again on such a flat wicket. And Creamer Bonner, who just batted and batted and batted for weeks on end, it felt like. But he's got the wicket, Steve Smith, a couple of times, so that could come into reckoning a little bit.
He could be the specialist Steve Smith remover.
Isn't a bad idea. If we could have a Marnus remover too, that would be pretty useful. the
If you
Ashes.
dislodge those two in the Ashes, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, happy days with the rest of their top order a little bit vulnerable at the moment. Not sure who they're going to pick along with those two in Khawaja. Well, we might see a man display of the bat later on in the Somerset show who fancies a late go at potentially getting in, with Marcus Harrison and Matt Renshaw having tried a few times, as Bancroft knows we're talking about him. Demonstrates a left arm shot put. Decent that from second slip to cover.
Yeah, it's a sign of either skill or boredom already.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying after 12 minutes.
3 or 4 overs of day 4. But I think the concerning sign here is, from a Somerset point of view, is every ball seems to be, bar 2 player misses, seems to be hitting the absolute centre of the bat. So I don't think the Somerset seamers have got an awful lot to work with. I don't think it'll be long before we see the introduction of Jack Leach.
Yep, I think that'd be sensible. Just the crack of leather on Willow this morning's been impressive just inside these opening few minutes.
But back to the outfield, as I was talking about earlier, Scott was hopeful of getting things right, and I think one of the issues with the particular area, the 2 areas of concerns, one's with the black mat and the sandy area, one is caused by the shadow of the fantastic Trescothic stand that we're sitting in now, but with all its facility, and it is a fine facility to watch the game, no doubt about it, but it creates a shadow, and we all know, for those who've struggled through one of their sciences at school, that you need as much sunlight as possible these times of the year to grow the grass, and it obviously hasn't taken. And down in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, really interesting bit of insight from him actually, is that area there a rudimentary sort of Romanesque road was put in place when the Botham stand was built. So actually under the ground there is a rock hard bed of hardcore that the trucks, tractors and diggers used to get to the Botham stand to build it. So that puddles badly. So it was great. It was just a brilliant bit of insight into the reasons why those 2 areas are so badly affected. Because you look at the rest of the ground, it looks absolutely fantastic. So to summarise, Trescothic stand shadow sand, and Botham stand building subterranean hardcore base seems to be the issue. And like I said, progressively over the next few years they're going to be removing those issues. I'm not sure what they'll do about this shadow, but maybe those lamps that they use in different parts of the country. I've seen a lot of them up at Old Trafford.
Heat lamps,
they have a lot of big stands at Old Trafford, those big red letterboxes,
and a lot of money at a test venue as well to hire them in.
But they have. I know. I'm sure you've probably shown on the live stream that we had one there, but I think they have about a dozen. At Old Trafford that they use. So maybe that's something we might have to look into in the future.
We've covered some topics on the live stream over the last couple of years. I did not think you'd be educating me on Roman roads and.
Well, I say Roman-esque. I'm assuming that's how they built them back in the day. But no, it was. I was educated by Scott, the groundsman, and his team. So it was really interesting.
No, in all your years playing it, you've not known the underground regions under the outfield.
We're more interested in what happens over ground as Siddle is toiling away here. His body language seems to be a little bit on the dour side of life. It's going to take someone to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, I think, this morning, and put in that sort of magical performance. Will it be Siddle? Will it be Overton? Or will it be Leachy when he gets his opportunity to bowl? I'd be amazed if he's not the first option.
Yeah, I would also like to see Tom Lammonby have a bowl. Crying out for it yesterday. That left arm in swing, just something slightly different angles. Surprised to see George Bartlett bowl yesterday. Potentially overrate was a factor, but there's 46 overs in. I meant to ask Jason last night, but forgot. I'll have to ask him tonight.
I'm assuming as the play was stopped because of bad light, that might have been a factor.
Well, no, George bowled after 46 overs,
okay.
like about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Yeah.
Part of me's glad I didn't witness that after facing him a few times in the nets, but I'm sure he's working on it, old Georgie.
I just couldn't understand it. I thought it was a mistake or a joke at first, and then suddenly he bowled 2 overs, and just after he came off, Leach got the breakthrough of Alex Davies after a couple of boundaries after his 100.
I think it's one of those interesting things when, you know, as someone who's known as a batter starts to develop other skills in the winter. It's all well and good bowling well in the nets and looking good in the nets, but bowling in a match situation when there's accountability, eyes on you, people watching, so different.
My initial 11, I thought Goldsworthy would play ahead of Bartlett, potentially for that bowling option. I didn't even consider that Bartlett was a 4-5 bat and the bowling option, so interesting to see if that develops later in the season.
Well, Somerset just battling here a little bit. Like I said, I think it's more to do with trying to get up mentally rather than anything else. No doubt there's a serious amount of effort going in, but just needs a bit of a spark this morning. Warwickshire seem to be just ticking over a little bit too easy at the moment as they move on to 316 for 5 in the 93rd over. A whole day's fascinating play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Our live stream supported by WPA Health Insurance.
Lovely shot that is, straight drive from Burgess, well fielded by Craig Overton. Done well to get down from a 6'6" frame to stop that ball.
It's amazing how fast you move when when a cricket ball's heading towards your shin bone. It's remarkable, your reactions.
And when it's your own bowling, it helps as well. You don't want to miss out. No, good stop from Craig. Yeah, do you see sometimes just stick out a boot, but can be pretty brave. Pace that was travelling. Ball still hard. 13 overs old.
Burgess solidly in behind that.
We'll keep you updated on things around the grounds as well. Another man over 40, 41 or 42 I think he is now, Gareth Berg, copying Darren Stevens in the twilight of his career, scored a 50 for Northamptonshire against Kent. Rob Keogh over 100 not out, he reached yesterday. Good rotation of the single. Now we've got a deep point in, which we didn't have before, didn't have yesterday. Sort of covering the deep third and deep point area. What's a deep backward point or a wide deep third man? Missed a trick really, not having it to Alex Davies, but you live and you learn, as you say.
Yeah, know your enemy. Like I said, I think it's almost a default setting when you get a batsman who is short of stature, as Davies is. You could almost say with a pretty high level of certainty that he's going to be good square of the wicket. He's not going to hurt you down the ground as much. So, you know, something to maybe reflect on as a team when they come up against players that score so heavily and so obviously in a certain area. You know, I sat at the other end watching James Hildreth from square cover to third man just plunder runs. You know, I'm talking thousands of runs, and just sat at the other end just going, how is there not a couple of gullies or someone protecting that area? And I think there's just I suppose there is a default setting. You have your fine leg in place, and third man, I think Michael Holding talks about it an awful lot, doesn't he? He's amazed that teams don't put one in place more often.
That's a thwack off the bat to a fairly deep cover of Tom Lammonby, left-handed thrower of course. But now, could there be a deep third and a point fielder? Because now, before that ball, which was nearly whacked for 4 through the covers, there's 2 easy singles. I mean, you've only got 9 fielders with the wicket-keeper and the bowler, but can they stop the single through the point area and the 4?
I mean, what I would say with someone of Craig's height is you're more likely to score square off someone with a bounce bowler than you are straight down the ground. I know that one that Craig saved, you know, but in fairness, you know, from if you're being sort of hypercritical, that was a floaty sort of half volley. So his natural length, you're always going to hit it a bit squarer than normal. So I would say that everyone on the offside could do with shifting round 5 yards. And make him try and hit Craig straight, which kind of goes against the bounce side of things, and that will bring the slips into play, that will bring gully into play, and I think yes, you could then have a point, because that cover point would be squarer, the catcher on the drive 5 squarer, and invite him to try and beat mid-off's right hand.
Or equally another option, could they, the mid-wicket and the mid-on, could they have a square and mid-on, as you say, invite him to play straight, then don't need a mid-wicket and mid-on and a square leg. One of them come over to pack that offside area.
I think they'll be aware of how dangerous Sam Hain is on the leg side. That would be the only sort of caveat to that one. Is Sam Hain does hit quite straight balls through the leg side. So I like the field. I just think the offside ring fielders could be a bit squarer.
So here we've got mid wicket and square leg, a deep square leg, a bit more leg sided to Hain that just been talking about. No one particularly close. You wouldn't say Bartlett or Gregory decided catching front of square for Pete Siddle. Just going to get you up the stats, the wagon wheel for the runs that Warwickshire have scored in what areas.
Yeah, it's interesting reading, isn't it? I mean, you look at the wagon wheel of Al Davis. You got 31% of his runs to third man, 18% through sort of backward point, 10% through the covers, and only 3%. Well, 10% in total down the ground. So that's really interesting. In fact, that's not just Al Davis, that's Warwickshire as a team. So a vast amount of runs scored behind the wicket. In fact, if you total them up, if you got there 30, 61, 66% of the runs are scored behind the wicket, and possibly an area that could be protected.
Good quick maths that as well.
Not too bad. Someone who got the old D grade from Wyvern Comprehensive is GCSEs.
Now we've already had some mention of something else about Western-super-Mare in the comments. Great to have you guys all tuning in from all over the place. Tom Williams from Morocco. Verdi Guy from... Who was it who said from Western? Just scrolling up through plenty of comments. Active comment section on Easter morning. Plenty of people saying Happy Easter. Not 9 Lives Brian says the museum has a great photo of a young Trigo with a really dodgy hairstyle. Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, photos of me... they're not rare, photos of me with dodgy hairstyles. With a decent lid would be a rare one. It keeps bashing away. But yeah, it's interesting when you look at the boundary count as well. I mean, only 8 of the 21 not scored in that point third man area, which is a pretty high percentage of runs.
I do like that they made that alteration. I'm not sure if it was a conscious chat. I didn't personally speak to Lewis Gregory last night, but I'm sure someone would have mentioned it. No third for Pete Siddle, but Bancroft is at that gully area trying to cover fairly well. But Sam Hain gets really far forward, nullifies. He does have a long lunge in him, Sam Hain. Sometimes he goes down the wicket. That time he's just keeping that back foot just about behind the crease line, but does get that front foot and bat pad out to the ball. Siddle's bowling better today so far. Straighter, better length.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they've discussed a plan. It's pretty clear from the field settings, and I think sometimes when you maybe zone in on a tactic, your performances improve. Extraordinary bit of cricket there. Sam Hain looking to advance down the wicket, and Sids gets one to swing.
Very crab-like. It looks like those.
It looks like his back foot slipped a little bit there, maybe.
They almost look like those glute exercises you see people do in the gym when they have a band between their legs and side to side crabbing down the wicket and didn't really get near to the pitch of the ball. Didn't get bad on ball, and Sam Hain's lucky to be there. That looked like a scatty, sort of a nervous shot that Dan Mousley played in his fleeting visit to the crease yesterday, but
definitely an indication of his intent. But I've got to say, 85 runs from Sam Hain, you can't knock that performance.
No.
But 224 balls now. I mean,
it's flatter
I've
than
got
that,
to be
Sam.
perfectly honest. I mean, if Warwickshire want to win this game, I'd be a little bit frustrated in the Warwickshire dressing room. Sam Hain, yes, that's he's shown a little bit of intent there, but he's got to score quicker. So, great. You're gonna the game's safe, Sam Hain. It's very difficult. He's 15 runs away from the century, which all batters want. But for the team, really needs to start pushing on if Warwickshire want to have a realistic chance of putting Somerset under pressure.
I thought 110 overs, so we should just clarify again. I'm going to do this a lot in the opening stage of the season. The batting points have changed now, so in 110 overs it's not 200 to 400, every 50 getting an extra bonus point. It's 250 to 450, so realistically they're not going to get 450.
Well, certainly not if you've got someone who's dropped anchor.
Yeah, I thought they would easily get 400 and then maybe declare after 110 overs. But at this rate, they might even struggle to get, 82 runs in 15 overs?
Well, the reality is that it's a free roll of the dice for Warwickshire here to try and win the game. They're going to draw the game. I don't foresee any way that Somerset can get themselves into a situation in 90 overs to win the game. So the draw points are in the bank. This is about bonus points and the outside chance that you could win a game. And, we're 8-10 overs into the morning and there's not a lot going on. I expect to see a lot more sort of proactive batting, even dropping and running singles, trying to create an angle or something.
There are singles available, aren't there?
Yeah, you've got to get the run rate going. Otherwise, like I said, you're going to end up with a really nice average for the game. Well done, you. But you're not going to put your team in with a chance of winning the game, which is, in my opinion, that's what's required for this morning's play.
Also worth mentioning that the draw is less valuable this season. There's less points for a draw now. They're trying to incentivise the win. The ECB want the county championship English players to be playing aggressive attacking cricket to help the test side. And to score 11 runs over the course this morning is just not quite showing that from Warwickshire. It was 88.2 overs overnight. And what are we now? 95.4?
Yeah, going at just over, under 2 and over. It's all well and good, I suppose, playing yourself back in. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Let's not be too critical, but like I said, we want to see exciting cricket. The England selectors, they're not going to be looking at 250 ball hundreds, are they?
No.
They want. This is a brilliant opportunity. Well played, Sam. You've got your team in a great position to draw the game. Now show us a little bit of the other side of the game. That's better. Bit of intent.
But there is Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory too deep. Will Craig Overton be frustrated that they've given them that single? They've not dropped and run as we said they probably should have done. Could they be a bit squeezer? Could they squeeze them in?
Yeah, that's when the big man Craig Overton is looking for inspiration from powers beyond the mortal realm, when he changes the bails over, hoping for a little bit of luck. Mother cricket.
With their head office based in St James Street, Taunton.
Not sure that's going to help you, but
No.
sometimes it makes you feel like you're actively seeking a little bit of help from the man upstairs. Wanders off back to fine leg. Looking a little bit downbeat. This is where your captain, your senior players really earn their stripes. Can you pick the players up? The body language. You look at your overseas players. Bancroft in a gully there doesn't look massively vocal.
We've seen an edge, Trigo. That's that's a positive. It's gone soft hands down to the ground, right? But that's probably the first edge we've seen this morning in nearly 10 overs of action.
Yeah, I mean, a full length ball, a genuine edge, and it dies to first slip. Yes, he's played it with soft hands, but on a county, first class standard pitch, you really want to see that carrying through to the keeper. I know it's day 4, but it hasn't had 4 days play. It's a docile pitch. Let's call a spade a spade. We've got to have honesty here in the comments box.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
part of the job description.
It's not the greatest April pitch you'll ever see. I think that's one of the worries when there's so much rain around, and that's one thing that Scott did mention. They've had a lot of rain, no doubt about it, and I think there is probably a feeling that you end up panicking a little bit. You over prepare a pitch, and then you end up with this. I always think that those pitches in April. Bit of green, bit of live grass, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at this. If I showed you this pitch against a load of other pitches and I had to say guess the month, you probably wouldn't go for April.
Definitely not, no.
I think we're talking a lot about the field, but I think it's actually really important and worth keep coming back to, because Somerset have to do something. They can only bowl the bowlers in the 11. They can't, suddenly call in Wazim Akram to come and get them a wicket out of nowhere. So what can they do with the field? Kolo Campbell, could he stand further up? The Knicks aren't carrying. Get the slips closer.
Yeah, I suppose.
The one slip.
That's really on James Rew's shoulders, the responsibility to get closer. It's very difficult as a first slip to stand in front. As Burgess does try to put the pedal down there, but he's being clean bowled by Peter Siddle. A breakthrough from Somerset, much and well deserved, you have to say, by the senior bowler. He's gone wide of the crease, angled it in. Burgess has taken a chance, and actually I think that's a reflection of how poorly they've scored at this first 10 overs of the game.
It was a reckless shot, just as we saw with Sam Hain a minute ago, running down to Siddle. I don't think Warwickshire need to do it quite like that. They've gone from blocking and leaving the ball and defending it and not looking to score to then suddenly charging down a wicket. They could have just taken ones and twos and in between gear. They've gone from first gear to sixth gear.
Well, there's no doubt that the conversation would have been after 10 overs. They'd have probably looked up at the balcony. Robbo's up there with his arms folded, probably looking a little bit grumpy, and they've probably gone, we need to get on with it here, we need to do something. And yes, it's forced that sort of shot, as we've been informed. 12, 13 runs scored in 10 overs, not what the doctor ordered, and Somerset have done well there. But you talked about tactically about bringing someone on. Actually, this is the perfect morning for Somerset. Like, they cannot win this game. The best they can get out of this game is a draw. The less pressure they're under when they bat is the goal for this particular session, and keeping them under 2 and over is exactly what Somerset want. So fair play to Somerset. The captain, the bowlers, the coaches, they've got together, they've got a plan in place, and they've stuck to it. And like I said, the run rate is under 2 and over, which is absolutely what Somerset would have been after this morning. It ain't pretty, it's not exciting, but it's effective.
I always feel for Michael Burgess. He's done well to get to 46. He hasn't wasted that many balls. We don't want to be too critical on Sam Hain, but you make a good point earlier. Sam Hain has... Yeah, he's close to 100. He's probably going to get 100. He's batting magnificently. We know how good a player he is. But he's faced 200... Well, he's been there for 288 minutes, 211 balls,
231
83
balls.
For 83 runs. That... 87 now, sorry. I need to just refresh my scorecard. But
I think the reality is, like I said, it's very hard to be critical on someone on 87. But his job's done. His job was done yesterday. Today was about trying to win a game for your team.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really done that. And he's made a few moves that suggest that he's going to try and get on with it, but definitely a little bit of an over to you, Jack, and Michael Burgess has lost his wicket. But Somerset deserved that. They've stuck to their task. Siddle instantly round the wicket to the left-hander. He plays it solidly back down the wicket. Jacob Bethel, new to the crease now.
yeah, had that weird loan spell with Gloucestershire last year, so has played against Somerset.
Why was it weird?
In the Gloucestershire shot, because they had one match where they had 3 loan players: Zach Chappell, Brad Wheel, and Jacob Bethel, and just played. I think one of them played one game, a one-match loan spell, because Wheel wasn't quite getting the Hampshire side. You don't often see 3 loan players, and then at the same time, Gloucestershire's second 11 were playing Somerset with 4 of their frontline bowlers.
Yeah, I suppose that's a unique example, I suppose, because you also don't see a club completely dismantle their whole first team across a winter, so there was obviously something going on there. End of a successful over by Peter Siddle. Warwickshire 321 for 6. 88 overs remaining today. Somerset have pretty much stuck to their plan, and it's working out pretty well. Dare I say, is it negative cricket? I'm not sure. But like I said, Somerset are doing exactly what is required of them, keeping the run rate down. They've taken a wicket, and they're just going to be patient now. The less amount, or the least amount of time they need to bat this afternoon is kind of the goal for this day's play here. And we move on to the trip up north to Nottinghamshire next week with a few draw points and a bit of confidence and miles in the legs of the bowlers.
And a better bowling performance this morning, got to be said. We can be critical of Somerset's bowling yesterday, but they've been good so far this morning. And Jack Leach hasn't been required yet, which is a credit, a testament to Craig Overton, Pete Siddle. Not even seen Josh Davey, Lewis Gregory yet. Slight tweakers. Sam Hain takes his guard. There's still going to be these 2 sort of mid-wicket and forward square leg of Jack Leach and Lewis Gregory. Short ball from Craig Overton. Well ducked under by Sam Hain. Bit of a chat here. What's he saying as he's walking back? Chatting to Sam Hain as he walks back to his mark.
See, that's a
fired
you've got a Hong Kong Sixes-esque
Yes.
boundary, tiny little boundary. How are you not having a flap at that?
Was that deliberate? You know where Sam Hain's born?
No, that
No.
was purely. I'm
Complete
just.
fluke.
That is a complete fluke.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Sam Hain, born in Hong Kong.
It's a very small boundary. He's been bowled a bouncer. He's on 87. He's not having a go at it.
Well, talking of Hong Kong and places around the world, we've got Freilager watching from Port Dickson, Malaysia. Asian Small watching from an airport in South Africa, delayed returning home. Plenty of people joining us on the YouTube chat. And Tom Abel's here today, playing for the twos, the star-studded twos, the 1.5s I called them on yesterday. Friday playing at Taunton Vale. No, Friday I think it was, yeah, 2-day game against Cornwall. Got a few runs to Tom Abel before they declared. Something's trying to play that a bit squarer past Tom Lamby's left hand. I like that. This is one we've been maybe critical of the field placement. I like that Tom Lamby, the left-handed thrower, is at cover, because a lot of the singles through that point area is now going towards his stronger arm. Tactical from the Somerset team to make sure Lamby can charge in and throw the stumps down if they're going to go for a cheeky single.
You think that's by design?
Yeah, I think so. Am I being too generous? There's not many left-handed throwers in this 11, actually. I think he's the only one. Jack Leach, a lot of people think Jack Leach is left-handed, but no, right-handed thrower, left-arm bowler, is warming up, actually, Jack Leach. A few Stevie G hamstring warmers. Getting himself ready to have a little trundle. So Somerset, to get bowling points here, have, what, 13 overs left to get a few more bowling points. The man whose pavilion we are commentating in is not in this commentary box, but over in the Colin Atkinson pavilion with Shane Berger, the former Scotland, now coaching here, working with the batters particularly. You had much experience with Shane Berger over the years?
No, I've never met him. I'm sure I will do at some
Yeah,
stage
good chat.
throughout this summer. The man tasked with improving the batting resources here at Somerset. And I think there's a fair chance of that conversation they're having on the balcony, Marcus Roscothic, that could have something to do with batting.
Absolutely, of course it would. Yeah, no, Shane Berger, top bloke actually. I met him for the first time on Friday and had a really good conversation about batting. And
Did you offer much?
I did. I think as I was talking to him, we lost a wicket with a pretty poor shot, so I did decline of offering my services, but slightly tempted. No, settled in well down here. Happy to be in the warmer climes.
Yeah, interesting this. I mean, it seems to be sort of fizzling this first hour, this first session of the game. Pretty negative batting, some good bowling, and I think maybe the difference between the bowling performance today as opposed to tomorrow is there's a very, very clear plan. I think there's a generic way of going about trying to bowl a side out that hasn't worked. Somerset have reflected on that. They've talked about it as a bowling unit, and they're executing a really solid plan at the moment. They've picked up that one wicket. Warwickshire 322 for 6, and you kind of say that they're stalling. The game, the innings is stalling at the moment, looking for a little bit of magic, and maybe the introduction of Jack Leach from the River End will crack this game open in terms of its excitement levels. A spinner bowling, a high quality spinner. Will they ever go at him? Sam Hain's very good at hitting over extra cover. And as I said, those black sheets that are in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion have taken at least 10 metres off of the boundary. So if that is not the biggest carrot, I don't know what is.
No, delighted to see Jack Leach have a trundle fairly early this morning. 3 wickets yesterday. Picked up crucial wickets, really. Will Rhodes, the skipper, Dan Mousley and Alex Davies. Alex Davies had got 118 and was going for a switch hit, but still had to get him out. I'll talk you through this Jack Leach over, and then I'll make way for Sam Dowling, fresh from a brief trip to Leicester Bournemouth yesterday, to come into the attack. We'll have a commentary change as there's a bowling change. Might be a double change actually. Craig Overton has bowled well this morning, but won't be able to go on for too much longer than I thought. I reckon Davey or Gregory himself might have a bowl. Josh Davies going to be slightly squarer at 45, as is the deep square leg. Jack Leach just fine-tuning fielders. He wants a square leg, almost a deep mid-wicket, actually. Sam Hain does sweep, but it'll be interesting to see if he goes for a sweep shot early here. As you say, the straight boundaries might look more inviting, but the way he's been playing, I wouldn't bet against this being a maiden from Jack Leach. Doesn't take him long to warm up or getting into his action. First ball's right on the money. Deep cover in place as well. Is that Casey Aldridge, a subfielder? There aren't many ones in the offside, certainly not. Leg side could sort of flicker a one in between Gregory and the short leg fielder. Probably more open space there. Cover, there is that catching extra cover who's going to cut off the one to deep cover there. That's not quite into the gap where Sam Hain wants it behind point. Good start from the England first choice spinner, Jack Leach, who's had a decent winter in Pakistan, New Zealand. Did go out to Abu Dhabi on the pre-season tour for Somerset. Was allowed to have a rest, but he loves being back with the Somerset lads. Good use of the feet from Sam Hain. That's a gorgeous shot. Probably the shot of the morning, actually. Timed the ball effortlessly, really, straight in between Lewis Gregory at mid-on and the bowler himself.
Bit of intent shown there. Exactly what I thought was going to... I'm glad I've seen that, to be fair. I think it wouldn't be great for the game if Big Sam was just looking to chalk off 100 sometime between now and 6 o'clock. Looks like he's going to show a bit of intent to Leachy, and be a good challenge for Jack on a docile pitch. There is that area of rough outside his leg stump, maybe a little bit too leg side to really come into play.
There's a left-handed throw from Tom Lammonby, risky from Sam Hain. Safe in the end. Quick man is Jacob Bethel. Jacob Bethel, the youngster who was born in Barbados, only 19 years old. Bowls slow left arm like Jack Leach, but is a batting all-rounder, really. Aggressive player. Has played England under 19s and talked about that loan for Gloucestershire. Went to rugby school, so he's spent a lot of time in England, but weren't sure of his place in the starting 11 for Warwickshire this week. Henry Brooks is the 12th man who missed out if they want another seamer. Jacob Lintott currently away in Bangladesh. Probably wouldn't play much of red ball cricket, the more T20 specialist wrist spinner. But Bethel, it's going to be interesting how he plays with a short leg in place and a leg slip, both helmeted. Catching at mid-wicket.
Oh, and a tiny boundary on the leg side. I don't think I'd be able to cope.
There's two out there. Two fielders on the leg side.
I know exactly.
Side edge.
I think that'd be like me with Easter eggs tonight. My eyes would be lighting up.
Right, well, Pete Trigo's eyes light up. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Sammy D.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like
End
to
of
thank our
Jack Leach's first over. Warwickshire move on to 3:27 for 6. A little bit of intent shown there by Sam Hain, dancing down the wicket and hitting Leachy for 4. How many runs will Warwickshire want, or can Somerset bowl Warwickshire out? They are the questions. I'm sure at some stage Somerset will be put under a bit of pressure. But as we've spoken about, the wicket's pretty good. Outfield's fast. And the sun's shining here at Taunton, which is something you don't expect to see this time of the year, but it's certainly a lovely Easter Sunday. As Craig bowls another beautiful delivery to Sam Hain and played with soft hands down through that vacant third, fourth slip region area down to the wide third man for 1. Sam Hain moving on to 94. Very good conversion rate. I had a look at Sam Hain's career statistics. 34 50s, 1400. So very, very good conversion rate for Sam Hain. Just suggests that when he gets in, he's a hard man to dislodge. Not known for his speed of scoring, it's got to be fair to say, even though his one-day numbers look pretty good, but he's a very, very, very tenacious 4-day cricketer as Jacob Bethel gets off the mark, walking down the wicket and clipping Craig Overton through a straight mid-wicket for 4.
He's a good player
Good morning,
too
Sam.
this morning, Triggs. Sam Hain, it's interesting. We'll have a chat about that in a bit, I reckon, because there's that number, the stat, isn't it? He's got the highest list day average never to have played for England. But I heard you talking about likening him to Jonathan Trott a little bit. It's similar in terms of strike rate, I think.
Well, I think it's one of those crazy perception things. You know, he strikes at 86 in list A cricket, 130 in T20 cricket, which is certainly no slouch. But you know, I think, you know, with a list A batting average of 57, I think 10, 15 years ago, he'd be a shoo-in to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think, you know, what the England team are after has just changed. They want those dynamic players that are going to score from way over 100 strike rates, as we've seen a beautiful shot there. Bethel again walking down the wicket and punching Craig Overton back down the ground.
Speaking of dynamic players, I really like the look of this lad. Go on.
Not walking down the wicket, just playing from the crease, but what a beautiful shot that is.
Yeah, he shapes up beautifully. He was part of that England under-19 side that got to the World Cup final with James Rew, so James Rew will know him well. He made this amazing, I think he made 80 odd of 42 balls against South Africa in the quarters. Oh, he's a proper cricketer.
Yeah, I think with the, you know, just going back to the Sam Hain thing, yeah, his record, I mean, it suggests that he should really be, you know, one of the next cabs off the rank, as it were, but I think it's just a perception of how he scores his runs.
There's a danger, I think, of him being that next cab off the rank for about 10 years and not getting a go. It's like he plays all three formats and plays them brilliantly. I wonder if his best shout is actually in Test cricket. The last year, his numbers have been outstanding, and that 86 strike rate will just count against him in 50 over.
Yeah, quite possibly, quite possibly.
He's also a character as well. Have you spent much time around him?
No, only playing against. I've bowled a lot to him. He's scored a fair few runs. Like I said, he's got a pretty good record.
Yeah, you're not alone there. Yeah, 1,137 runs at 63.16 last year.
Looks like there's a bit of a mothers' meeting up there on the Warwickshire balcony, maybe discussing tactics, what they're going to do, talking to the batters that are next in.
Grego ticking, I think. I don't know if we saw that on the camera. I don't think we did, but he's got that helmet in his hand and he just chucked it to the ground. Not so happy, as you'd expect from a quick bowler like Craig, hit for a couple of boundaries by a youngster like Jacob Bethel. But a fired-up Craig Overton is a dangerous one, Triggs.
Yeah, sadly, I think he'd be coming to the end of his spell. Maybe one more over, but he's just popped that helmet on and he's gone into a catch around the corner, like a fine short leg.
Leachy then, continuing to Bethel, who uses his feet nicely there actually. He'll pick up a run, squirts it past backward point, comes back for a second as well. Good bit of running there, he was quick. Sam Hain was a little bit slower on turning, but Bethel was very quick, turned quickly and was back for the second. So he moves on to 11 into double figures, batting nicely, started nicely. I heard Harry mention that one game loan spell against Gloucester. I won't get started. I could come off my long run about that use of the loan system as Leach in again, and that's a nice looking shot. Just punched wide of mid-off, will just be a single this time. Yeah, the loan system, it's... have you seen in your, over the last couple of years how... It's relatively new, the loan system. It didn't tend to happen in the sort of late 2000s. It's a new thing, but it's something that might be used a little bit more, particularly with counties having bigger squad sizes and potentially players who are down to play white ball cricket predominantly, but still have full contracts. Someone like Rudolph van der Merwe or Lewis Goldsworthy, Somerset might start using it to their advantage, particularly for the youngsters. Yeah,
I think you've got to be a little bit careful with, you know, the loan system and not be abused, but then from the flip side of things, you want, especially with someone like Jacob Bethel at his age, you want him playing cricket, don't you? You want him playing first team cricket as much as possible.
Field spreads a little bit for Sam Hain. There's kind of a deep fine leg, deep back, a deep square leg bit in front of square and a mid wicket. Yeah, I've talked a little bit about the dangers of it being abused, of sides calling players and particularly short-term loans. There's a potential for sides manipulating it slightly, and And sport is, as Sam Hain pads up to that one, it was fired in by Jack Leach. In any kind of sport, people will always push the boundaries of the rules, and so they just need to watch that loan system a little bit, I think, the ECB, and be proactive rather than reactive to it, as Jack Leach just has a chat with umpire Alex Wharf, I think it is, down that end about the ball.
It's not spinning, mate. What's going on?
Some laughter from the umpire. That is Alex Wharf, isn't it, rather than Rob Bailey? Yes. Still going, Leachy, still having a chat, both smiling, sun shining.
Yeah, I caught up with the umpires at the bottom in the stragglers earlier. All three of them having a coffee. Nice to see old friends. Played against both Wharfie and Rob Bailey early on in my career. Top guys, very, very good umpires.
Played a bit of ODI cricket, didn't he, Alex Wharf?
Alex Wharf did, yeah. Rob Bailey played a few Test matches for England.
Leach in.
Got given out. I can remember watching Rob Bailey back in the sort of been in the early 90s. Terrible, terrible decision. He got caught down the leg side off of his thigh pad, and it was a very famous bit of footage actually. Viv Richards running down the wicket, swinging his arms around, pressurising the umpire, who ended up giving him out. It was an absolute shocker of a decision. But yeah, good guy, good umpire. Leachy's got a bit of assistance outside the left-handers off stump. He's going to look to negate that by getting outside the line and probably playing a lot of sweep shots. There's definitely a little bit of something to work for Leachy there. See that? Getting outside the line, so that takes out of play the LBW. Jacob Bethel looks to be the one trying to move the run rate on. Yeah,
what's the lead now? It's crept. It was creeping towards 60, was it 57?
Josh Davey.
So what do you think? They need to get another 100 on,
57. And then yeah, I mean, it's just,
you're not going to lose.
I just find it's, I suppose there's, all batters want to score their hundreds. Jacob Bethel is looking to be the aggressor in this partnership. I suppose for the good of the game, from a Warwickshire point of view, Sam Hain scores those 5 runs as quickly as possible so he can start playing a little bit more aggressively. Otherwise, it's too much time is going to be taken out of the game here. I think, realistically, you need at least 70 overs to bowl a side out on this pitch, unless something goes catastrophically wrong for Somerset. So, 14 overs, from my mind, you'd be wanting 100 runs. 14 overs if someone gets on with it, but like I said, that takes someone playing for the team, not their own score.
I wonder if when Sam Hain gets to 100, he might open up a bit.
Well, my personal opinion,
shouldn't be that way.
If he doesn't, maybe there's the reason why he hasn't played for England. So that's a sideshow. Like I said, don't want to be harsh, but I'd be amazed if when he gets to 100, he doesn't light the paper and start playing more sort of one-day 2020 style
Should
shots.
that matter? Should the fact he's on 95, not 100, affect the way he's playing in this game? I know as a player, and as players are big on milestones, and it's a big thing to score a first-class 100.
It shouldn't matter, but he's done the hard work, he's earned the right to a point to play in this way. He's put the game safe for Warwickshire. I suppose, as a batter, no matter how good a season you have, you're going to have a lean spell. And then do you remember that game 1 when I whacked one up in the air on 95 and I could have got 120 not out? And the average is that is the mentality of batters that need to be an element selfish.
But is that a mentality that flies with Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum? If you're those two, would you...
100% not.
Exactly. So there's...
It'll be clear to see, from their point of view, that this is a belter of a pitch.
Yep.
And having a strike rate of 30 won't do any favours for him.
So I think McCullum and Stokes would absolutely rather he got out, he was bold trying to hit one over mid-wicket for 6 on 95, then he makes 110 off another 40 balls. Absolutely.
But then again, you've kind of, if you fast forward, 10 overs time, when that declaration will be close, if he gets to 100, then all of a sudden scores a 200 strike rate, 30-40, 140, and then the strike rate looks a bit better, then you go, oh, fair play. But he's put himself in a position where I suppose you kind of be looking at him as, you know, a guy that's really only interested in his own end result.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be too critical, it's just that it's easy for me to say it from up here. What is interesting, I think, Triggs, is this field placement to him. He's off strike now, so it's going to change. But those two catches, one at mid-wicket, kind of a short mid-wicket, and then another man in between square leg and mid-wicket is a sign. We saw it on the first day. Oh, it wasn't the first day, it was day 2, actually. Batters using their feet to go down towards bowlers, and the pitch not being as true as it might be. And there's just that danger of a lack of control. There's an awful lot of players these days whose V is mid-on, mid-wicket, as opposed to straight. We've not seen many runs scored straight down the ground in this game at all.
Nice start from Josh Davey. He's got that knack of just getting the ball to nip when it looks like all else is lost. But you know, we have a look at the wagon wheels of the innings. A lot of very square shots. You know, Warwickshire have hurt Somerset, you know, predominantly square of the wicket and not down the ground. But that's kind of an English thing, I suppose, with the nature of pitches being a little bit lower in bounce generally, and you know, a little bit of swing and nip, the Duke's ball.
There's that flag flying high. Polly Rhodes, the scorer next door. She is responsible for that. She made it across the winter. Multi-talented.
She's made that?
She's made that.
Oh, wow,
Polly's made
fantastic.
that. Yes.
Well done, Polly. That is a lovely bit of crochet.
Well, we did, because we had a long conversation about this. We settled, thanks to the listeners, on velixographer is someone that designs flags, but we couldn't quite get to the bottom of what someone who makes flags is. These are the important questions we have to ask.
Could it be something as simple as flag maker?
Well, I went for that, but you know, we've got to try and be highbrow and con a few people into thinking.
You know what triggers me about the flag?
Go on.
And Anthony Gibson is always on about this. So, and if it's not a Somerset, in my view, it's a wyvern. It's always been a wyvern. The Somerset wyverns were, you know, they used to have their own pavilion here, which is now being replaced by the scoreboard. My comprehensive school was called Wyvern. So maybe, I don't know. Let's not go down that road.
Hayden moves on to 97. I think I would love to see a members event, a debate between Trigo and Anthony Gibson on Wyvern versus Dragon. I would love to see that set up, actually.
I have no, you know, it's all about to do with how many legs or arms the thing's got, I guess. But again, it's just an
Bethel uses his feet beautifully.
Of the flag. What a lovely shot that is. I mean, this partly the way Bethel was playing, you know, from the Sam Hain perspective, kind of triggers me a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, 12 runs in 20 overs and Bethel's flying and trying to get on with it for the team. Come on. Let's get this game in a position where it can have an exciting finale. 2 sessions of exciting cricket.
Still, Frey players are on the bat in catching positions. Sensible cricket, push and run there from Bethel. That was a lovely shot. And that's 350 up for Warwickshire. So 350 for 6. Warwickshire, that's another batting bonus point for them. Remember, this season it starts at 250, so they've got 1, 2, 3 now. 102.4 overs gone. And that lead over Somerset extends to 66. They're in dominant position too. Remember, this is the Warwickshire first innings, so even if they do declare, they would have another chance to bat again if required. It's not going to happen. But if there is going to be a winner of this game, it's going to be the away side.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. But I think it, you know, for the season, for the progression of the team, for the new players in, I think it'd be a good thing for the season. You know, to have the batting lineup put under a little bit of pressure and then come through it. I think it would be great for next week, and like I said, a bit of a catalyst for the season. It's this game. You don't want it to be a sort of damp squib, as it were. You want there to be a bit of a competitive edge to it, and the way things are going, Somerset are going to have to do at least 40, 50 overs of batting here. But like I said, I think that's a real positive thing for the team and for the season.
And it's a test as well, because Somerset have solidified the batting this season after much criticism. They brought in 3 batters, and actually, once again, it was the lower order that rescued them, with Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey and Jack Leach to some extent. But I did have a chat to Shaneberg. I know Harry saw him. I didn't offer Shaneberg any of my batting tips, but he was telling me that someone like Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the way he comes in and goes about his business is brilliant for the other players to see. You've got players who aren't scarred by the past, the criticism they've received by the last couple of years, and it's just a really positive influence.
Oh, Josh Davey, one of the luckiest bowlers you'll ever see. No, Slug deserves a bit of luck, to be fair. That's pretty average ball down the leg side. It looks like that's hooked under the thigh pad of Jacob Bethel and kind of rolled back onto the stumps. Super unlucky.
Yeah, Somerset will be pleased with that, though.
You don't see that very often. I think when you play a pull shot, I think the thigh pad comes away from the thigh and it's kind of got stuck up underneath. I do see it every now and then, but very unlucky for Jacob Bethel. He was looking good there, looking good, looking positive.
Yeah, Somerset will be delighted with that, because actually Bethel could have put Warwickshire quite quickly in a position where they could have declared a little bit earlier than Somerset might have been hoping. Still 81 overs remaining in the day and 5 balls. I like the look of Bethel though. I think he has the potential to be a superstar. They're starting to, after years, they lost Bell, they lost Trott, they lost Ambrose, Warwickshire. They lost senior players like Troughton and Ian Westwood, like the side that won the championship a decade or so ago. And they've just got this young core starting to come through. The Brookses, Dan Mousley, Bethel. I think there's exciting times ahead.
Yeah, pretty good conveyor belt of talent coming through all over the country, but in particular Warwickshire. Hassan Ali striding to the crease now. No doubt he'll play some shots, trying to push Warwickshire closer to that 100 mark, 150.
You've caused a stir here, Treeks. The YouTube comments, I've had a Somerset Dragon sent through to me by Ian Shepherd of the Bright Side Alliance.
That's great, but I could show you 1,000 of those that say Somerset Wyvern. So it's nice try, Shep. But
I love people are giving us an explanation of the difference between two mythological beings. So neither exist. Yeah,
but you can't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was one of my points.
You said it last year.
This is an artist's impression of something that never existed. So let's not be pernickety about arms and legs and God knows what else, because nothing that's probably 4 tons flies and breathes fire either. So calm down. Come on, Josh Davey. Nice little couple of wickets as he's edged his first ball straight between the gap. Between the 2 slips.
Now, Treeks.
And it's gone for 4. Another boundary down to third man.
We've been talking about one of our bugbears, which is the logo debate. That is the other one for me. Good. You set a field to good bowling. Not. They've kind of got a really wide, fine leg as well. But if it goes down there, it's not a great delivery.
Yeah, I think I would say that you get a new batter in and you close that gap first and foremost. It might have gone to his right hand and gone for 4 anyway, but as you see, it's not really a gully position that Bancroft's fielding in. It's more of a, I would say, 3rd or 4th slip. Trez used to field there, very, very close. I think it's used a lot in the subcontinent now. The helmet on, 4 or 5 steps closer to the batter. The attitude that, they'd rather it carry than bounce just in front. It's a position that needs a bit of bravery, in fairness. It will come quick if it does go that way.
Well, that was the thing we saw even on day 1, day 2, whatever you want to call it. There were a few nicks that didn't quite carry to the slips, and there's been more balls have gone underground than have gone overground on this game, and actually you just want to creep closer, and the danger is you get too close and one flies past you. But I think you have to be aggressive. I don't mind.
Well, it's a simple conversation between the slip fielders and the bowlers. Look, lads, do you want us to take it on? And you've got to accept the fact that if it's an attacking shot that flies past us, what do you want us to do? And most bowlers will say they'd rather the chance of them carrying the genuine nicks, if you like. So just a little bit of fine bits of tinkering. Season 1, like I said, we had 1 out of 7 days play or something like that. Through pre-season, instead of miles in the legs, these little things get found out. You play on the pitch, you see that the nicks aren't carrying, and you adjust. And you don't really want to be making those little adjustments on game 1. But like I said, most of the teams around the country haven't had that opportunity to get out on grass much. And that will be Sam Haynes' 100, a buzzer. 5, an overthrow, and Sam Haynes celebrates his 15th first-class century. Very well played. He's certainly happy with that. He's chalked up 100 in his first innings of the season. Can't start a season much better than that, but now hopefully that will be the licence to thrill.
Yeah, it's just a continuation of his form last season. I mean, he could barely believe that, could he? Craig has attacked, thrown it in, and the head's gone back, and you can see Sam Hayne just celebration, but slightly sheepish. Not quite how he might have wanted to bring it up. But
I think he's overwhelmed, because five runs, that's like 10 overs batting work, isn't it? So he's absolutely good for the strike rate. It literally is Easter. No, fair play. Credit where it's due. Great effort to get your season off to a flying start. Be interesting now to see if there's an instant change in tactic from Sam Hayne. Like I said, he's chalked off that 100. Now it's time to have a broader view of what his job is now for the rest of the morning's play.
Jack Leach then to continue from the river end. Sam Hayne is on strike because of that 5. They took a single. He'll be on the striker's end. 102 he has. Oh, and that's turned. Leach is appealing, but I don't think it's got anywhere near Sam Hayne's bat there, actually. You could see it turn sharply out of the foothole. Let's have another look at that. That is very sharp, the way that has turned. Hayne is playing at it. It's pitched way outside leg stump, and it's gone into Tom Kohler-Cadmore's hands at first slip there. Another sign of the pitch just misbehaving a little bit as Hayne just turns that one into the leg side. A little bit of confusion there, but they do scramble through for a single in the end. He moves on to 102. Hassan Ali, who's come out here clearly with the aim of scoring quick runs. A diminutive man for a fast bowler, Hassan Ali. I thought he was brilliant in his bowling, actually. He grew into it as the game went on the first day. Started a little bit waywardly, but kept going. And now he's got a job to do with the bat. You could see he looked, for the last hour, he looked like he was moving quite gingerly. You thought, OK, that's him. As fast bowler, he's bowled 15 overs. He's done for the day. Credit to him. He came back and brought the last 4 or 5 overs in. So much energy. He was involved in everything.
Yeah, fast bowlers from that part of the world, well known for their work ethic and high skill level. I think coming to England, he'd be expecting to operate with a little bit more live grass kicking around. He's going to have to wait till next week for that, but certainly a danger in the second part of today for the Somerset batters. This really is, I think, the second hour of the morning is going to be pretty pivotal in terms of what sort of entertainment we're going to get for the rest of the day. Is it going to be one of those just after tea shake hands situations, or are Warwickshire going to go after it for the next 30 minutes and give Somerset what you describe as a smelly little 2 or 3 overs before lunch? What do you think, Sam?
Is that how you officially describe it? Is it?
That would be the chat. Are we going to get a smelly couple of overs?
Yeah, if you're the bowlers, you fancy it, but it's just about how they go. I don't see the harm in it. What have they got to lose? I think I would like to see it, actually, from Warwickshire. It shows good intent. The Somerset openers will not want that, and for that reason only is exactly why I would do it if I'm Will Rhodes, I think.
Yeah, it's, you often factor in declarations as a captain. Not only have we got enough runs, have we got enough time, but also is there if it's late in the evening or something like that, is there a little session where you can put the opposition in? It's a bit of a mental mind game, really. Put them into a situation where they've got nothing to gain, a 3-4 over period where even if you play well, you're probably only going to get 2 or 3 runs. Nothing to gain, but everything to lose. Josh Davey in again from the Truscothic stand end.
Shot.
And Sam Hain does show some intent. He pops that over cover. Fantastic cricket shot there into the extra cover boundary for 4. He moves on to 107.
Well, a few more shots like that from Sam Hain, and I think we'll definitely have those 2 or 3 overs.
The question's been answered, though, hasn't it? I mean, he's been purely focused on getting that 100 at whatever pace, and now he's going to kick on. I think, I suppose you won't know until later on today, but that 82 to 100 piece of batting there. Imagine if Warwickshire get Somerset
Sharp work.
7 or 8 down and run out of time. Could that be the difference?
Sharp work from James Rue there, who's come up to the stumps. Helmet called for. We saw the previous ball actually, Sam Hain just danced down the track and bopped Josh Davey over cover. So James Rue, who I'm looking forward to watching at close quarters.
But that was a tremendous piece of work. It always amazes me how keepers manage to stand up to seamers and do things like that. That was some slick work.
Rob Turner was brilliant at it, wasn't he? Solid defence from Sam Hain there, so he will keep the strike. James Rue up to the stumps is a deep square leg, fine leg, a deep backward point, still a slip in, and a man at gully as well, as Craig Overton just does a little bit of work on that ball. 105.4 overs gone, so it's 25 overs old. And that ball, Lewis Gregory is at mid-on, so Davey is flanked by 2 fellow quick bowlers. Wristy flip from Hain straight into the ground. Leachy does the fielding at mid-wicket. Be interesting to see when they do come out there who takes the new ball for Warwickshire. Anand Dolby and Rushworth were brilliant with it first up for them in the first innings, but
nailed on.
Well, but then we fought that, but then Hassan Ali took the second new ball, so they've got options with those 3. Slower ball that, I think, from Josh Davey into the ground.
Rushworth has a good knack of some good wicket hauls here at Taunton for what's known as a tough place to bowl as a seamer. I know he's got a few fifers, and well, I suppose with Rushy's record, where hasn't he got a fifer? I mean, he's absolutely tremendous. Good signing by Warwickshire, picking up a seriously good county bowler towards the end of his career, yes, but still plenty of miles in the tank.
Yeah, 6 for here in 2015, it was, April 2015. 4 for back in 2014, so a decent record, 24 wickets here at the Cooper Associates.
Someone having a lovely Easter Sunday out, walking their hamster. Nice.
Look at the one next to it that just puts it into comparison. That's a proper dog.
That's a mere starter for a dog of that size. Whoa, there's a sign of intent. Hassan Ali down the ground and whops Josh Davey into the Truscothic stand, and even with the boundary pushed fully back, same result, 6 runs. Very grumpy looking Josh Davey now, trudging off towards fine leg. No bowler likes these situations. Yes, you can pick up a couple of cheap wickets, but there's also a chance that your bowling run rate could exponentially grow.
Yeah, I wonder if Josh Davey, James Rue may well be up to the stumps for Josh Davey. So the next over he was up when Sam Hain was batting, I think. May well be a case for him coming up.
My prediction, Leachy will go a couple of wickets, end up with a 5 or a 6 for. Might go for a few boundaries in the meantime. But this is a really good opportunity for Leachy to get his season off to a flyer. 3 for 111 at the moment. Siddle 2 for 47, Josh Davey 2 for 69. Very rare sight in the wickets column for Craig Overton. No runs, no wickets, sorry, for 66. Lewis Gregory also wicketless. Can Leachy pick up a few little bonus ones? Sam Hain very smartly knocks the ball into the cover to get off strike and says, while crossing with Hassan Ali, over to you, Jack.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how Ali goes about this against Jack Leach. Helmet is out. Bancroft is the man who's going to go in at short leg, I think. Still a first slip, which is Tom Kohler-Cadmore. There is a very fine leg, in fact. Very fine indeed. Is that Tom Lammonby? No, I don't think he is.
I hope the Somerset infielders are getting stuck in here. Verbally getting stuck in. I mean, it's a real good, obvious narrative here. I could just imagine someone like an Alfonso Thomas literally just climbing into Sam Hain all the time, talking about being selfish and playing for yourself.
Might you have joined in with that chat?
If that's the case. Well, unfortunately, I'd probably be the one bowling, getting belted around at the time. So,
good bit of fielding off his own bowling there, Leachy.
Definitely, I think you've got to take any opportunity, create a little bit of doubt. The words red ink would be said about 1,000 times in the last hour, that's for sure.
Bit of gardening from Hassan Ali. There is a long on out, deep mid wicket as well, deep square leg. So what? Yeah, long off is 3/4 of the way back.
Well, I think both the long fielders are kind of suggesting go for it, son. Long on is about 5 yards in front, and Craig Overton a good 10-15 yards in front, and he's had a swing at that one, hasn't connected, and Lewis Gregory runs round smartly and does a bit of fielding. Yeah, Hassan Ali's going to be the aggressor here. I think Sam Hain's got eyes for being there at the end.
130 not out. Hain is on strike to Leach. Waits and goes on the back foot. It's a nice looking shot, but it was straight to Tom Lammonby at cover. Just got down well to his left. End of the over then, 374 for 7. So Warwickshire lead by 90 runs here on the final day of the opening fixture. Somerset versus Warwickshire. Sam Downing alongside Pete Trigo. Harry Everett as well is going to come back in very shortly, thanks to WPA Health Insurance.
WPA.
For their sponsorship again this season. We're delighted to be teaming up with them. Do not forget the A.
Not shortly. Harry's going to come in now. So I'm going to take a little break, reassess, have a wander around the ground, and I will see you all after lunch.
I hope you're going to try the little in-ear headphone as well, Triggs. We've got a test one. You can listen to Harry and I. That's a delight for you, isn't it? I'm sure you'll be doing that.
I might have a little wander into the gym, do a bit of rowing, and listen to you two waffle on.
What a fine way
later,
to spend an Easter Sunday there. I can't think of a better plan. Josh Davey is continuing. Keeper is back to Hassan Valery. Hassan Ali, they pick up a single out to... Well, there is a fielder down at third. There's also a deep backward point as well. Harry Everett is returning, laptop and all. Scorecard. The beautiful thing about Harry Everett, well, there are many beautiful things about Harry Everett, but he hand fills in the scorecard in pencil as well, just in case he errors, which he very rarely errs, but he just takes that precaution, and it's a lovely sight to see.
I love it too, Sam. I was a bit disappointed. I left my pencil in my car today, and I'm using a pen.
Are you?
Very controversial. I might have another spare pencil in my bag. I'm just going to check, because I don't really like using pens.
Does that fill you with a bit of trepidation, Harry?
It does a little bit, yeah.
Keeper is up to Sam Hain, who drives beautifully. Keeper up or not, that's gone wide of Overton at mid-off. That is a beautiful shot from Sam Hain. He'll pick up another 4 runs, move on to 109. It's a little bit too full from Josh Davey. I think he's going for the Yorker, doesn't quite get his length right, and Sam Hain just takes a little shuffle to the left, opens up that offside, and plays a beautiful stroke. I think, in fact, it's Lewis Gregory. He and Craig Overton are swapped, so Gregory's at mid-off. Overton is at mid-on. I think it's because Overton is a bit taller.
Yeah.
And the shot that a lot of them have been playing is kind of the V these days goes over mid-on. So actually having that extra height at mid-on, I think, is the better way of doing it.
That is Sam Hain at his best, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that the last couple of days. Why is he waiting until he's on 100 to unfurl his beautiful cover drives? There have been balls there before that he could have gone up. With only one slip in place, wouldn't have been that risky, with not much movement off the seam.
That one is a wide, a very rare wide in 4-day cricket, but I saw him coming there, I think, Sam Hain.
I think that's harsh.
Oh, I don't know if it is. I think that's outside the tram lines almost.
But if you look at where Sam Hain stood, he actually stepped out towards mid-wicket. Josh Davey is really not happy.
Yeah, but I still think even... Yeah, look at that. I think that's probably a wide.
It's not outside the tram lines.
No, it was just inside, but I still think that is a wide. I like that from the umpires, just clamping down on...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Bowling.
I like not allowing them. I just think it was different in that Sam Hain did step leg, and I think that's why Josh Davey went to the offside. If Sam Hain stood where he was, then I think it'd be more fair to give it a wide.
That one isn't a wide, it's just guided down to the fielder at third. Sam Hain will pick up a single midway through this, 4 balls through this over. I know Harry Everett will be absolutely delighted, but I reckon he's timed his comeback because he loves commentating on Jack Leach. So he's picked that end perfectly, and who can blame Harry Everett for that?
I also like watching Sam Hain bat. I mean, I'm just a little bit disappointed from a neutral, from a Warwickshire perspective, that I don't think Warwickshire have got this quite right. If they don't get these 19 runs in 2.5 overs, I think they've really missed a big trick here.
Oh, that's a no ball, and they're going to pick it. Oh, just a single. It was again an attempted Yorker, I think, from Josh Davey. It turned into a bit of a full toss. I think the no ball was for overstepping. Davey, a couple of balls earlier, had a look at the line with umpire Rob Bailey.
I think I might take back that worry about them not getting the 19 runs. If Josh Davies going to bowl no ball and a wide in the same over and the full toss, and Hassan Ali doesn't mess about, then I think they will probably still get the now 16 runs required.
Still 3 balls remaining in the over then, Warwickshire 384 for 7. So that no ball and single takes the lead to exactly 100. And I thought it was going to be 101, but it was Hassan Ali. So Sam Hain has driven that back into the ground. It's a good bit of fielding from Josh Davey. But look at Hassan Ali. He was turning to make sure he was back in his own ground. Brilliant. I love Hassan Ali, both his quality, but as a character, he just keeps going. He was so enthusiastic, so into the game, and that is lovely to see overseas players coming in and just loving county cricket. I'm here for that all day, Harry.
I'm looking forward to watching him bat, to be honest. He hasn't had much of the strike yet, but...
Well, it almost looks like Somerset are happy to give Sam Hain the strike as he pushes that wide of cover and they pick up a single. Tom Lammonby does the fielding. So Ali just has 1 ball left in this Josh Davey over, presuming that is that there is not another overstep or a wide.
We haven't seen many extras across the, 3 days we've had, and then we've seen... Wow, the full shebang of a no ball and the wide in quick succession. Josh Davey trying to go to T20 mode here. Hassan Ali, I think, is going to give it a rusty helicopter any minute.
Yeah, I was thinking Hassan Ali's trying to go into T20 mode as a batter as well. We've seen him as
definitely.
a bowler. Here he is, a job to do as a batter. And there is a job to do, 7 balls, 15 runs. It's a valuable point, that. Josh Davey goes wider. I think he'll just about get away with that one. Look at Hassan Ali immediately jumped across. Look at where Hassan Ali finished there. He jumped across to look at Rob Bailey and say, look, this is where the ball went. How on earth am I going to reach that one? But having been in Harry Everett's opinion slightly harsh, on the earlier in the over, he's got away with that one. So the players are going to have a drink, or the batters are at least anyway.
Well, surely only Sam Hain. I think Hassan Ali's taken his jumper off. He's not been there very long, probably didn't quite know what temperature. It's hard to gauge your temperature when you're batting in April, because pads and helmet and gloves obviously has extra layers, extra insulation, extra warmth. Don't know how many jumpers to put on when it's still sunny but a bit fresh. Yeah, I'm intrigued as to how Hassan Ali is going to take down Jack Leach. And Charlie has tweeted in saying, Sam Hain should have played for England already, not just Somerset. Sam Hain is a run machine wherever he goes. Averages 411 in T20s against Notts at Trent Bridge. It's not a bad stat, is it? Sam Hain goes over Craig Overton. Does he go over Craig Overton? Yes, he does. It might even be a one bounce 4, which Craig Overton will be fuming about. Jack Leach could be fuming about, because really, when you're back on the boundary at long off, you shouldn't be letting the ball bounce inside the rope. It was just over his left shoulder. Not quite sure why he's 10 yards in. Miscue from Sam Hain. Could have been, possibly should have been. I'm being harsh here, but Craig Overton's a good fielder. I've seen him and his brother take catches down there, flicking it back on the rope, leaning back, using their height. And Sam Hain is gone. Well bowled by Jack Leach. Good comeback, Sam Hain. Looking to make room through the offside, looking to cut or back foot punch through the covers, but that ends a remarkable knock of 119 runs. Really good batting from Sam Hain. Not particularly quick, not as fast scoring, not as much of a destructive T20 player like Alex Davies is earlier, 118, but it's been crucial in getting Warwickshire up to 389 for 8. The tricky, sort of smaller tail within the innings here is whether they can now get 11 runs off should be 10 balls if there's no oversteps.
Do you think they shut up shop, declare as soon as this over's over
To stop Somerset getting the last extra bonus point?
Well,
I think Rushworth and Hannon Dolby will probably play quite defensive.
sorry, we've got 2
Hassan Ali
overs
will have a
ago.
go.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah.
10 balls. Not necessarily to stop Somerset. Yeah, I think I'd be inclined to declare to stop them getting that extra bowling point potentially, to
And
stop
stop
Jack
Hannon
Leach
Dolby
getting
having to pad out.
It's 5 for, yeah, the two you want Hannon Dolby and Rushworth to have 20 minutes before lunch. Like, the runs really don't come into it. If they bowl Somerset out for 80, 90, 100, 110, like, it's going to be a woeful batting performance, and they're going to go on and knock off the extra 10, 15 runs anyway.
Easily, quickly, yeah.
So,
We should also say that ball from Jack Leach wasn't, you could say, not a particularly amazing delivery. Sam Hain making the room and probably getting himself out. If he'd stay where he was, he probably could have whipped it through a leg side for at least a single. But it's that sort of, suddenly when the game is potentially peating out for a draw and there's those few overs before the bonus point window ends, trying to be more aggressive, and that's what we're talking about here. Is this 110 over point is crucial, really. There's been so many times across recent seasons where teams have been relegated or promoted between the two divisions based upon 1 point.
yeah, well, 3 points last season was the margin by which Warwickshire stayed up. So I think it's massive, and just to get that point and deny Somerset, who you never know, maybe in that scrap.
I think sometimes teams don't think enough about denying the opponents. At this stage, we have no idea who's going to be the top sides, who's going to be the bottom sides at the end of the season. Yes, Hampshire are top because they beat Notts after that farcical going in for the tea break with 1 run to win yesterday. But we don't know who's going to need an extra point deprived of a rival come the end of the season. Anyway, Chris Rushworth, not many hairs between the bowler and the batter as the bowled Jack Leach comes in to bowl his 3rd delivery of the over to Chris Rushworth, who goes straight away, whips it through the leg side. Actually, a very safe shot. It looks an aggressive shot, but as long as you beat short leg, there's going to be a 1. There's no one in the mid-wicket area other than back on the boundary, so fair enough from Rushworth. And now Hassan Ali will he turn down singles to try and take boundaries and 2s? Probably not, because Rushworth can bat. It's not terrible. You think Hannon Dolby is a defensive number 11 blocker. Rushworth will have a little swing, as we just saw. Hassan Ali made his intentions clear. The once green seats, now white seats, the Somerset stand below the retirement flats are being eyed up. Not a massive hit. Square to the empty stands. Closed for days 3 and 4. The Somerset stand just saving a bit of stewing. As reverse sweep is attempted by Hassan Ali. We saw Alex Davies getting out doing exactly that to Jack Leach.
Sharp work from James Rue again there
Yes.
behind the stumps. He's been excellent.
Slightly worried about Kola Cammore's slip, actually. Connected, he's pretty close there with no gear. He's talking about bringing Josh Davey from 45, was that George Bartlett, sorry, George Bartlett at 45 into mid-wicket is Kola Cammore's suggestion. Not a bad idea, I quite like that. Kola Cammore, debut for his new club, already suggesting field changes. Jack Leach does agree with the former Yorkshire batter. And now Josh Davey is going to come round to deep fine leg. So there are 3 back on the leg side, 4 back on the leg side. No restrictions, of course, in red ball cricket. Hassan Ali runs down and just nudges it into the offside for 1. I think they're going to struggle to get the 10 required here, Warwickshire. I think they've left it too late. I think they'll be kicking themselves. They don't manage to get 10 runs off this over when they've got 2 Centurions in a card. Realistically, if you're batting on a deck this good with small boundaries, sounds very harsh, to score 200s, they should probably be getting past 400 within 110 overs.
Yeah, and it goes to the point Triggs was making about Sam Hain perhaps not scoring quickly enough, early enough. I get you want to make the 100, but for me, you've got to be selfless. You've got to be a team player. Lewis Gregory is going to come into the Somerset attack here, replacing Josh Davey, who's just ticking a little bit. Wasn't quite getting his line of length right, but also wasn't quite getting his run up right either.
It's not a surprise he didn't bowl early. He was very sore last night.
I think they've just got to manage him.
Season. Yeah.
I think it's what we're going to see now, probably for the rest of Gregory's career in red ball cricket, for as long as he plays, and I do hope he plays a long time because he's still got an awful lot to offer. We've seen with the bat and with the ball, he's capable of those magic spells, but I think we'll see 10, 15 overs a day of him absolute tops as he's in with the field spread. Opens with a bumper which is pulled to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, I think it is, at short wicket. He has a shy at the non-striker's end, but Chris Rushworth had got back. There was a fielder backing up, which is deep cover. So you've got long on, long off, deep cover, deep backward point, third, fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and then just one fielder in the ring, or what would be the ring in white ball cricket. Mid-wicket. So Somerset looking to stop as that one swiped, and it's gone straight down the throat of that one fielder in the ring, just one player in and around the bat in a sort of catching position. It's Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Hassan Ali. Great bit of captaincy really from Lewis Gregory. He's a skipper, brings himself on to bowl. Maybe rolled the wrist on that one. I think it might have been an off-cutter, just came in to Hassan Ali. He was trying to pull him away and he's pulled it straight to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So Somerset have that extra bowling bonus point. Warwickshire 9 wickets down now, 491 for 9. Hassan Ali trudges off. Will Ollie Hannon-Dolby come out to bat? Let's have a look. It looks like Chris Rushworth is staying out there, so
yeah, he's just trying to get his helmet on
to bat on.
What's worth mentioning there is Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I really like his leadership. The previous over, he's asked Jack Leach about moving the 45 in the mid-wicket, really good field placement, and that ball, very quick, astute thinking. He twigged that Hassan Ali wants to strike. So that needing 10 off an over, you don't want Rushworth on strike. Yep. So when he fielded that first ball of the over, he thought about it and thought, actually, I may as well throw it because you don't mind giving the one overthrow and getting Rushworth on strike. There was an easy one because the backing up man was right on the boundary. And of course, Rushworth and Hassan Ali decided not to take the single. Then even more pressure on Hassan Ali, having said, oh, I'm going to take the strike. He then suddenly needs 10 off 5 balls. Picks out the same man who's just done the good bit of fielding. And Warwickshire, it might seem petty that they're on top in this game, but they're not on top of this game enough to get as many points as they should be getting. Warwickshire missing out on bonus points they should have got, and they probably should have had a better chance of winning this game had they been a bit more positive, a bit more aggressive earlier. Now it's a little bit too late, too little too late after Lord Mayor's show, really, trying to suddenly whack it in the last 3 overs of the 110 overs. Well, last 3 overs of the innings, really, it's going to be.
Harry Everett, not impressed. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is out into the middle, the number 11, a genuine number 11 as well. 578 runs at 7.81 in what is a 98 match first class career. Brilliant bowler batting. Well, there's a reason he's batting at number 11. Left-hander, tall man. I would like to see him out there with Hassan Ali, actually. The height difference would have been quite stark. Field is still spread, though, because it is still possible for Warwickshire to get that extra batting bonus point. They can't stop Somerset getting full bowling bonus points. 9 wickets inside 110 overs means that is theirs. It's the same field, but the other way around for the left-hander. Goes for a little scoop. Lewis Gregory thought that was going to be death from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. I don't think anyone expected that. Third is quite fine, but fine leg is very wide of the James Hildreth stand. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby, he's been practising that in the winter nets, hasn't he? He's been up at Edgbaston, just enjoying himself in the nets.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby, that is probably the last shot I expect him to play first ball. The man who's known for stoic blockathons.
I like that. Yes, he had one of those last year, didn't he? An epic one. Gregory in, bumper. Hannon-Dolby actually does all right. Oh, he's put down. It's put down. I thought Hannon-Dolby had actually managed to turn that around the corner and put it into the Somerset stand. He wasn't in control of it. It is just a single, so it doesn't cost a boundary, which is what Warwickshire would have been desperate for, but that would have ended the innings. Is it Tom Lammonby out there?
Loss. No, it's Sean Dixon, isn't
Sean Dixon out
there. That's
there.
a point. I'm going to be harsh and brutal again. That's a point loss for Somerset. That drop catch is a batting bonus point, a bowling bonus point. Well, could be a Warwickshire batting point, could be helped there. So it could be a 2-point swing if these two teams do come down at the end. I mean, he got two hands to it. He did well to get it. Having got there, he really should have taken it. Close to going for 4 or 6. He nearly landed on the rope as well.
Field completely spread now. As Rushworth drives down the ground, it's uppish. Craig Overton is there. He takes the catch comfortably. So that drop catch from Sean Dixon only cost a 1 run, and it didn't cost another batting bonus point. Warwickshire's innings comes to a close. 392 all out. They finished. They lead by 108 runs from Somerset. That top innings, 2 Centurions. Alex Davies, 118, a gritty, nuggety player, made 118 yesterday. Sam Hain started this morning, 83 unbeaten. He finished just before lunchtime, 119, having opened his arms up a little bit. 269 balls it took him to get to his 15th first-class 100. He's been in fine form. Well, he was last summer. It started this summer brilliantly. Bowling-wise, Matthew Jack Leach, the pick of the bowlers. 29 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 113. Couple of wickets for Peter Siddle, 2 for 47 from his 20 overs. Couple of wickets for Josh Davey, 2 for 86 from 19 overs. Slightly expensive from Josh, but he did take a bit of stick at the back end of the innings, where Warwickshire were looking to get on with it. A couple of wickets for the skipper as well. Lewis Gregory's come on and picked up 2 wickets in that over, 2 for 59. A rare wicketless outing for Craig Overton. 25 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 66. Let's have a look at the highlights from this morning's play, where Somerset have taken 5 wickets.
Warwickshire finished with a first innings lead of 108 runs. Lunch is due to be taken at 1 until 1:40. A reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during the lunch and tea breaks. Entry is free. There's plenty of new displays. All donations welcome. The Somerset Cricket Museum open today during the lunch and tea breaks. Free entry for everyone. Warwickshire first innings scorecard. Rob Yates was caught Lammonby bowled Davey for 2 of 3 deliveries. Alex Davies was bowled by Leach for 118 of 153 balls. Will Rhodes caught Overton bowled Leach for 39 of 52 balls. Sam Hain caught Room bowled Leach for 119 of 269 balls. Dan Mousley, LBW, bowled Leach for 2 of 5 deliveries. Ed Barnard was bowled by Peter Siddle for 19 of 47 balls. Michael Burgess bowled Siddle for 46 of 92. Jacob Bethel bowled Davey for 19 of 17 deliveries. Hassan Ali caught Kola Cadmore, bowled Lewis Gregory for 15 of 21. Chris Rushworth caught Overton, bowled Gregory for 1 of 2 deliveries. Oliver Hannon-Dolby not out 1 of 2 balls. Warwickshire dismissed for 392 of 109.5 overs. There were 11 extras, 2 leg byes, 8 no balls and 1 one wide. Bowling figures for Somerset: Josh Davey, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 86 runs. Craig Overton, 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 66 runs. Peter Siddle, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for 47 runs. Jack Leach, 29 overs, 5 maidens, 4 wickets for 119 runs. Lewis Gregory, 14.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 59 runs. And George Bartlett, 2 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 13 runs. Working with Somerset County Cricket Club is one of the best ways to get your message heard. By advertising with us, your business could be seen by tens of thousands of people every day. There are a large range of partnerships and advertising opportunities available at Somerset County Cricket Club, from traditional pitch-side perimeter boards and player sponsorship to hospitality packages, shirt sponsorship and tailored business membership. There is something to suit every business and every budget. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion or visit our brand new official website.
Well, welcome back after our 8-9 minute delay, well not delay, a little turnaround of innings as Warwickshire have their whites on now. All 11 fielders coming out to try and get an early breakthrough before lunchtime. There will still be the lunch interval in 15 minutes time, so a mini session now as the roller is just going up and down under. Mr. Hawkins is in control, fairly flat pitch. Interesting to see if this 5 minutes really of rolling makes much difference, but Sean Dixon, who just dropped that catch, the penultimate ball of the Warwickshire innings, he'll come out and bat with Tom Lammonby, hoping to get through unscathed. No such thing as a lunch watchman here. They've just got to set this all out and bat all day, really. Bat for the rest of the day. If these two are still here at 10 to 5, hands will be shaken and a draw will be sealed. Somerset just got to survive. Hannon Dolby and Rushworth are useful bowlers. One of the better new ball pairs in county cricket, would you say, Sam?
Useful, I think, is underselling it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many. The quality of Division 1 this year is absolutely fantastic. I mean, so they've got Rushworth, Cannon Dolby, Hassan Ali and Barnard, which looks brilliant, but I think that's matched by debut Overton, Siddle, Gregory, and probably with the spinner of Jack Leach, although based on what's happened, Warwickshire would make an argument that they've been the better side. Then at Essex, you've got Sam Cook and Jamie Porter taking the new ball, basically operating at either end, while Simon Harmer does his business.
Needed much Harmer, really. Porter's been, especially against Middlesex.
Then you go to Middlesex, Higgins, Roland Jones, Murta and Helm. Like, there's just talent everywhere in Division 1. We should say, by the way, in Division 2 there has been a game drawn to a conclusion.
Oh, the Sussex game.
Yes.
That was a quite remarkable finish then. I thought Pajara would just cruise Sussex over the line when he got out to a blinding catch at mid-wicket. Worth watching that catch back. Pajara going to an absolute jaffer. Sussex should have cruised to victory, but got pretty close in the end, didn't it?
Yeah, very tense. 2-wicket victory, Sussex won by Ollie Carter, 33, not out. It's going to be Rushworth from the River End. Big appeal to Tom Lammonby first up. Not out, says the umpire. The slips, all three of them were interested. We've got Rob Yates, Sam Hain and Dan Mousley, first, second and third slip. Next to Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper. Sam Hain fresh off his 1500. Hassan Ali suggesting that that one should be reviewed in jest. Rushworth wouldn't have minded that either. He beats the outside edge. Lammonby plays down the inside of it. Beautiful start from Chris Rushworth. Yeah, is there a better overseas signing than Pajara in county cricket? I know.
Well, what about him back with Steve Smith? What about?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the length. So you could argue Labuschagne as well, but I think Pajara is going to be there the majority of the season. He seems to love it as well.
Yeah, I love watching him bat, and he's got a different gear to his batting this year as well. More aggressive, more silky.
Into the leg side, but they will not get a run. Mid-wicket, is that Alex Davies? No, I'm not sure it is. Does the fielding. I think it's Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket.
Alex Davies at mid-off.
Yeah, it's Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket. Does the fielding. Left-hander gives it away. I think he credits his spell at Sussex for getting back in the test side, doesn't he, Yara?
Yeah, I personally would never have dropped him from the test side. I think he's one of the more underrated batters in test cricket. He's never quite been in that Kohli, Williamson, Smith route, and recently Marnus sort of calibre. I think he's always been just below that.
Around the wicket. Solid in defence there from Tom Lammonby. 102 test matches, average of 43.88, 1900. So I think decent. Decent is a word for it. Probably underplaying it.
Yeah, I think it's better than decent. Yeah.
Same way as you underplayed the bowling attack. Yeah, I agree. His name is not mentioned in that list, although times are changing. I think that list is moving on. Kohli, Williamson, Root still at the top of his game as Rushworth is in to Lammonby, squeezed out to backward point where Ed Barnard does the fielding and just goes down holding his back. He'll be all right, I think. Will Rhodes, the skipper, gives him a shake in the hands, but Barnard is still down on his knees.
They want a bit of bowling out of him today, so that could be a slight worry for Warwickshire. They haven't got many bowling options, Warwickshire. They've got the four-seamers. They haven't got a front-line spinner, really. Jacob Bethel will bowl a bit. Dan Mousley can bowl. We've seen Will Rhodes bowl. Rob Yates can bowl if required, but they haven't got the front-line spin option, really, like Jack Leach.
And the first over, Tom Lammonby survives. Big LBW shout from the first ball, a play and a miss from the second ball. But he's been solid since then, but a good start from Rushworth, right on the money, as you would expect. Yeah, he's still refusing to include Will Rhodes as a bowler, Harry.
I think were you here seeing him bowl? Yes, was it here yesterday?
It wasn't his best, no. He was definitely a fifth seamer.
As much as you don't want to, you have to agree with me. Hannon Dolby will, of course, bowl from this end. Get through this opening spell is the job for Sean Dixon and Tom Lammonby. Could be some exciting run chases around the grounds today.
Are they on the cards, perchance?
I think I want to talk up Gloucestershire, really. We'll talk about Hannon Dolby coming in first. Driven straight to mid-on by Sean Dixon. I think Gloucestershire could be exciting. Talent, they've got a lot of left-handers at the top of their order. We talk about our West Country rivals up the road. Shame to see them drop into Division 2.
They're not just up the road though, Harry. They've infiltrated. One of our new camera interns, brilliantly sport, Alex, is here. Admitted to me this morning to being a massive Gloucestershire fan.
I told him off yesterday for saying we when we lost to Somerset at Bristol last season.
He gave himself away, did he?
I've known him for years. Oh, great bit of fielding by Jacob Ethel. That for me is the best stop I've seen in the entire match. Full length dive, right hand. Have you seen a better stop than that all week, Sam?
All week, no. I haven't, Harry. So I can add to that.
Absolutely superb from Jacob Ethel, young man. And tell you what, that is well deserved. I love that from Ed Barnard. Ed Barnard has run all the way over from point. This is the man who was down injured a second ago. Run all the way over from point to high-five him and say, that is terrific. It went like a bullet from Sean Dixon. Should have been 4 through mid-wicket. Superb cricket from Jacob Ethel, saving Hannon Dolby. 4 runs off his figures. That is an edge to first slip. Well bowled Hannon Dolby. And that is what fielding can do. Fielding can bring you wickets. Jacob Ethel keeps the pressure on. Hannon Dolby gets that line and length again. Superb stop the ball before, and Sean Dixon edges into the slips. He's going to have to go for a duck. Somerset, 0 for 1. People would say the worst possible start. Well, it wasn't first ball of the match, but third ball of the second over of this second innings for Somerset. And Sean Dixon's got to go, and Cam Bancroft will come in.
Yeah, not the worst possible, but a pretty bad start for Sean Dixon on his Somerset debut. Was he just 5 in the first innings when he hit the same bowler as well, Hannon Dolby?
Survived a life as well.
He did. He had a life off Rushworth, that drop, and then following over, he slashed one at Ed Barnard. You're absolutely right, Harry. The fielding there, it saved a couple of runs. It saved the confidence. You could see he was looking for a similar ball, wasn't he? He just shuffled across his wicket there, Sean Dixon. So many modern players do that, and it was a superb channel for Ollie Hannon Dolby to bowl. Picks up a wicket. I thought he bowled very well. He is the one constant in what is a brand new Warwickshire attack, essentially. There's 3 debutants for each side. Warwickshire are all seam bowlers. Somerset's are all batters. And you have to say, so far, Harry, it's been the Warwickshire debutants that have had the better of it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we can go on and on about that fielding from Jacob Bethel.
Oh, we will.
And I think it's deserved, because we often credit bowlers and batters for wickets, but fielding builds a little bit of pressure. And I know it's a second over, it's not really pressure being felt by Sean Dixon, I get that. But when you've just hit a booming on drive and you should be having 4 to your name, you're a little bit annoyed. And you're probably slightly thinking about that, slightly distracted. It's a good ball from Hannon Dolby, but I think if the ball before had gone for 4, I do not think Dixon would have edged that ball to slip and have to go. But yeah, the debutants in each side, sorry, we were talking about before I went off about fielding again.
Unlike you to go off one.
Rushworth is a proven performer. He is a debutant, of course he is, but I almost don't see him as a debutant because he's been around so long. Coda Cadmore's an experienced man for Yorkshire, of course, but we haven't really mentioned too much how Rushworth and Sean Dixon were teammates. The former Durham teammates, one an opening bowler, one an opening batter, yes, but they didn't actually come up against each other in this innings. It's Bancroft's first ball. Head has fallen over a bit to the offside. He does allow his head to fall to sort of extra cover as he tries to whip that through the leg side, similar to the ball before Dixon departed. But
well, the same can be said about Rushworth and Bancroft as well. Bancroft had a summer upper term. Was it summer or was it spread across 2 summers? Yeah, he went straight in as skipper, one of those signings where they brought him across straight in as skipper, so got a cricket brain. But yeah, someone like Rushworth, I don't know, actually, does someone like Chris Rushworth do a lot of bowling in the nets anymore? He'll know Sean Dixon and Cameron Bancroft inside out, right?
Yeah, I don't think you would necessarily need to full from Hannon Dolby. Well, I can see not quite Wyvern and Dragon debate coming here, Sam, but I'm going to read out one of the comments, which I think, I'm afraid, Adam Wegner is technically incorrect, but it's going to cause a discussion and people Googling and arguing about this. I always call a diamond duck as a first ball of the innings. So Adam Wegner is saying that's a diamond duck. I don't think that's a diamond duck for Sean Dixon. The golden duck is first ball. Third ball is just a third ball duck. It's a duck, isn't it? Why is he calling it a diamond duck?
Yeah, I'm not sure, isn't it? Because that's...
Because they've not scored?
No.
But a diamond duck for me is first ball of the innings. People come in and talk about platinum or jubilee duck. I just go diamond, golden, and normal duck.
Because it's called a pair if you get 2.
Yeah, a pair or a
but
king pair.
I think there's a word for that as well, isn't there? A king
pair
pair
is 2
both
first
ballers,
yeah.
Right.
And a pair is 2 ducks, but he got 5 in the first innings, so
whatever the terminology, I think it's fair to say as batters, they're something you want to avoid.
And the 3 railway engines agrees with me. Yep, sorry Adam, we're calling you out on that. I agree. 3 railway engines. What a YouTube name that is has backed me up.
It's a real mouthful as well. I mean, look, tough start for Sean Dixon, but I don't think any conclusion should be drawn too early.
No, to write his average in the chat is a bit harsh after 2 innings on his debut.
He's a proven player. Averages 35 in first-class cricket. Very good cricketer, Sean Dixon. I think he's a brilliant signing. He's scored runs for fun at the start of last season for Durham. He's exactly what Somerset have been crying out for as Rushworth comes around the wicket to Lammonby. He is off the mark with a single. Jacob Beffel doing the fielding. I love the signing of TKC. I think he's going to bring some real flair into that middle order in all forms of cricket. But what Somerset have been crying out for is a red ball opener who Sean Dixon mixes that modern approach of scoring relatively quickly, but also that ability to hang around and take the shine off the new ball so that people like Kola Cadman will have a little bit more freedom later on. So I just think he's going to prove to be a very, very good signing.
And I am happy to disclose that I have gone in my WPA predictions, I've gone for Sean Dixon as my top run scorer for Somerset in the Championship this season. So, yeah, just a blip. I think he will come roaring back.
2 innings does not a summer make.
No.
As Bancroft faces up to his former teammate Rushworth. Flicks it into the leg side. There's that leg side field we've seen a fair bit in this game for both sides. There's a mid-wicket and there's also a short mid-wicket catch. I suppose it's a short mid-wicket in the catching position and then a man almost between square leg and mid-wicket. It's that the players so often these days
are
looking to turn it into the leg side. They're going to have to come up with a name for that position. We can see it there, a couple of slips. So
I think it's a mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, you could be right. Rather than going for a third slip, that catcher is in.
That's swung, hasn't it, after it's gone past the stumps? For me, although it's called mid-wicket, you think mid-wicket should be in the middle between the wickets. I always think of mid-wicket as a straighter, as a 3/4 wicket.
Right.
If I were to go back and invent cricket again, you wouldn't call it 3/4 wicket because that's such a mouthful.
Well, you're right. I think that's mid-wicket because it's almost 11. You take 22 yards, you stick someone in the middle of it, and that's what. If someone said to me, "Go and field at mid-wicket," that's where I'd go and stand. Bancroft solid in defence. So you're saying the short catcher is between mid-wicket and middle?
If I was going to mid-wicket now and I wanted to field at mid-wicket as captain on the bowler, I would probably stand, rather than half of 22 as 11, I would probably stand at more 12, 13 yards, further towards the bowling end than the batting end.
He has, in the last couple of seconds, though, taken a couple of steps to his right, so he's almost by.
Now he's moving left.
And then moving left. Just he's got the earpiece on. He's got one of our test earpieces. Mate, we thought Stephen Lamb had run away from it. Actually, it's out on the field with Warwickshire. They're just toying with us as Rushworth toys with Cameron Bancroft.
Very good.
Beats the outside edge. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Pete Trigo didn't fancy taking the earpiece. He decided to leave it. I thought he was going to go and listen to us while we wandered around the ground, but no.
He's gone to the gym.
Wanted a break from us.
Gone for a bit of rowing. I don't blame him either, Harry.
So after all that, I would call it a.
We're going back to this,
forward, yeah, I'm still not happy. Is it a forward square leg? But it's not even on the one, really. There is a one there. It's not. It's on the edge of the ring, if there was a ring.
But that's there for the shot that actually is struck quite firmly. So
Which
I don't know if
there is one anyway.
I don't know if there is one there.
Agreed.
End of the over. Somerset 1 for 1. Tom Lammonby has that one run. Cameron Bancroft is not out on 0. And this will be the lunch interval. So Somerset will come back. They're in a deficit, they're in arrears. They started the innings 108 behind, so they're 107 runs behind. They've got 9 wickets remaining. Now you would hope that they will have enough to survive this game, but there are still 70 overs left in the day's play, so it could prove an unlikely thrilling finish. I can't speak there, can I? I couldn't get those words out. What, from a Somerset perspective, what you really want is quite a dull afternoon, Harry, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird way of putting it, but you're dead right, yes. Somerset need to grind out a draw.
Well, we will find out in about 40 minutes' time. Thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance for their sponsorship. Myself, Sam Dowling, Harry Everett and Pete Trigo will be back with you after the lunch break.
For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion or visit our website.
and paving.
Just to bring you the latest scores from around the country, the LV County Championship, starting with Division 1. All of these are into their fourth and final day. Kent playing Northamptonshire, the St Lawrence Spitfire ground in Canterbury. Kent 222 in their first innings, Northamptonshire 117 all out. 331 all out. Kent are 56 for 2, requiring a further 171 runs to win. That's at lunch there. Lancashire taking on Surrey at the Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 291 all out in their first innings. Surrey responded with 442 all out. Surrey made 292 for 6 in their second innings. Lancashire 114 for 2. They need a further 330 runs to win. Middlesex taking on Essex at Lords. Essex made 266 all out in their first innings. Middlesex responded with 170. Essex then posted 211. Middlesex are now 162 for 7, still needing 146 more runs to win. In Division 2, we'll start with a result at Hove. Sussex have beaten Durham by 2 wickets. Sussex bowled Durham out for 376, responded with 335. Durham then posted 189 all out, and Sussex closed on 232 for 8, winning that one by 2 wickets. Derbyshire taking on Worcestershire. Derbyshire made 321 in their first innings. Worcestershire replied with 473. Derbyshire 343 all out in their second innings. Worcestershire 17 for 1. They need 175 more runs to win. Lunch at the Swellex Stadium in Cardiff. Glamorgan taking on Gloucestershire. Glamorgan posted 404 in their first innings. Gloucestershire 165 all out, but then 481 for 7, leading Glamorgan by 242 runs with 3 second innings wickets remaining. And finally, Yorkshire against Leicestershire. It's the final day there, lunch. Yorkshire made 517 in their first innings. Leicestershire 415 all out. Yorkshire declared their second innings 286 for 8. Leicestershire 78 without loss in their second innings, but still need a further 311 runs to win. Hope you're having a lovely Easter Sunday with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. A reminder, there is a special Easter scavenger hunt going on during each day of this match, with Easter prizes up for grabs. Just head to the reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion for more information. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to remind members that they have until April the 24th to elect their members directors to join the board. All members have received an email or letter from the external company Civica. If you haven't received these communications, please check your junk email before emailing governance@somersetcountycc.co.uk to request voting information. We would like to encourage all members to take the opportunity to use their vote.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground after lunch, and well, Somerset are 1 for 1. Sean Dixon, one out to Ollie Hannon-Dolby just before the interval. Only faced 3 overs, did Tom Lammerby, and between Sean Dixon and Cam Bancroft, they have a bit of work to do to try and salvage this game. Keep a draw would probably be a decent result for Somerset from here. Warwickshire push for victory, but it's going to be a tough ask for Warwickshire with only a 108 run lead. Pete Trigos joining myself, Harry Everett. What are your thoughts on what might happen this afternoon?
Well, I think the 108 lead is relatively irrelevant. It's about the pressure and soaking up the pressure. It's, as I said before, it's actually quite a good opportunity for Somerset to get a bit of confidence leading into next week and the rest of the season, come through this little spell, but it's going to be tough. You know, Warwickshire have got that really, really golden position where they've got nothing to lose. They can't lose the game. They can only win or draw it. So they can set attacking fields. The bowlers know they're probably only going to bowl relatively, in the context of county cricket, short spells. So, yeah, it's going to be a challenging little session, this. Somerset are definitely under the pump, but like I said, it gives them a great opportunity to come through that. A couple of good new players. You know, Bancroft, we know a lot about him from what he's done in different parts of the world, but you know, it'd be great for him to chalk up a sizable score, and Cola Cadmore as well. Lammerby has got a good opportunity as well to bed himself in and get a score. So lots to be gained, but I think Somerset have really got to work hard for the next hour, or certainly the next session.
Yeah, 2 hours until tea. It will be an exact 3:40 tea today rather than this sometimes complicated waiting until 32 overs remain in the day. But as it stands, we'd expect players to potentially shake hands at 10 to 5 if there's no chance of a result other than a draw in this game. But Ollie Hannon-Dolby will still fancy a result. He fancies a few wickets here for Warwickshire. He'll be sniffing a slightly, well, fragile seems harsh on paper. Somerset's back line was very good, but not a great first innings performance. 284 salvaged by Gregory, Davey and Leach down the order.
Yeah, I suppose the concern is that out of those runs, you know, over 100 of them were scored by the lower order. So Somerset really are under a bit of pressure. The
136 for 7 they were.
Looks like a freshly shaven Hannon-Dolby as well. That looks like that Pip is relatively new. He's got a brown face and quite a white head as he steams in. You know, one thing that you do know with Hannon-Dolby, he doesn't give you many scoring opportunities, so you're always under pressure. He's got height. He has a knack of moving the ball around off the seam. He's been fantastic for Warwickshire for quite a long period of time now, and a real test for the Somerset lineup, and be a fascinating couple of hours cricket.
Yep, still plenty of fans in the members' stands particularly. Worth mentioning the Somerset stand is out of action on days 3 and 4 of the County Championship, just saving some stewarding costs. So when we pan over there, that'll explain why sometimes the players having to trample in to try and pick the ball out of. That is another wicket for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Cameron Bancroft has to go LBW for naught. 2 ducks for Somerset and a bit of trouble already.
Well, that looks like he's jumped on the wrong tube line there. I mean, he's played completely down the wrong line of that. I'm sure it did pinch back towards the stumps, but he's got into that sort of Hayne-esque outside off stump position. He looks like he's missed that by a mile.
And this is the man who's a top run scorer in the Sheffield Shield by 300 runs before nearly the guy below him. So
means nothing when you get to England with a nipping Duke. Yeah, even on the most docile of wickets, you're going to get movement with a new Duke ball. It looks like, you know, from up here, arguably not the greatest vantage point, but slightly towards sort of mid-on, so not a great angle, but he looks like he's completely played down the Bakerloo when he should have jumped on the Jubilee.
We will try and bring you a replay shortly as the number 4, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, walks out to the middle. You don't really want Tom Kohler-Cadmore coming in the 4th over. He's your aggressive middle order player. Yes, he can defend. He's a quality cricketer, but he's a better player to come in when a platform's been set by the likes of Lammerby, Dixon and Bancroft. Interesting to see how he plays. Playing 4, George Bartlett 5, James Roos 6 is what we saw in the first innings. Expect that to stay at the same order, but it's an odd one because it almost looked like it was going to be outside the line of our stump, but he moved so far across. Just doesn't look good, does it, when you're
No, it's
Former
kind of. I
Test
think.
opener.
I think you just have to. If someone was asking me what happened with that dismissal, I'd probably just say missed it. he just missed it.
But why is he trying to do that? It's an odd process, odd method to try and do.
Well, a lot of modern players try and take LBW out of the equation by getting outside the line, but that does require you to hit the straight one, which he hasn't done, but Kola Cadmore has done. He's punched that beautifully through the offside, well saved by mid-off on a very, very slow outfield.
Yeah, Alex Davies throwing himself after that one. Looked like it was going to be 4, as you said. It just slowed up, bit of sand over by tractor driver in the scoreboard.
Just got caught up in the greenside bunker, but well reeled in by the Centurion for the first innings, Alex Davis.
I say tractor driver. I don't think he's here today, actually, is he? I presumed he'd be there without looking. I haven't heard him yet today. Somerset could do with a bit of vocal persuasion from the most loyal and not rowdy, but vocal of fans.
That would be a rarity. That makes me slightly concerned that he's not here. That's
He
very
was here
unusual.
yesterday, yeah.
Oh, right, we go. We're okay.
Yeah, don't panic, I don't think. Maybe he's having an Easter Sunday with the family.
And Derby right on the mark here, getting a bit of spit off of a length. All of a sudden, that pressure just makes the wicket look like it might be doing things that perhaps it isn't. 2 proper good quality bowlers on show here. Rushworth will be operating from the river end, another guy who has that knack of making docile wickets do a little bit. And again, another
Massive
fantastic
appeal.
bit of wicket keeping there. Looked like there was an inside edge potentially, but Kola Cadmore, he acted the part very, very well there. If he did nick it, he deserves an Oscar. No, beat him on the outside edge.
Big kudos to Michael Burgess standing up to Hannon Dolby. Hannon Dolby's big, not slow, and love how the appeal is literally carried on to a metre from Kola Cadmore. Right up into his grill, not in an aggressive way, just passionate.
That's only 3 steps for Hannon Dolby with those legs.
A bit of Mornay Morkel about Hannon Dolby. He's not got the weird circle Morkel does at the top of his run-up. He's got this weird sort of hand. I call it stirring the pot. It's like he's doing the mixture for a cake.
Yeah, I've had a number of people describe Hannon Dolby's run-up. One of my friends says he looks like John Inman from Are You Being Served coming into the clothing shop. I'm free. He's called into action there with a bit of fielding. But yeah, two fine county bowlers on show here, Rushworth and Dolby. You don't get much change out of these two across the season, but Somerset really need to battle hard here. 5 runs, 2 wickets down inside the first 4 overs, exactly what Warwickshire are after and what Somerset feared. They're under pressure, that's for sure.
Yeah, 2 for 2 is. Well, I mean, Middlesex were 4 for 4 against Essex, and came back a little bit. Somerset do have a habit of allowing the middle order to dig out problems from the top order, but 2 for 2 is never ideal. Rushworth is a canny operator and will just keep wobbling it around on that consistent line length. Neither are quick. Hannon Dolby's probably slightly quicker than Rushworth. Bit bigger, bit taller, bit of a different delivery action, sort of higher ball, bit more bounce. But who would worry you more, Hannon Dolby or Rushworth? A good partnership. But
I always found, I mean, this is probably a bit of a default answer for me, but I always found that bowlers like the likes of these and your Masters and Murtars and a lot of, you know, Mascarenas back in the day, and reeling off a load of M's at the moment, but I always find that these sort of bowlers, if you allow them just to bowl, you're in a bit of trouble. As
lovely
Kola
straight
Cadmore
drive,
plays a
yeah.
beautiful straight drive back past Rushworth. I think you've always got to put, yeah, I think cricket in general, you've always got to be trying to apply pressure back on. Whether you're bowling, you try and stop the batter from scoring. As a batter, you've got to score to apply pressure, because a bowler will rarely be taken off if he's not going for runs, and he will bowl the amount of overs he wants to bowl. If he goes for 3 or 4 boundaries, he starts to look over at the captain. Am I going to stay on? You know, a bit of anxiety, and that can affect the performance. It's only subtle, but you have to somehow put the opposition under pressure. Not being reckless, but you have to have a method of scoring against these guys, because they're not going to give you bad balls. So it's a fine balance, and someone like Cola Cadmore, such a natural ball striker, I think he will do that. If he stays at the wicket, he will always score at a decent rate.
It really helps that Michael Burridge is standing up to both openers, so he's going to put even more pressure on the batters. Neither can run down the wicket. They can't lean out the crease too far. The risk with a quality gloveman stood up.
Well, the other thing that you've got here now as well, there is a little bit of movement because the ball's new, but you've got the keeper up, you've got a couple of slips in, you've got a team. The body language is so different, isn't it? Let's be honest, to how the Somerset boys look when they were out there. Everything is a ooh and a ah, and there's a bit of a theatre of pressure that they've created out there. So the Somerset boys will be feeling it. Rushworth round the wicket to Lammonby. If you notice, Lammonby's at least a foot outside of his crease, so don't be surprised if you see Burgess creeping up to the stumps pretty soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the two decisions so far. We're going to try and show you that Bancroft dismissal again, the LBW replay here. Yeah, you can't really argue that. Sniff of it being too high at first, but
it doesn't really look like it's done a great deal. It's it's come in on the angle. I think he's just played the wrong line. It's one of those. He's just missed it.
If he just stands there in his normal stance, can he not just pop forward and defend it? If he hadn't stepped across himself, if he stands a normal middle-ish stump guard and just pop forward and defend it.
It looked. I haven't seen enough of him bat, but it looked like a very lazy defensive shot. It didn't look like there was much commitment to it. Do you know what I mean? It was just a bit proddy.
Yeah. Pokey, nervous, early innings.
Yeah, but that's that is what starting an innings is all about. You're trying to find your feet, and Hannon Dolby's just executed a reasonable delivery. He's got it to move back in slightly towards the stumps, and that was enough on this occasion. Cola Cadmore on strike. Started brightly. He's going to be a real big key to this day's play for Somerset.
I mean, the two men we're talking about, Bancroft and Cola Cadmore, were the two top scoring of the top six, of the genuine batters who don't bowl. They both look really good. Oh, George Bartlett got himself into 13 and got himself out again, but 34 and 44 from Cola Cadmore and Bancroft, and they looked solid. They didn't look like they were going to get out until surprise dismissals. Yeah, Rob Yates with 5 catches at slip in the game. It's just.
Well, that's a pre-season thing, isn't it? A bit of temperament. I mean, for all the the talk about how quickly or not quickly Sam Hain was scoring during his innings, I think that sort of player would be quite welcomed at Somerset, because we've got a lot of players that score quickly.
Yeah.
Naturally quickly, natural strikers. I suppose the signing of a Bancroft and a Dixon in particular,
exactly, yeah.
I think they would have been right. These are the guys that are going to occupy the crease, tire the bowlers, accumulate runs instead of blaze runs like a lot of our other players do. And sadly, we've lost those two. So a lot of finding out to be done today for the rest of the Somerset lineup.
You're right about the body language as well. It's worth mentioning how up for it Warwickshire look. Even there we just saw Chris Rushworth diving full stretch, left-handed to his weak side. He's got no armbands on, no long sleeves. He's cut his elbow. He keeps checking his elbow where he's cut it on what's still a relatively hard outfield now after 3 days of sun on it.
If
and
you
he's
think
the ball
about
at the other end.
It's a very easy thing to do from a coach-captain point of view. Pretty much the chat would have been at lunch, right lads, we give it everything for 20 overs. That's a very short space of time to give it everything. And we'll see where we are after 20 overs. The momentum, if it goes well, the momentum of that will carry through. And after 20 overs, we'll put the spinners on and we'll go back up the M5 with our draw. So it's very easy to motivate a team for a short space of time.
And they're almost on a hiding to nothing here, Cola Cadmore, Lammonby. They can score quickly, they can bat slowly. It doesn't really make any difference. There's no batting bonus points up for grabs. They're not going to score quickly enough to score enough runs, get enough lead, and then bowl Warwickshire out. All they can do is bat time and take away time from the game here.
Well, this is where you want Sam Hain.
Yeah.
You want someone just to accumulate and bat and not just be satisfied with a 30 or a 40. I mean, that is one of the things that you have to give Sam Hain a lot of credit for. I spoke to Sam earlier about his conversion rate. 34 first-class 50s, 1500s. That's an incredible conversion rate as Cadmore rocks onto the back foot. It's a rare, poor delivery from Hannon Dolby a cut through mid-off for 4, which is very unusual.
But it's odd because we saw Colin Campbell play that booming drive off the front foot. We thought we'd go for 4 and didn't. And that one has gone for 4. But he's a powerful man.
Probably spent less time rolling across the turf, I think.
Yeah, more time bouncing along. Yeah, Sam Hain could end up to be a match-winning quality innings here, and we'll have to give more credit to what we were. Well,
there's no doubt he played well. I'm not taking anything away from him. I think his 85 to 100 was a little bit. I mean, my worry, not worry. It's not a worry at the end of the day because he's got a great score and the team are in a strong position. But if they run out of time and they got Somerset 6 down, and he could have potentially given them an extra 10 overs of bowling by being a little bit more proactive. It's been a bit pernickety.
Well, I was saying exactly the same thing before lunch. I was saying that to Sam. They missed out on 400. They missed out on that batting bonus point. They ran out of time, really, and left too much for Hassan Ali to do. Coming in at 8, Bethel was unlucky. Bowled by Josh Davey off his body, but...
I think it sets him up nicely for the season. Chalking off a nice 100 in your first knock. It sets the season up nicely, and Warwickshire are certainly hunting as we speak. Somerset 15 for 2 in the 7th over. The new acquisition, Chris Rushworth, coming down from the north of the north. One of those signings, I suppose he's sort of middle 30s, isn't he? You just think, you see that bit of business on the news and you go, that's a shrewd signing.
Yeah,
that's a good signing.
I think 2 big losses to Durham as well. Dixon and Rushworth are 2 big players to take away their opening bowler and their opening bat. I mean, if you look at the scorecard now, Warwickshire, there's 2 men Warwickshire would want to get early today. It's Dixon and Bancroft. They're the 2 in this Somerset lineup that you'd expect most of all to bat long, bat time, and frustrate the Warwickshire seamers. Have a massive appeal. Again turned down. Warwickshire will think they've got the rub of the green. There's 2 caught behinds off Kola Cadmore. They are up in arms about. Not given. But yeah, there's a lot of aggressive players in the Somerset lineup who will give Warwickshire players a chance at some point. Kola Cadmore having a bit of chat with Burgess, who's right up in his face. But yeah, Dixon and Bancroft I could have seen batting for hours. Once they're in, they're not easily going to be eradicated. So 2 massive early scouts from Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Rushworth into Kola Cadmore, plodding purposely forward into that point position, well fielded there. Top ball, Kola Cadmore. He's one of those guys. I think he just scores, doesn't he? He has a knack of just crisp timing. Very fine player. I'm sure a lot of Somerset fans would have watched him or kept an eye on him playing in the PSL in particular. Very, very destructive player in the T10 as well, I think, or one of the many franchise competitions that were played this winter. Very difficult to keep track of all of them now. I think there were about four going on at the same time.
Yeah, South Africa, the Middle East, Lanka. There's so
one in Nepal as well. That was going on, wasn't it?
We haven't talked about that yet. God, you have to explain that experience to us.
Oh, it was amazing, really.
One, didn't you? The Lumbini All Stars.
We did. I was head coach of a franchise in Nepal. It was the 2nd time I've been there. Fascinating. They love their cricket. Not a bad team, the Nepalese either. They're doing very, very well in associate cricket. Had a very successful time the last few weeks. Lots of these smaller countries really getting into their cricket, and Nepal in particular, very, very good.
Is that a regular slot now? You're going to be signed up again, surely? They can't change your winning side, can you?
Oh, we had a nice team. We had a couple of Indian overseas players of South Africa. Pat Brown from Worcester.
Yes, I did see
he was in our squad. So it was extraordinary. Apart from the 2 days of altitude sickness that I got, I've never felt so ill in all my life. I got it must be like an inner ear thing going on. I couldn't scrape myself off my bed for about 36 hours. But
that was the first 2 days you were there, was it?
Oh, shocking! I've never felt so bad in all my life. But there we go. Could be worse. Could be facing Hannon Dolby with a new ball with his tail up as Lammerby clips smartly off of his hip down to fine leg. Picks up a brace. moves on to 6. Be really quite an important thing for Somerset to get an opener, Lammers in particular, really sort of settled in. I mean, the power of runs behind you is huge for your emotions leading into the next game, and almost sets you up for a 3 or 4 game block if you can get a decent score under your belt. So we'll see. Looks like there's a bit of wind out there. You can see the whites of Hannon Dolby fluttering away. It looks like he's got the breeze with him, so that'll certainly help him get the ball through. Very tall, lean figure of Hannon Dolby.
I was just thinking back to Somerset's bowling effort. How often do we see Craig Overton go wicketless, bowl 25 overs, 4 maidens, 66 runs, didn't bowl badly, maybe not quite as well as we know he can bowl, but very rare that he'll take none of the 10 wickets. There are no run-outs either. 4 to Leach, 2 for Siddleton, Davey and Gregory. Gregory mopping up the last 2. Captain brings himself on at the end, doesn't he? Brings himself on for the last couple of overs.
Bit of Elmer Fudd, the rabbit hunter. Go and sneak a couple of freebies. They all count at the end of the season. Yeah, Hannon Dolby, 277 wickets at 29, goes at 3 and over. Very miserly. Good performer. Very good performer.
Well, back to the topics of smaller nations in cricket. Mike, the man from the museum, tells us that they have some Peruvian visitors coming to the museum in May. Nepalese cricketers, and now Peruvian coming to the Somerset Cricket Museum, which is open during hours of play if you're going to have a wander and have a look. Going to be 4 to Tom Lammerby. Not exactly where I want it to go, but soft enough hands. It does race away quicker over that bit of the outfield before the old Roman Road underground hardcore
middle
area.
Of the bat, that wasn't it? Yeah,
outside edge, wasn't it? A bit generous in the middle of the bat.
Sounded good, though, didn't it? Must have a good piece of wood.
I think he's got a good piece of wood.
Great bat, yeah. Hannon Dolby doesn't like giving away runs and certainly won't like it going down to 3rd man. His partner up the other end, Rushworth, 603 first-class wickets at 22. That's a phenomenal record.
Yeah, 598 for Durham.
I do think spin's going to be quite a crucial element to this as well, especially with that rough that you can now visibly see outside the off stump of the left-hander. Be interesting to see how the Warwickshire spinners operate.
That's the problem for Warwickshire, though. Jacob Ethel's not really a front-line spinner. He's more of a batting all-rounder. He's not your Danny Briggs. He's not your Jack Leach. He's going to come and bowl over after over, hole up and end, or really turn it. Young lad, England under 19. He's a batting all-rounder, really. We saw him play some wonderful shots in his 19. Yes, it was only 19, but some storming straight drives. Before he was very unlucky. The most unlucky dismissal of the match, actually. The benefit of Josh Davey. But yeah, I think Warwickshire would like to have a Jack Leach in their armoury here. As that rough expands as Rushworth and Hannon Dolby charge in each over.
Well played, Lumberby, looking very assured at the crease. Get a bit of a partnership going. 19, I believe, this particular one. 21 for 2 after 8 overs.
The other thought is whether they give Dan Mousley a bit of a bowl. I mean, this is very early on. I mean, they're going to go through Barnard and Hassan Ali first, but Dan Mousley does bowl some off breaks. 21-year-old, again, he's a batting all run, really. But again, he's playing in the 19s. Rushworth will continue from the river end. Hannon Dolby down at fine leg with no hat on his head. One over. Chilly top of his head. That's another lovely back foot punch. That could be another 4. Alex Davies is going to charge across from long off. Another diving stop. Can he make it? No. Great effort from Davies. He's full throttle. 118 in the first innings. Nearly the top score, just eclipsed for 119 for Sam Hain. But he's putting everything in the field. This is what we see these days. The wicket keepers throwing themselves around in the outfield. Bairstow, we see doing it sometimes with Butlers keeping. They often do make very good fielders. A committed man. And short fellow like that, Alex Davies.
Good athletes, normally, wicket keepers. You've got to be fit, got to have strong thighs, strong legs, strong backside, and he's reeled in one already. Nearly got that one. Must have been quite a shallow shan't I situation diving towards that black surface. It looks like tarmac from here.
It does. I think it's softer than it looks.
I hope so.
And there's no puddles underneath it anymore. Might be a soft. That is a wicket for Chris Rushworth. Tom Collar-Cadmore does go. He's had these caught behind appeals. This one, there is no debate, no decision to be made. Straight into the hands of second slip. Rob Yates taken most of the catches at first slip, but this time it goes to the run scorer himself, Sam Hain, 119. And Somerset are in more strife here. Collar-Cadmore, hard hands.
Yeah, just a bit of a nothing shot, really. Hard to describe that, really. Poor cricket, in fairness. Good area. Don't think the ball's done a great deal. He's played it with half a bat and almost sort of edge guided it to second slip. So he'd be disappointed with that. And Somerset really up against it now. As I said, they were put under pressure. It's a good opportunity to come through this, but they're not showing a great sign of coming through it at the moment. It really is going to take a decent innings now. Warwickshire have got a real good chance of winning this game now. Somerset have put themselves right in the doodah.
And suddenly a lot of Warwickshire fans who've been, well, I presume they've been watching, but not many in the comments, are suddenly all tuning in on the YouTube stream now, and 3 railway engines is already going for it. I'm predicting a famous Jack Leach blockathon to get the draw for Somerset. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, if it gets that deep, it'd be a bit of a twitchy last hour or so. But I mean, credit to the Warwickshire bowlers. They're just hitting a good area. They're getting enough movement. You wouldn't say it's prodigious in any way, shape or form, but just a bit of sloppy cricket. Playing a line that you don't need to play, or playing it without that real sort of intent and commitment. And it's brought, I would say, all 3 dismissals look very wishy-washy shots for top order players.
Very avoidable, aren't they? They're not dismissals that you'd say they bowl really well. They're dismissals that Somerset got themselves out, really. And George Bartlett in after 8.2 overs is not your ideal scenario.
No, I mean, they bowled good areas, but I mean,
you'd expect that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, these two. I mean, that's nailed on. I mean, the fact that the keeper's up is a big thing. Pinning them to the crease, I think that's. I mean, fair play to the 2 bowlers. Not many seam bowlers enjoy having the keeper up. These 2 have, you know, their attitude is it's going to help us get wickets. Then you crack on, son. So, yeah. As he would say, in his northeast style, he's a canny bowler, is Chris Rushworth. And he will bowl and bowl and bowl.
Yeah, he did have a bit of a sore calf yesterday or the day before, but didn't bowl much in the afternoon evening session, but he's raring to go here. 1 for 12 or 4.5. That's typical Rushworth figures, really. You can see George Bartlett here whipping it through leg side strong. It should be 2. Yeah, Hannon Darwood as well to run round, slide and stop. Bartlett will score runs. He's not gonna go into a shell defending it. His attack is the best form of defence in George Bartlett's eyes.
I mean, it's interesting. I think George has been a bit of an LBW candidate. Interesting to see the body language there, even though that's gone for 4 runs. Keeper slips, Rushworth very animated. That looked like a case of if you miss it, you're gone. George has got to be careful of keeping that head upright, keeping those eyes parallel, playing straight, and not falling over those straight ones, which has probably been a bit of a weakness of his in the past.
Talking of falling over straight ones, we're going to show you that Bancroft dismissal.
Oh, ruthless, ruthless, Harry.
Added to the 2 edges to slip. I think we can be harsh on an Aussie overseas test batter, to be fair. All 3 of them will be quite furious, I'd have thought, with their dismissals. All avoidables. We do see now a catching sort of mid-on, silly mid-on. Yeah, last whatever. So we'll now try and show you these 3 dismissals consecutively. You can have your say in the YouTube comments, as plenty of you have done already.
I think innocuous is the word that I'd probably use for all of them. It's just nothings, aren't they?
You can't go home and tell Dad I got a good ball today, can you really?
That one in particular, Kola Cadmore, I don't know, it's almost like he's got into a position to play and then he's rolled his shoulders to try and guide it. You know, it's, like I said, a bit of a nothing.
Seeing a bit of sawdust. It's that sandy patch just before the edge of the square. As we look through these again, that was a beating of the back from Rushworth on Bancroft. Bancroft was.
Anyway, we are where we are. 27 for 3 after 9 overs. Not what Somerset fans wanted to see, but definitely has made this afternoon very, very crucial for Somerset. Losing a game, well, in under 3 days would not be the start that the club would want. So hopefully we can recover. I would say Hannon Dolby's was the better of the 3 balls to Dixon. Beautiful shot there, Tom Lammonby. Interesting that he's the one batter being left-handed that's got the opportunity to bat out of his crease against these two, and he's definitely doing that. Wonder how long it will take before Burgess goes up to him as well. It's a big advantage because, yes, you can bat with your front pad outside off stump if you can get down the wicket. Very difficult to do that from inside the crease. Lammonby's batting a long way out of his crease, which helps him get outside the line.
Yeah, it has been surprising. We know Kola Cadmore uses feet a lot to get down the track, but Bancroft and Dixon didn't massively, and yet Burgess was standing up, and he chose not to. His left-handed Lammonby. I don't know what's stopping him really. He didn't miss any when he stood up. With no buys, I don't think yet. Nope, no buys at all. So
I think maybe the perception of they must be fancying an outside edge rather than a pad with a left-hander, I would imagine. But yeah, surprised me if he went up pretty soon. I'd say it's a good 6-8 inches outside of his crease, which in the small margins of the game of cricket that we so dearly love, it's quite a big thing. Big advantage for a left-hander to be able to get down the pitch. Relentless, metronomic pair of bowlers, these two. I think it almost adds to the anxiety, adds to the pressure, knowing you're not really going to get a bad ball.
how long can these two keep it up for? 5 for Rushworth. This is the 5th for Hannon Dolby, but bear in mind there were 3 overs before lunch. So have a little break, a little 40-minute gap and a bit of food in between, but when will Barnard and Hassan Ali be warming up? Not yet. Squared up, but soft-handedly enough to get it to point from Lammonby. Rushworth's at mid-on, so Hassan Ali is the man down at fine leg. I don't think there's much to read into that. I think Rushworth just doesn't like going down to third and fine when there's a right-left-hand combo and he's bowling. There's quite a lot of miles to get from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion to the James Hildreth stand.
Yeah, I think a lot of bowlers, especially when they're getting a bit longer in the tooth and are very experienced, actually, I think they like being next to the bowler, and they'll be talking. They won't just be wasting their time there. They'll be talking about areas and lengths to bowl. It'll be a very tactical conversation, and I think bowlers just like the company of, or having a sounding board next to them that's also at the other end experiencing what they are as well. So I quite like that actually when the
who was your favourite when you were bowling? Who was your favourite person to have at mid-off or close to you to chat to?
Well, for those exact reasons, it's always nice to have another bowler next to you, that a seam bowler that's sort of experience or empathising with what you're doing at the time. Alfonso, Caddy, Charles Willoughby, when he parked next to you, and little bits of advice, and sometimes they can see things in a batter's technique that you can expose. So I think bowlers have a certain way of talking to each other as well, so it's not a bad thing at all, even though Hannon Dolby has chosen to disappear down to fine leg. After
all that, I guess it's something even when you're coaching, do you encourage Lumbini All-Stars, for example? Do you say, look, when you're not bowling, go and stand at mid-on and talk to that young bowler, go and help him out?
In 2020 cricket, I think one of the challenges with that team is that when things were going wrong, everyone wanted an input. So our captain of the team just got bombarded with people wanting to, have an opinion. And after one game where the wheels kind of came off. Bartlett's clipped beautifully through square leg there for 4. Real strength area for him. Chris Rushworth just straying into leg stump, and Georgie Bartlett won't miss too many of those.
Yeah, so one line.
I think it's important for a captain to have 1 or 2 vice captains and opinions. You know, if things are going wrong, and cricket can rapidly get away from you, especially in 2020 cricket. Last thing you want is some bloke running from extra cover to have an opinion.
Yeah, George Bartlett's first 2 scoring shots, almost identical line. His wagon wheels straight through back with square leg. The 2 stopped in the last over from this end, and 4 just then. Don't forget, Chris Wokes can come into this Warwickshire attack when he's back, and Liam Norwell. So plenty of options to come for Warwickshire. Harsh to call this their second string attack, but 2 pretty key bowlers. Who takes a new ball when Norwell, Hannon Dolby, Rushworth and Wokes are all in the team?
Yeah, it's a good problem to have, isn't it? I think it's fair to say that you're not going to play a county season without some sort of rotation or resting period for some bowlers. I mean, for me, Hannon Dolby and Rushworth, you just pull the string at the back and you let them go and give them a rest in late September. But I think for the other bowlers, you know, the more explosive bowlers, your Norwells and, you know, Wokes, who's, you know, got a pretty heavy workload in other parts of the world, and for England, you know, he'll come in and out of the team.
And a nice clip off his legs from Bartlett, sort of a more solid bat on that through mid-wicket. Rushworth straying onto middle and leg.
Yeah, nice. Often a strength of a batter's the weakness. Like I said, it's just those deliveries on that line that his head goes over a bit too far. He has, I think, suffered as a consequence. Got out a lot LBW, but he looks in good shape at the moment. Keep looking straight, keep looking straight. That will happen naturally for someone like George Bartlett. If his intent is to keep hitting the ball back past the bowler, he will always pick off the straight balls. If he starts to look at mid-wicket, that's when he gets into trouble, in my opinion.
So that mid-on, getting his eye on a little bit, the silly mid-on. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah. I think it's just a full face of the bat thing. You know, keep trying to play as straight as you can, and you know, whether you're an offside or leg side dominant player, you will always hit your strong shot well. But if you set up thinking about your strong shot, you sometimes miss the straight one.
There's our first flat watch of the day. What have we got? 4 pensioners on the top flight, top deck.
They're having their first rave of the season by the looks of it.
Oh, there's the 5th coming in. They've heard about the rave.
Yeah, they're just.
She's coming in. She's the DJ.
Ladies just put on a bit of Prodigy. Good.
There's no one else, and no, not on the top decker. 3 or 4 in the middle
Looks lovely
floor.
up there. Must try and get an invite up there one day and see what it's all about.
Give you 20 years, and you might be able to. You might be able to watch Hassan Ali, who's going to bowl from down below us. Just got the pavilion end. I thought Hannon Derby might have another couple of overs in him. 6 overs, but well, 5 overs.
Rushworth maybe have a short break and come back on.
Or change of ends maybe. Hassan Ali did bowl from the other end, predominantly in the first innings.
Skiddy bowler.
Yeah, him and Barnard a lot more skiddy than Hannon Dolby, sort of hit the deck a bit more. Was a bit wayward in the first innings, Hassan Ali, but then came back to take a couple of wickets. Did get the wicket of James Rue, bowled for 6. Also got Curly Cadmore caught a slip for 34. So 2 for 62 is all right off 19 overs. Bowled 1 no ball and a few far down the leg side, but gives something slightly different to a Rushworth and a Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, I think he'll have good skills. You know, the Pakistani seam bowlers often have good skills, able to swing the ball both ways, and especially from a sort of lower trajectory, the ball's not going to be bouncing over the stump. So if he can just creep onto that pad, you know, as an umpire, it's not going to be going over the top. So looks like he's got a very quick shoulder as well, so the ball's going to rush onto you at times. It's just a massive hour, isn't it, really, in the context of the game.
Lovely shot from Tom Lammonby. Whipped one through there, that exact area in the first innings. I remember it went for 4 that time. There's only going to be 2 this time. The outfielder's not quick enough, particularly. That back foot punch from Colour Cabell did make it for 4 down there. But
Ball certainly doesn't roll towards the Trescothick Pavilion through all this sort of sandy, damaged area. Certainly dragging the ball up a little bit. Give it a week's time. By the time the lads are back from Trent Bridge, this place will be nice and green and no one will be worrying about it.
yeah, Trent Bridge is pretty quick outfield normally, pretty short boundaries. Some ridiculously high scoring white ball games and even test matches there. To the short side. That's a good shot from Tom Lammonby. Authoritative punch. And a good crisp sound and connection from that. No need to run for them.
Lovely shot that. That's a beautiful shot from Lammonby.
Yep, shot of the innings so far for Somerset.
A little bit of width, beautifully balanced at the crease.
Yeah, it wasn't massively short, was it? He's picked up that length really well.
I think it's just the base that he's created there. He's got into position early. He's still as still can be when he struck the ball. Absolutely first class from Lammonby. Started well. He's moved on to 18. Somerset 41 for 3 in the 12th over.
I remember he had that really good partnership with Tom Abel in September last year. I think it was the Northants game. Batted really well thereafter. You could say a troubled season.
You are an oracle, aren't you? You've got a great memory.
I've got a great memory for weird
I can't
things.
remember what happened before lunch.
You were up here educating us on Roman roads and shadows under pavilions, I remember, before lunch.
It's not rocket science, that.
No, we actually did have a bit of rocket science the day before. You fortunately missed that. You missed the asteroid rocket science chat.
I think the listeners will thank their lucky stars I wasn't involved in that conversation. Hassan Ali steaming in at the moment. Looking to skid one through. He's gone for another boundary, though, off the outside edge of Tom Lammonby. But you have to say, well played. Guided that through the third man region. Soft hand straight down to the floor. Another 4 runs. An expensive over. 12 runs from Hassan Ali's first inclusion into the second innings here. Somerset 45 for 3. In a little bit of trouble.
Definitely more in control, that one, than the previous one, which he did edge. That's what I mean about Hassan Ali. He's gonna be exciting. He might bring you wickets, but he's going to be a bit expensive. Double change as Ed Barnard's going to come on from the river end. And I'm going to change up here for Sam.
Yeah, interesting. That double change. Rushworth and Hannon Dolby have done a brilliant job, but captain's going to be very aware that they'll need a second spell at some stage, so don't want to wear them out too much. Ed Barnard, acquisition from Worcester recently, good cricketer. Again, one of those bowlers that just has a knack of breaking partnerships. Will Rhodes has got a job on his hands, manipulating his bowlers. He's gone for the bouncer, first ball, and Bartlett has belted that through mid-wicket. Very close to a diving, one-handed spectacular catch there at square leg, just in front of square leg.
Yeah, with some effort by Dan Mousley. Some effort from Dan Mousley, that.
That would have been a death, a pretty rank drag down from Barnard. First ball, George Bartlett has given it the treatment, but probably could have done with it in it halfway up the stand.
We've talked a lot about the value of Chris Rushworth signing for Warwickshire. I think this man is a very good signing as well. Ed Barnard, genuine all-rounder, particularly last couple of years, his numbers with the bat. I think he went from having no first-class hundreds in 5 or 6 seasons to having 5 in the last couple of summers. He may well, I think he's played England Lions or been on the cusp. I don't think he'll quite go all the way, but that's exactly what you need if you want to push for county championship titles.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. He's one of those lads that bowls a heavy ball from time to time. He's a little bit quicker than you think. Like through the air, he Well, when you watch him from the side, you think, oh, he's just a medium pacer, but he has that ability to bowl that spell where everything clicks, and he bowls with a decent amount of pace. And I think actually, because he's not as metronomic as a Hannon Dolby and a Rushworth, as a batter, you kind of get a little bit you start ticking a little bit. You start looking for boundary options, and that's where these guys, yes, their run rates aren't going to be as low as your Rushworths of this world, but they have that knack of picking up wickets when the game looks to have gone flat.
It was the first innings dismissal of Bartlett, wasn't it? I think he got Rushworth and Hannon Dolby had been so tight, and the Somerset batters were thinking, well, there's not many opportunities to score here, and Barnard just had one that was a little bit wider, but perhaps not wide enough to cut, and it was too close to Bartlett's body, and he nicked it to Rob Yates at slip. So it's the value of bowling as a unit, really, there, isn't it?
Yeah, because all batters want to score at the end of the day, and the perception is that someone not as good as the last bloke, and you might try and take a few liberties. But Somerset can't afford to do that at the moment. Not at 49 for 3. Edging ever closely to the point where Warwickshire would have to strap the pads on again. And that couldn't come quick enough from a Somerset point of view. But they've got a lot of batting to do. Another 61 overs remain in the day's play. Plenty of time for a result after a good start from Warwickshire.
Yeah,
3 vital wickets. And 3 vital wickets if you'd say the 3 players that you'd probably bet your bottom dollar would be the ones that would bat the most amount of time. So 3 pretty big blows there for Somerset.
Yeah, and the 3 new signings as well. This morning, a lot of the talk would have been, there were people saying, oh, well, what time will they shake hands? Can they shake hands at 5 o'clock? But unless Somerset are probably 3, maybe 4 down, as we're edging towards 5 o'clock, it doesn't look like that's going to happen now.
Well, it's a terrible mindset to be in as well.
Yeah.
The draw mindset is a massive banana skin. You can't be like that. Let's face it, 60 overs. For all those club cricketers out there, how many times do you get bowled out in a season in your 55 overs or 45 overs or whatever you play? 60 overs is a lot of time. 73 overs in total Somerset have got to survive today, and actually the operative word is they've got to survive now.
And I haven't got the numbers in front of me, but I would love to know how many times they didn't last 73 overs of an innings last summer as Hassan Ali comes in. Just struggles with his line there, and it's down the leg side, and Michael Burgess can't stop it. It's a good throw, I think that is, from Rob Yates, who had to retrieve it. They scrambled through for a bye. It was a direct hit, and that brings up the Somerset 50. 50 for 3, Somerset 13.1 overs gone. Somerset here in their second innings. Warwickshire bowled out for 392 this morning, so that was a lead of 108, so that deficit is now just 58, but still 59 overs to play, as we were just saying, so plenty of time left in this game, plenty of time for Warwickshire to push for a win.
Yeah, I think it'll be a quiet dressing room on the Somerset Wyvern side of the dressing room. I think there'll be a little bit of anxiety up there. Like I said, that mentality of everyone, even the language that you'd hear from the fans, walking into the ground today. Oh, all right, Craigo, draw today, won't it? That will be the mentality of the fans here, and in this mad game of cricket, you can never rest on your laurels. As Bartlett leans on one through the covers, it spends a lot of time on the square and races away to the cover boundary for 4. Moves on to 16. Somerset 54 for 3.
Is it as simple as a straight shootout between Lammonby and Bartlett to play next week if Tom Abel comes back? Because I know some people would make the argument for Dixon, but I just can't see them dropping someone they've just signed after one game.
Well, I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough call. Abe's, if he's fit, has to play.
Yeah.
My gut feeling is that George has to put a pretty sizable contribution to not be potentially the man to miss out. It's horrible, isn't it? Because it's game one. It's the club captain. He's the guy that was in the England squad. I mean, like I said, you can't not play him if he's fit next week. So someone's going to have to miss out. So I suppose the question for the selectors is that, you know, providing they've communicated it to whatever player might be in the firing line, is, you know, they knew the situation before, you know, the week started, I guess. So it's very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one wouldn't they have played if Abe's was fit? I suppose.
I think Lammonby. I think, as much as I love watching him play,
Tom hasn't opened, has he?
No, but I think Bancroft would open. I think Tom comes back in at 3. Dixon and Bancroft open. Bancroft's open for a long time. I think you could point. I just have a feeling, and maybe it's because what I would do is that someone would have sat George Bartlett down and said, right, you're going to get a run here.
You think that would have happened?
But it's a crucial. I don't know if that does happen. I've not got the insight.
Such a difficult thing. It's really, you know, from a management point of view, it's very hard to promise people games of cricket. And as the season unfolds, it's performance-based. Who's scoring runs? Who's scoring runs in the twos, or coming back from international duty? You know, so many different factors. But
even if it's a block, even if it's 4 or 5, because there was that. Won't he get a new deal last year? They really like him. It's a crucial time in his career. You want almost to say, take the pressure off. What you don't want is a batter going out thinking every innings could be their last. I don't know if that necessarily works. It might do for some people, but very few people, if they're worried if one bad shot is going to cost them their place in the side. So does it happen much? You say, right, well, look, you're going to get 4 or 5 games, but we need something from you here, otherwise you will be out. I know that's putting pressure on in a different way. But
well, Lamber's got 20 odd in the first innings. He's on 20 odd now. George Bartlett 13, and he's started brightly now. If Bartlett puts a score together, if these two put a score together, then I'd be very nervous if Jay Kerr came up on my phone if I was Sean Dixon, to be honest. I mean, that's just a reality of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, he's a new signing, but at the end of the day, if these boys perform and dig them out of trouble, I mean, let's face it, those wickets fell so quickly, they might as well have been openers anyway.
Yeah,
so
that's been the case all the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I suppose we'll have to look at it next week, and it's one of those decisions that you don't want to make as a coach, I think. I mean, my first experience of being a coach this winter, it was the toughest thing. I mean, one thing that, I mean, this is only, I can't speak for that dressing room because, yes, I know the lads really well, but I don't know how it's managed. But one thing that I set out in the tournament that I coached, 12 games we played, I stressed to them before we played game 1 that my squad of 17 doesn't divide into 11, and the mentality from all 17 that you're part of
big LBW shout
going to be close, but that is the advantage of being outside the crease. Just crept outside the line, I would have thought.
Yeah, he just went a little bit too straight the previous ball when Lammonby clipped him away for 4. Barnard around the wicket had some success in the first innings.
Close,
he's lucky he's
just
playing a shot
outside the line, I think, just a bit outside the line. Yeah, so I think you have to throw it over to the playing group to understand that it's 12 games, or however many games there are in a season, whether it be 1-day cricket or 4-day cricket, and for the club to be successful, everyone needs to buy into it. It's not a personal thing if you get left out, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I back you as a squad of 20 or 17 or whatever it might be, but 17-20 doesn't divide into 11, and everyone needs to buy in and get on the same journey at the start of a season or start of a competition. And without that real buy-in, and that's where management skills come in, you have to be able to get people to buy into the season, the tournament, not just game by game.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'd rather have that problem than not have enough batters to fill the spots.
Well, it depends how this game goes, really, because you could be choosing 1 out of 3 failures, so it might not be the greatest situation to have, really. But Tom Abel is a class player. He's the club captain. Like I said, he was in the England squad when he unfortunately picked up his injury. He's been the outstanding player for the last 2 or 3 years for Somerset now, so we need him fit and we need him out there scoring his runs. Barnard started brightly. A couple of boundaries off of his bowling, but he's looking like he's creating chances, which is exactly what Will Rhodes will be after.
There's a twos game, I think, starting tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see what the squad is for that. I do remember last year at one point, I think Lammers had a run of day, had a couple of low scores here. Harry will know this, and that's why I'm looking at him. He then went to play the twos at Taunton Vale and got a duck, and then did we go up to Leicester? Maybe it was COVID season, were we then up at Leicestershire, and he didn't get many as well. So I guess you could look at it and say, right, well, that person's been dropped, but actually it just might be a way of finding some form.
Yeah, I personally, it was more like managing your energy levels and the time. Never turned down an opportunity to play club cricket or any level of cricket, especially if I wasn't getting the runs. It's probably more from a batting point of view. No matter what the standard, being out in the middle, finding the boundary ropes, getting a decent score under your belt, spending a bit of time in the middle, so important.
As Middlesex are learning the hard way, they are just 1 wicket away from defeat in their first game back in Division 1. Outside chance of victory still, I guess they still need 108. That last wicket partnership, Luke Coleman is 57 not out. Tim Murtagh, a very, very fine bowler, not a batter known for his ability to hang around. He's kind of a 2 shots a ball man. Essex, Sam Cook, Jamie Porter in the wickets again, 1 each for Harmer and Critchley. A couple for Shane Snater as well, who had a bit of a breakout season last year for Essex. I wouldn't rule them out of the title race either. Short, pulled away off the front foot, George Bartlett.
What a shot.
Hassan Ali is not slow, and George Bartlett, yes, the pitch is a little bit slow, but he has just stood, taken that from outside off stump. And as Pete Trago said, what a shot.
That's a spank. He spanked that for 4. That was an absolute shot and a half.
Is he a hockey player? That was hockey wrist. They really rolled on it.
Very bottom handy, wasn't it? Beautiful shot there. Love that. Again, I think I kind of remember sort of 6 months ago being sat in the same seat watching George Bartlett towards the end of the season. Got an 80 something not out towards the end of it, and I felt like it was a real big innings for him. I mean, you don't want to say that early on in the season, but he's done exactly what I said was his weakness. He's fallen over the straight one. The eyes have lit up to the leg side, and that is something Georgie is going to have to get to grips with. Head's fallen over, got outside the line, trying to whip a middle stump delivery, and you just can't do that.
There's the boom from Hassan Ali. He's going to live and breathe every single moment of this season in a Warwickshire shirt. He has his first wicket of this innings. He's been a little bit expensive, but he has a wicket. And Somerset 62 for 4 here. Still needing another 46 runs to draw level. 46 runs to make Warwickshire bat again.
So it's frustrating that, you know, batting's all about setting up with your game plan, your technique, facing the delivery, and then resetting and doing it all over again. It's a continuous cycle of the same process, very much like, you know, the process of making a putt or hitting a golf ball as well. You've got to have that repeatable process, and I always feel like with a number of our players, they start to get away with a few boundaries and they become fixated on a side of the pitch. And look how far over to the offside his head is. For me, George should be saying to himself, keep your head up, keep your head up. Whatever resonates with him, he needs to start focusing on hitting the ball straight. As soon as he starts looking at that leg side, which is undoubtedly his strength area from a scoring point of view, as soon as he starts looking at, oh, I'm going to play there, he's buggered.
That sounds like it might be something that you noticed quite early then. It's been a potential issue that he could have, or perhaps should have alleviated now if he wanted to take his game to the next level.
I'd be surprised if he's not. He's going to be aware of it.
Yeah.
I'll be amazed if one of the batting coaches are not working on it with him. But it's more. There's no doubt he's got the skills. It's more the process. I don't think he. It looks like a number of our players actually. They don't reset and do. You know, they get carried into the momentum of their innings. They get a few boundaries away and then forget what makes them score those boundaries.
Young James Rue is at the crease, opening up the face of the bat, and he's going to get off the mark from a boundary. He played that nicely in the gap between second slip, or gully as it is, and point. So this over from Hassan Ali has gone boundary, wicket, boundary, expensive, but able to take the wickets. Hassan Ali, what a fine performer he is for Warwickshire.
Just apologising for my description of getting into trouble. I said the B word. Very frustrated. Can happen. But we're all trying to improve, aren't we, Sam?
We
Become
are.
better people.
Exactly. Some of us have got to work on keeping our heads up and straight at the crease.
Exactly. But I think why it's frustrating is, you know, when, you know, from the commentary position, when you're talking about someone's strengths and weaknesses, and it feels like it's like a repeating thing. You know, it's 3-4 years of the same things, and yeah, I think it, you know, for all the cricketers out there that might be listening that want to become better players, score more runs for their club, push to be professionals, whatever it may be, that how you stand, how you set up, and your mentality every ball, and you've almost got to press the refresh button every single time. And like when I was sort of semi-critical of Sam Hain's 100 earlier on, he'd be phenomenal at resetting every single ball and being diligent with it. And it's something that the best players do, the Trescothics, the Hildreths of this world, the heavy run scorers. They're just relentless in their process. It's just a discipline at the end of the day. I mean, there's no doubt about it that George has got all the talent in the world. You can see that from the previous delivery. That shot, there's only a handful of people in the country that are capable of playing a shot of that quality. But then to see the next ball as a dead straight ball and him completely fall over it, it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, someone like Hain is a good example, because I know we've given him a little bit of stick, like it's looking like it could well be the perfectly paced innings, but he was someone who came over with this reputation. He came over moved away from his family when he was young, and he kind of burst onto the scene with those 400s, but then had quite a lean period. And in fairness to him, there was some criticism around his strike rates and things like that, but he did get a T20 100, so he has looked to be a bit more expansive. So, and he talks at length about working with sports psychologists and analysing every little part of his game. So he's, you know, it's starting to pay off for him. They had those England Lions games in the winter and just scores run after run in first-class cricket.
But his desire, I mean, it's just, is your desire as a batter scoring heaps of runs, which for me, that's Sam Hain in a nutshell. He's just got that hunger to score runs. Sometimes, potentially at the detriment of the game situation, but he's ruthless with his desire to score runs and be at the crease. Whereas I think in this, not necessarily this innings, but a couple of our players that you really want to see push on because you know they've got the talent, they seem to be more sort of great shot focused. I played, this was really good. I played this great shot and a fantastic bit of ingenuity from Lammers, reverse sweep, and that's the same situation. You've always got that issue with cricket, county cricket in particular. You're 4 down, you've just lost a wicket, you're saving a game. Imagine if Lammers has got outplayed that shot now. Yes, he's executed it, hit a great shot and it's 4. But is it the right time to do it?
Yeah,
is it appropriate?
It's quite smart, this, from Will Rhodes. As Harry was saying, they haven't got a front-line spinner, but they brought Jacob Beffel on, who I think will turn into an all-rounder. But young spinners come on, and they may be trying to entice Somerset into being a bit more expansive. I wonder if they're looking at the mindset, thinking, well, Somerset will be thinking, well, we're actually quite close to making Warwickshire bat again, so let's try and get there before they get us out. But dancing down the track.
Oh, it's Sam. Serious question now. I think everyone knows I was a pretty aggressive player. Reverse sweep, hard reverse sweep to dancing down the wicket. 77 for 4, trying to save a game of cricket. How do you perceive that? Is that smart or is it reckless?
It looks.
Is it the modern game, and we just go, with that wishy? Or it's the way lads play now.
Just take a single out to deep mid wicket. I think people hide behind this. Oh, it's the modern way, the modern game a little bit more. I think there still has to be that. It's basically a way of saying, oh well, there's no accountability. So I agree with you. I think it looks pretty. It's a lovely shot, and he's pulled it off. So I'm not knocking that, but I don't have the numbers, the analysis. But what's the percentage chance of getting out to that shot? Probably much higher than if he's sitting on the back foot to a part-time spinner and just prodding it back to him. And that is all Somerset need at the moment. So
again, it's a game awareness thing, isn't it? I actually think that James Rue, in a very early stage of his career, is going to do the right thing for the game situation than some of our players that have been in the first team for 2-3 years now, and that interests me.
And if with this attack, if you're a batter, surely you want to keep a part-time spinner on for as long as possible. If Jacob Bethel's just going at 1 or 2 over, he might get an extra couple of overs. Whereas if surely you want to keep him on, entice Will Rhodes into using up a few overs of a spinner who's not really going to turn it and is actually quite safe to face. I don't know.
Well, your goal as a batter, Somerset batter now coming in, the last 6 wickets we've got left, your goal individually is to bat 50 balls. And if everyone does that, you save the game. I don't see how a reverse sweep and a run down the wicket fits into that.
Great bit of fielding there.
If you're having to play hard reverse sweeps to stay in and keep your wicket on a docile pitch, I think there's a big issue.
And Sam Hain there in the gully region. Me just opening up the face and trying to run Hassan Ali down to third. Yeah, completely agree. You still put the half volleys away, but you're not flashing at anything outside off stump. You don't really need to be sweeping or reverse sweeping the spinners. Ali's radar, as we've seen a little bit in this game, he switches quite quickly from a foot or 2 outside off stump to down the leg side. So maybe consistency is something he'll be looking to improve on in the next few weeks. But from Somerset's perspective, that's absolutely fine. Lammonby's got 31 to add to his 22 in the first innings. James Rue, and then on striker's end with just a 6. Big LBW shout. Is it doing too much? Hassan Ali is down on his knees. Umpire Rob Bailey, I presume, has said that's sliding down the leg side. But Tom Lammonby will have had his heart in his mouth for a second or 2 days. Coming around the wicket, it shapes in. It's boomeranging in. Yeah, it does look like it was doing too much.
Close that. But it's sliding down. Very, very close indeed.
Hassan Ali still ticking away. It's interesting you said about James Rue, isn't it? If there's one, it's amazing. What's he played? A handful of games. If there was one batter in this summer, if you said you could pick 2 batters as a partnership, short ball that didn't get up, that Lammonby evades, it doesn't miss his stumps by an awful lot, I think. If you could pick a partnership, it's probably Bancroft and Rue. If you said we need 2 people to bat 50 overs, Rue would already be one of those.
Yeah, certainly would. They're certainly up for the fight here. Warwickshire, Hassan Ali having a good word with Lammers, probably telling him how lucky he is to survive that LBW appeal.
I think the umpire must have just thought he was doing too much, because you see it swung in.
It definitely did not swang.
It swung in. Yeah, we have. You know what? I had it in my head as soon as I said it.
Nicely controlled by Lammonby. Looks like he's having a little word back. Bit of fun there, hopefully. I'm sure it's in good spirits.
He's getting involved, Lammonby. He was on the first date. Him and Chris Rushworth were getting stuck into each other a little bit as well.
I still think, yeah, it'd be interesting with the new batting coach. You know, I think these are certainly tactical, technical things that need to be addressed. I mean, it's been a consistent issue for our now not so young batters here at Somerset, that there's a flurry of boundaries and you can almost predict the wicket is about to fall. And it's so, you know, George was looking beautiful there, and he goes 4-4 or 3 4s in quite quick succession. You kind of like, no, George, no, don't get carried away, and bang, the wicket is gone. And that's why a lot of our really talented players are averaging in the 20s, and gotta push on. I think there's a tactical, technical issue that's got to be addressed. Big job for the new batting coach.
Oh, just having a look at the numbers. Lammers is a bit younger. He's only 22, but he's played 33 games now. This is 34, so that's the equivalent of more than 2 seasons. He averages just under 29, and bear in mind he had 300 in
the first 5 games, averaged 75.
Yeah, exactly. He had
so
300.
The drop has been. I mean, we've discussed that I think every county bowler that played in that COVID Bob Willis era, new batter on the circuit, they bowled as they would to most left-handers, swung the ball into him. They didn't swing it into him, they swung it into him.
They swung it into him. Don't worry, it's in my head.
And that's his bread and butter. Second season woes, they had a look at him, they analysed him, and they went away from him, and that was where the issues started. He's looking good today, no doubt about it. He's a very, very fine player. But he looks like somebody who's learning and in a sort of upward trend again, which is a good sign. Rue, I think, has been class since he's come into the team. I don't know what his numbers are, but
it's such a small sample size, but they'll be impressive.
He's a very good cricketer. I suppose it's just maybe it's me getting old. I don't know. I just think this situation. This is a tin hats on situation. Get in the trenches and have a period of 10-15 overs where you don't look to score necessarily. You're looking to just chew up time, bore the opposition, whatever it may be. And I'm seeing shot after shot after shot. A few of my old coaches here would be having gittins.
Yeah, I wonder what Brian Rose would say about the reverse sweep coming out at 70 for 4.
Well, if it led to your dismissal in that situation, I'd be walking the opposite way to the dressing room into town and trying to avoid the coach and director of cricket for a while. Another well-executed one, this time Rue employing the reverse sweep. Like I said, it's great when it's great, but at 60-odd for 4, make sure you hit it.
I guess the argument would be, well, A, had Lammonby done that, I suspect it would have made selection for next week a bit less of an issue, and had he got out. But would they argue, these young lads, that actually that is quite a high percentage shot for them? Am I being a bit fuddy-duddy about it? Is James Rue and Tom Lammonby saying, yeah, that is as easy for me as putting away a half volley?
I think last year there was a collapse that involved a top edge reverse sweep from Lammers in what I would perceive as not the right time to do it. But I suppose you've got to let it play out. Beautiful shot there. I mean, that has brought a change in the field to negate the reverse sweep. They've put the point a lot finer, and then he's dropped one short and he's hit it in front of square. So at the moment, the reverse sweep seems to be the way forward. I think the question is, again, the scenario of the game, what's required is just to bat some time. And if you perceive that is your best way of staying at the crease, I think there's a big defensive issue with the techniques and the mentalities.
Essex have won their opening game of the season. They beat Middlesex by 97 runs at Lords. So Middlesex's return to the top tier has had a difficult start, to put it mildly. They're talking of batting woes and batting collapses. I think Middlesex's top order were 4 for 4 and then 15 for 3 in the second innings. Ali puts a bouncer in to Tom Lammonby, who thought about playing the shot and did play the shot. I think he, benefit of the doubt, I think he pulls out of it just in time. But if you look at the field set, there's a deep square leg, a fine leg, a man at third who's maybe 10-15 yards off the boundary for the top edge. So you just want to be he did in the end sway out of it, but it's another one of those shots where at this stage of the game, that's what Hassan Ali wants you to do. He wants you to be playing on those balls. I mean, is the mentality, is it as simple as actually at this stage, I'm only going to play at the ball where I absolutely have to. Everything else I'm going to try and leave alone, or is that too negative?
Well, I suppose it's. I think it's about having faith in your skill. I mean, I think you play against or play with very good first-class cricketers, they'd back themselves to be pretty good at not getting out. Whereas a lot of our batters seem to have to go on the offensive to feel like they can stay at the crease, and it's a bit of a 180 from how you'd normally go about trying to save a game. Let's be honest, this is not a county cricket thing or a test cricket thing or a Bazball or anything. That's just logical thinking, isn't it? You play a lot of shots, try and hit a lot of boundaries, your chance of getting out are higher, no matter which way you look at it. It's just interesting. I think, like I said, it seems to be, Lammers in particular, very, very proactive, almost how you wanted to see Hayne back this morning straight away, and he's doing that to survive. So it's just the opposite way of playing the game. And if he stays in, then happy days. If he ends up 70 not out, then happy days. Great start to the season by Lammers. It's just...
I'd like to see that ball again. It was a good leave in the end. It's always a good leave if it doesn't hit the stumps. But Hassan Ali has got a big smile on his face. He thought that was a little bit close. He has been. We saw the LBW shot a couple of overs ago that hooped back in. I don't think it's quite as close as Hassan Ali makes out, but it's certainly with that angle and with a little bit of swing back in towards the left-hander.
Just a bit of nip as well, wasn't it? Just carried on the angle.
Yeah, and I agree. I think no one in this ground, unless they're Warwickshire fans, they'd love to see entertaining cricket. But at this stage, if you're a Somerset member, you would love it to be dull for the next couple of hours. You don't mind. You would happily not see the reverse sweep for the next 2 hours if it meant, come the end of the game, the captains were shaking hands on a draw.
And I think the batters would as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure Rue, Lammers, Bartlett, I'm pretty sure they were aware of what is required.
Oh, yeah.
But cricket is, you can talk, yourself round in circles. It's a game of execution at the end of the day. If you keep pulling off the reverse sweep, you look like a hero. If you get out trying to 80 for 4, playing a reverse sweep, trying to save a game, you look a bit of a plonker. It's purely down to execution, and I suppose if you practice it, I think that is normally the information or conversations you have with your coaches. You know what, mate, if you practice that shot and you practice it hard and you play it well in practice, that's your A game. You believe in it, absolutely fine. I just think, are you going to be a great player being a one-trick pony, only having one way of playing in all scenarios? Not convinced.
Well, those couple of boundaries in the previous over from Jacob Bethel has forced Will Rhodes into making a change. Ed Barnard is going to return from the river end. It's going to come around the wicket to Tom Lammonby, which is how he removed him in the first innings, if I recall correctly, on the stroke of lunch. It was the last ball before lunch. There is a silly mid-on and a short mid-wicket in.
Well, the good thing is, it's not dull, is it?
No, absolutely not. Never is in this job. No. Sitting up here watching first-class cricket. See, Harry Everett has positioned himself ready for to get any cake at tea time. There was controversy yesterday, Treeks. Guess who ate Polly Rhodes' cake?
I'm going to go with Sophie.
Not Sophie. Ooh. Mr. Victor Marks.
Yeah, he'd be a sneaky cake adorer. I'd have thought. He's worked for the TMS team. I mean, it was a famous thing, wasn't it, to bake a cake on a Tuesday or a second day of a test match or something. So,
poor Polly, I've heard she was fuming.
I reckon that having the thumbs up from the great Victor Marks would be a very proud moment for our beloved scorer, Polly Rhodes.
Keeper up to the stumps.
Is there nothing she doesn't do? She's made us a new flag on top of the pavilion. She's baking.
Oh, no, she wasn't making it. It was cake delivered for her.
Oh, wow, that's a different story.
By 8. There was only one slice out.
It was a stolen cake.
Yes, it was stolen cake. Yes, sorry.
What's Polly's latest in? Is it gluten this year or?
I don't know actually. I don't know. But given your lunch orders, I'm not sure you're in a place to talk. I want it simple, but I want it exactly how I want it.
Well, you've got to be specific these days, haven't you?
And you were.
Barnard bowling in a pretty good area. Run off the face of the bat, maybe the outer edge. Down to third man. Lammerby moves on to 40. Scoring at quite a lick. Maybe Somerset are trying to get a lead. Maybe they're sniffing a win. Maybe I'm completely missing the point.
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it. Interesting field, as we were saying. Keep her
I'm not
up.
sure you'd get much buy-in from the seam bowlers looking at the body language of the Somerset seam bowlers before lunch. Fancy another go, lads? Fascinating day's play.
Just about 53 overs left, 52 and 1 ball. So still more than half a day remaining in this one.
Sounds like we've had a call to change it up, so I'm going to depart and get Harry to come and join you for a bit, Sam. I'm going to go and hunt down that little bit of spare cake.
Oh, don't wind Polly Rhodes up. If she comes out of that commentary box and just sees you clutching,
I wouldn't dare. Hopefully Somerset can keep batting away. Somerset 92 for 4, 52 overs left in the day's play for Somerset to scrap through, and it looks like Chris Rushworth coming into the attack.
Thanks, Triggs. Yeah, it is Chris Rushworth coming on to replace Hassan Ali. Picked up the wicket not so long ago. Amy Matthews says, "Don't mess with my mum. Polly's daughter is straight on the comments. She'll be down here if we do read the comments. Grateful for most of them." Bit of a conversation going on between bowler, skipper. Alex Davis is involved. I think Alex Davis is the vice captain. Sam Hain as well, senior player. So they're looking to try something a little bit different, I think, Warwickshire here. This partnership just starting to build. 30 runs Lammonby and Rue have put on in relatively short order, as well as Harry Everett comes back in next to me. Looks like we're going to have a slip, a gully. Two slips, in fact. Hain and Yates in at first and second slip. James Rue on strike. He's made his way on to 14.
We haven't seen Rushworth bowl from this end much, have we? I feel like most of the game he's bowled from the river end.
Well, he's changed it up now. Oh my word. It's a short ball. Wasn't that well directed, but in exactly the same way as
it's a long
Jacob
plan,
Ethel got out this morning.
That's not, I hasten to even call it a short ball.
Well, yeah, I was trying to fight. It's not well directed. It's just
come
come
off.
off.
I don't think it's deliberate, is it?
It's come off the glove. Yeah, it's a short ball, but it wasn't well directed. It was going down the leg side. James Rue has gone to take it on. It's hit the bottom of his glove and cannon into the stump. So the change in the commentary box has not brought any luck for Warwickshire fans. For Somerset fans, Warwickshire fans will be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm getting messages from all over the place from Warwickshire fans saying how well they're doing. Even Jonathan Beverley from New York saying, hoping for a positive result for Warwickshire, which is looking far more likely as the day goes on. I mean, Rue, we thought was looking pretty good there. Solid, playing some nice shots against the spin particularly, and then that was arguably worse than the Bethel dismissal to Davey this morning for sort of innocuous deliveries and off the body or bat. And Lewis Gregory has batted 6 for a long time for Somerset, dropping down to 7 as captain, giving James Rue more of a chance in the middle, but he's got a lot of work to do here. 65 in the first innings. Scored that 89 before running himself out, coming back for 3 at Bristol against Gloucestershire last year. And they're probably the 2 biggest scores I can think of in recent years. And he now, well, it doesn't really matter how many runs he scores for Somerset. Far more important is the time he bats. How much time can he take out of this game and stop Warwickshire taking all the wickets before Somerset can muster a lead?
Well, time and again, they've seen it. A few Bears fans, David Kennedy, who has the Bear and Ragged Staff as his is it emoji? What do you call it? His picture on YouTube. Come on, you bears. James Stevens, a couple of bear emojis. Those are emojis. Don't like to sound like broken records, but Somerset have work to do here. Keeper up to the stumps. And Lewis Gregory new to the crease. Not going to allow him any time to settle. No chance to use those seats. Seats? Feet.
Seats on his feet. If you put it sliding around, I reckon, if you had one of these. One of the old Somerset stands, seats on his feet.
Profile picture, that's it. Thanks, Birchwood Vampire. That's what I meant. I was thinking, I had the word avatar in my head, but that's kind of a virtual reality. Anyway, I'll move away from that and back to Rushworth, I think. Opens the face, picks up 4 runs because there is no fielder down at third. Couple of slips in. Lewis Gregory just guides that one back of a length down to the boundary. Kept a little bit low. Gregory just stood. He played it only half a yard or so off the ground. 96 for 5 now, Somerset. So that lead is down to just a dozen runs. Another dozen runs, and Warwickshire would at least have to strap the pads on and make something.
Yeah, what can they chase tonight? Will be interesting.
The thing is, Harry, these days you'd back themselves to.
Yeah.
The light isn't great. It's the worst day probably in terms of when you want a late finish. Today is the worst day for it.
5 more wickets. Tom Lammonby, a bit of a lone vigil so far.
And the beauty, as we discussed, is that Jack Leach comes in at 11 for Somerset, so they would have to earn 10 wickets, Warwickshire.
They will, but then did they earn that James Root dismissal?
Well, yeah, that is true.
I mean, Rushworth deserved it for his good new ball bowling yesterday and the day before, but I don't know if he deserved that wicket with that ball. Did he earn it? You can get wickets with rubbish deliveries. We know that in cricket. That's part of the game. That's why we love it, partly. That was arguably a better delivery, and there's an inside edge for. Could have been 2. Surprised Gary didn't come back for the second.
Yeah, it's interesting. They just moved the fielder down to third, plugged that gap, and then Rushworth got his line slightly wrong, it looked like there. Intriguing game up at Old Trafford, H. So Lancs, it was a big total. Was it 440 odd they required to
Ben
win?
Folkes 100, wasn't it, for Surrey, setting up in the second innings?
So they looked to be dominant. Lancashire need 276 or 45.5 overs, which 5 or 6 years ago you'd have said no chance, but they're only 2 down. 168 for 2, Lancashire are. Josh Bohannon, who was for a long time before it was him or Harry Brook as the next person into the England side. He's got 66. Stephen Croft's got 23. Dane Villas still to come. Colin de Grandhomme. It could be an interesting finish. Rushworth comes into the left-handed Lammonby, who's solid in defence.
Yeah, the 2 quality openers for Lancashire went quite quick succession as well. Wells and Jennings went one after the other, really. Thought, oh, sorry, could wrap this up quickly, but 2 very good sides. I expect them to be right up there.
And there's a little bit of a game next to a game going on. I remember many years playing cricket in the car parks.
You mentioned Little. Was that a signature bat they're using? Was it a I can't even tell. I get my binos. Where's my binos? Have you been nicking my? Fix my binos.
I haven't been nicking them, mate. I think that's where you've left them. Yeah, it does look like it's a water bottle, actually, or some kind of.
To be fair, on the outfit at the Basin Reserve 2 months ago in glorious sunshine before Jimmy Anderson played that tickle down the leg side, I was trying to bat with a water bottle and struggling, I'll admit. Yeah, he's lovely straight drive with a water bottle. Did enjoy that time when was it I think were you involved? Definitely myself and Charlie Taylor were commentating on the backyard car park game of cricket going on. Yeah, One Day Cup last August, I think that was. As Mark Robinson goes a little wander, former England women's coach, now up at Warwickshire.
World Cup winning England women's coach as well, wasn't he?
Absolutely. Solid from Lewis Gregory there. Punch, push drive. No getting through there.
He does make batting look easy, doesn't he, sometimes?
He does. But so did George Bartlett and got out. Colonel Cadmore's made it look fairly easy and got out. Long way to go, you could say. It might not be as long as we think. You never know with cricket. That's a beauty from Ed Barnard. Come into Lewis Gregory, and from a Warwickshire point of view, I really do like Burgess standing up to the stumps, putting that pressure back on the batters. One slip still in place. Gregory defending. Yeah, just Rob Yates. But you don't really need any other slip fielders, and Rob Yates has been prolific in the slips. Dixon in the second innings, but 4 catches in the first. Sam Hain did join in on the act. Kola Cabell caught a second.
He did stick at least 1, if not 2 down, though, didn't he, in the first innings? The first one was that Michael Burgess
Bit
one.
tough, I
But
thought.
then I think he put quite an easy one down. As in Michael Burgess tipped it round the post, jumped in front of him.
Yes, I was going to say that's a bit harsh.
It was off Rushworth. It was Dixon, wasn't it?
I wasn't holding that against him, to be honest with you.
But then he did drop one a little bit later on. I'm trying to think against who.
I've been quite impressed. You don't often see such a young man in the slips. Normally they make a young opening bat charge around like Tom Lambie would be.
Yeah, but
On the
I
outfield.
think you touched on it earlier. You intrigued, didn't you? Those days have got. Now it's not about seniority. It's about who's best in each position.
Which is sensible. Yeah, don't disagree with that.
Professional sport.
Yeah.
It's not a club game.
Barnard, former Worcester man, bit shorter. He's not slow, Ed Barnard, for a medium pacer, first chain kind of bowler who, scored championship hundreds. He's one of those bowlers who is probably quicker than you'd expect him to be. Skiddy, gets up on you.
He's a bit more side on, isn't he, than someone like Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. You can see when he's been bowling alongside one of those two that he does have a little bit of extra pace. Not quite a Hassan Ali sharp, but I'd be surprised if he's not pushing into the low 80s.
Gregory does get a single through the offside. Bit of a misfield by Skipper Rose at extra cover. Only going to be 1. Interesting how Hassan Ali is always third man fine leg when he's bowling. Rushworth's not. I talked about it earlier. I think it's partly to do with the right hand, left hand. Lammonby being left-handed, you'd have to do a lot of running for third man fine leg. And Hassan Ali's a little bit younger, a little bit fitter than Chris Rushworth. Where's Barnard going to go? Barnard's not bowling. Is he going out to square leg? Lost him. No, he's going to point. So yeah, it's not.
He's been at point most of the game.
Took that good catch
Barnard.
off Dixon, didn't he?
Yeah, because he was quite close in there as well. Rushworth to continue then. He'll be flanked by Ollie Hannon Dolby at mid-on, Hassan Ali at mid-off. Couple of slips in. It's Rob Yates and Sam Hain, as they have been for the majority of this game. Yorkshire. God, what did I say the other week? I said Yorkshire actually on day 1. Warwickshire. Plenty of reason to attack. It's the outside edge there. Gregory plays down the inside of it.
Lots of chat. Very busy Easter Sunday on the YouTube live chat. I'm sorry, the request to chat about Bairstow back in the testing, we've done that. We've done that to a death, I think. We've talked about that so many times with Crawley and folks. I think we'll pass on this one this time. Much talked about, though it is. Plenty of chat about Somerset's struggles.
Onto the back foot and defending resolutely. Yeah, if there's one player in this game that looks set or looks able to push on to international honours, it's Sam Hain, isn't it?
Yep. I thought you were going to try and make some pun on able then.
Oh, he's not in this game though, is he?
No, I thought you were going to say has looked as able or something you were going to say.
Ah, I see.
Because he's being missed, but
I'm not as quick as UH. Yeah, Sam Hain, very impressive. Will his time come this summer? You fear if it doesn't come this summer, it might never come.
I don't think it will. He's a 4-5 bat, and England have an abundance of 4-5-6 bats. Stokes, Wokes, if he ever plays, will be more of a 7. Folkes more of a 7, but you think Stokes, Brooks, Root, really Bairstow, they all want to bat 4-5-6. Sam Hain's not going to bat top 3. It's the top 3 where there's options.
Yeah.
Really, Pope would probably bat 4 or 5 if he had a chance. He's been almost shoehorned into bat 3. A couple of times open, he's wicket kept, he's been around and about, but
solid in defence again, Gregory. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Will Rhodes comes in at 3 for Warwickshire, and you just wondered if someone like Sam Hain might have said to a skipper, look, I'm the leading run scorer for the last couple of years. There's what I want to play international cricket. There's the spot. I'll come in first drop.
I think that would have been wise if he had said that or had the option to say it. I don't know. We don't know. We're not privy to these conversations. But
He's always got the option to say it, I guess.
you can try, but also if something ain't broke, don't try and fix it. You know, Joe Root loved batting at 4. When he's moved around, he's not done quite as well.
He's missed everything there, I think, or has it come off the pads?
A little bit of body, I think. Might even have been shirt leg buys, I reckon.
Michael, but yeah, well, the fact it didn't raise. No, it's given us buys.
Buys, has he? Okay.
It just looked like the umpire was going to signal leg buys there, didn't it?
Yeah, I
for a
thought there was a
second?
bit of something on the way through.
I think Burgess maybe got a hand to it, which is
Okay.
why it didn't fly all the way down to the final leg boundary.
And I feel like it's a bit of a West Country thing to perform way better in the second innings than the first innings. Gloucestershire, pretty paltry, 165 in the first innings, and then well past 500 in the second.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren with 100.
Yeah.
Nice to see that because he missed a good chunk of last year, didn't he, for various reasons.
It's odd, isn't it, how Somerset and Gloucestershire just don't seem to like getting back bonus points.
Good line of length to finish there from Rushworth. So Somerset 99 for 5 here, 24 overs of their second innings gone. They trail Warwickshire by 9 runs. There's still 49 overs remaining in today's play. Day 4, this opening round of the LV Insurance County Championship. Sam Dalling and Harry Everett on commentary at the moment. Pete Trigo as well has been with us most of the week. Really enjoyed listening in to Vic Mark, Stephen Lamb and Sophie Luff yesterday as well. I almost enjoy listening to others commentate more than doing it myself, and particularly Vic. What a privilege to listen to someone like Vic. I was so disappointed day 1 was rained off for that reason.
Just go carefully, have a slice of cake or Sam. We're never going to let him live that down.
I know. I can imagine he was so apologetic as well.
No, he was just giggling about it.
Was he?
We were giving him so much stick about it. So Barnard continuing from the river end, the Lawley and Botham stand end. Nice back foot punch from. It almost looks like he's got a wand in his hand, Lewis Gregory, when he times it through the covers. Back foot punch, even a defensive shot. It makes the bat look so light. I've always thought, I don't quite know how to describe it. James Hildyth always has had so much time to bat. Talk about Steve Davies V. There's something characteristic about each batter. Lewis Gregory for me just looks like he's batting with something so light. His hands just manipulate and move effortlessly and quickly.
Yeah, there is something effortless about it, isn't it? It's almost like, do you remember the old computer games?
Like stick cricket.
No, but the ones that got slightly better. Cricket has never been done.
Brian Lara cricket?
No, we're talking kind of EA Sports cricket, those
Okay.
kind of games. Cricket 2004 or something like that. Cricket has never been done in the same way that football has. But the batters played these shots in such like it was kind of,
Lewis Gregory.
yeah, it just looked like Lewis Gregory. You could have put him in there. It was just
should tell him
perfectly
that.
correct. Xander De Bruyne was another one.
That looked a bit quicker, a bit of an away swing, I reckon, from Barnard there. Good take from Burgess, stood up to the stumps. I'm very impressed with Burgess's glove work, other than that one that you did mention earlier, that harsh first innings chance. Potentially should have gone across to Yates a bit more. It was a sort of keeper and a half chance.
No, Burgess put down an absolute sitter. I agree he's a good keeper, but there was one off. Was it off Hassan Ali?
In the first innings, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was more saying I've been impressed with him this innings.
Oh right,
He
sorry.
didn't stand up much in the first innings, mostly stood back.
The pitch has slowed up a bit, isn't it?
Solid from Gregory.
It puts real pressure as well, doesn't it, on Somerset batters. Wickets tumbling, they're in earlier than they wanted to be, and actually what they want to do to bowlers like Hammond Dolby and Rushworth is use their feet. So as soon as the keeper's up, it just traps them.
Yeah, it reminds me of talking to Annie Chave earlier about erratics playing upline a week today, and the medium pace is on a doubling green wicket. Is Lewis Gregory spread out? There's going to be a single here. I had a bit of a mix up there with Lammerby and Gregory was there trying to work out whether they're going to run or not. It was an easy single.
How about this? Sorry, I'm taking us back to where we just were, but Richard Hingston has just popped up on the chat. Say, my claim to fame is I'm the stadium announcer on Ashes Cricket 2019. How about that, Richard? We want to hear more about that.
Yeah, can we?
Absolutely.
We can't do voice memos
I
on
know.
YouTube chats, can we? I'd love him to say that out loud.
If you're ever in the ground, Richard, let us know, because I would be interested in picking
That's
the brains.
cool,
Perhaps
yeah.
even on air, we could get you to do some of the announcements. on air.
Well, that could have Spencer Bishop's job. Spencer
Yeah.
Bishop, the new PA announcer yesterday.
How did that come about, Richard?
That is cool. Barnard now to the left hand of Tom Lammonby as we get distracted as Easter Sunday afternoon rolls on. No ball. Ed Barnard will bowl that one again.
Just see Polly Rhodes straight onto that desk lamp she has. You'd think it would be all high-tech these days, but
Yeah.
no, it's just a bedside light that Polly clicks on and
I
off
wonder
a
if
couple
that's
of
her
times.
bedside light or if the club provided that. Is it brand new? Has it always lived in the scoreboard?
It doesn't look brand new to
No.
me.
Well, it might have been brand new from a charity shop.
Yeah, it's true.
Or from one of those bric-a-brac stores. Shot by Tom Lammonby. No run. Cover is there to stop that, and Lammonby's furious.
He missed out on that one, didn't
Oh,
he?
interesting here that the water is coming on from a different angle. Normally it comes on from the sort of dugout side, the Candy Cannock Pavilion, but
It looks more like an energy gel to me.
Yeah,
I
it
think.
is actually energy. Yeah, not water. Hannon Dalby getting a bit of those things cyclists have. Meanwhile, Bethel's going off the field. Have we seen the subfielder come on? It's all systems go here between overs.
Is it Brooks would have come on? He was coming on in the first inning.
Ethan Brooks was coming on in the first innings, yes, but Henry Brooks is also on the scorecard.
Is he?
so-
There's three of them, isn't there? There's one that I don't think is contracted anymore.
Yeah, doesn't get in the Warwickshire squads, but Henry and Ethan, both talented, exciting young players.
Speaking of talented, but maybe not so young, Chris Rushworth has the ball in his hand, in excess of 600 first-class wickets to his name. Lewis Gregory is solid in defence. There are a couple of slips in, still Sam Hain and Rob Yates at first and second. Well, in fact, it's the other way around. And Ollie Hannon Dalby is going through what I'd like to describe as quite a rigorous warm-up routine.
Rigorous, I'd have thought.
Richard Hingston says he is local. He was involved in the forums when the developers were active, did an audition and was picked up. How about that?
Imagine auditioning for that kind of gig.
Lovely, lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. That is exactly the kind of shot I'm talking about, straight out of a cricket computer game. Just stands there, holds his shape, punch through the covers for more to the total. And Somerset just creeping in on making Warwickshire bat again. That lead is down to just the 2 runs. Lovely shot there. Wonder what you had to say. Did you have to leave a voice note? Did you have to do a kind of video?
Well, there wouldn't have been voice notes back then, I wouldn't have thought.
Was it a live audition then? Did you have to go in and kind of
We need details.
get on a stage? Yeah. You can tell we're interested, Richard. Probably be leg buys that, unless there was a little bit of bat on it. No, I think it was going to be signalled leg buys, just a single.
Just looking at some of the other scores again. Excited to see Ben Compton back in the runs. 50 for that man. Rejected from Notts, really, wasn't he?
Yeah, I've seen some pieces say
Kent.
he's the wrong Kent opener in the England side.
Yeah, many of pieces mentioned that. It's sadly, it's just the Bazball factor. I think pre-Bazball, you'd have to have picked him. But then last summer, before McCullum and Stokes started their partnership, Compton was overlooked.
Yeah,
early
but
in
they
the summer.
started at the beginning of the summer, didn't they?
Alex Lees. Sorry?
But
No,
he hadn't.
aren't we?
But he needed to wait. It's a year and a half he needed to score runs for, really.
Yeah, I think it was
Rush
more he hadn't scored them for long enough, consistently enough.
around the wicket, pulled, always in control of that Lammonby. Picks up a single. That means, by my math, the scores are level. So Warwickshire, as it stands, if they took 5 wickets in 5 balls without Somerset adding a run, they would at least have to go out and score 1. So Somerset have passed that milestone. They would have liked to have a few more batters left to come.
Yeah, 108 for 5 is not what you'd expect to be the score at the draw level stage.
Pushed into the covers. So a long audio file we had to send in. Script, very long script, emphasis on certain words because they splice things together. And that's it. Do you remember the old Brian Lara cricket where it would just splice together the wrong phrase? It'd be like, and in the air, and safe, and out.
Was this when you didn't have the rights and you couldn't say Gorton Gambier, for example, so it'd be blurring of his name? Didn't have the right.
I think AAA did, probably Ashes 2019. Brian Lara cricket, I can't remember if they had the names or not.
So yeah, Ashes Cricket 19 isn't that long ago. I'm thinking Richard Hingston's talking about a game ages ago.
Solid in defence. But it was stuff like, yeah, you'd hear the player's name and it would be like, steaming in once more. So you could hear the emphasis. You could hear where it was. Yeah, Jack Leach, steaming in once more. It's in the air, and there's a fielder underneath it.
And it's 4 runs along the carpet. One of those.
It was Big Ant, sorry. So apparently Big Ant had Ashes Cricket, not EA. Lara did as well, Agnew and Boycott. Yes, it's those voices I remember.
Andrew Flantiff, yeah, that baby lad.
Yes, I remember Flantiff.
Sure, it was Gautam Gomba or something. I remember. Maybe not in the Ashes one, but it might have been Brian Lara.
108 for 5. It looks like another change of bowling.
Yeah, Hannah Dolby got his energy gels. He's pumped up, and this change of end makes sense from Warwickshire, really. We've seen pretty much exclusively all week, all that I can remember, I haven't been here every day, has been Oliver, Hannah Dolby at our end, they've just got the pavilion end, and Rushworth from the river end. But this last hour, we've seen a little switcheroo. They've swapped it over. Hassan Ali allowed to field in the ring briefly, and mid-on, receiving some warm-ups from Hannah Dolby. Be interesting to work out how many warm-up balls the average bowler bowls, because that was a lot there. From Hannah Dolby's Hassan Ali, I reckon that was 4 straight off the bounce. Normally you see 1 or 2 and they just crack on, because it wasn't that long ago from when he actually bowled in earnest. But he wants to loosen himself up. Now we're ready to go. They're not worried about their over rate. They were actually there. +1 currently, and Lammonby tickles his first ball to leg side for 1. Gregory was worried yesterday for Somerset. Maybe why he bowled George Bartlett, maybe well, definitely why he was sprinting back to his mark between balls. But somehow Warwickshire have kept theirs afloat above water with an over rate of 1. It's going to be an interesting afternoon here now. 5 wickets required. Whether they shake hands at 10 to 5 or not now, because say Warwickshire have to get the 5 wickets and then knock off 150, they need a couple of hours for that.
Yeah.
Do they give themselves every chance?
No, I can't see them shaking hands for a while. Obviously not until 5, but...
Oh yeah, 450 is the earliest they possibly could, because they're 10 over innings change, but then we wouldn't have a 10 over innings change, now they're in the lead, so we'll be back to 5 o'clock.
Yeah, but the thing is, Somerset aren't going to get 150 in the lead by 5 o'clock. There's no chance. There's only an hour and 15 minutes play or something. So, Warwickshire will still, even if it's 10 and over, even if they need 100 off 10 overs, Somerset really, another 35 overs takes us to 12 overs remaining, and you lose 2 overs. So even if Warwickshire needed 100 off 10 overs, they would fancy going out and having a go at that, surely, if the light allows.
I agree with you, but I don't think the light will allow. I don't think we're going to see 47 overs. Well, I don't think we're going to see 45 overs. It's been a grey day as it is. To play to 7 o'clock in April on a grey overcast day is asking a lot.
It's on these two, isn't it? Because if one of these goes, then all right, Somerset strong batting down the order. But you still got you're still into your bowlers who bat. Craig Overton and Josh Davey would make a case for being an all-rounder.
But I still think Will Rose would rather bowl Hannon Dolby, Rushworth, Barnard and Ali than these spinners. In that case, the over rate's not going to get any better, really.
2 fielders in at close cover and a short mid-wicket.
And Gregory still tries to hit it between them. Bit of chalk required on his cue.
I think just given what's happened today, why would Warwickshire want to shake out for the sake of an extra hour for that chance? Yeah, particularly if they've got them 6 down.
I mean, they waited around here Thursday. They had the bonus Thursday and Friday morning, so
they will fancy this. And that, we were talking earlier about them giving Somerset's fielders potentially giving Sam Hain a bit of stick for his strike rate. The Warwickshire players will be in the ears.
Lovely back foot punch from Gregory stopped at that short extra cover.
You just see Sam Hain and the skipper Will Rhodes, isn't it? Just chuckling away in there. They'll be having a couple of words.
They're also trying to keep their hands warm. They've both got big long jumps. They're now swapping over. What difference is that going to make? Right. I just think, I suppose the extra cover is going to get the ball slightly harder than the square cover, but we're talking 2 yards, isn't it?
And I wonder if it's just about breaking Gregory's
just
concentration.
Something different. Bethel's back on the pitch and now down at third, so I reckon Bethel's going to have a bowl.
27 overs gone, 109 for 5. Yeah, I think you just do whatever you can within the laws and within gamesmanship. If you're just, for want of a better word, gooning around in the covers, you do whatever. You just might distract him. If those two are laughing, smiling away, chatting to Michael Burgess, they're swapping, so Gregory is, rather than getting himself set, clearing his mind for the next ball, he's watching the field and those two are just swapping over, then you never know. It might just bring a lapse of concentration.
We should have mentioned Rinku Singh hitting 5 consecutive sixes in the IPL. We don't normally.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a rare feat.
A bit disappointing, really. Either do 6 or... Rushworth around the wicket. Oh, bottom edge, I think, from Tom Lammonby. He went to pull that from way outside off stump, and just the way he replayed that shot, just leave that alone. At this stage in the game, I know he's on 44 and he is batting beautifully, but there's no reason to pull that ball. That is 2 yards outside off stump. It's very difficult to be in control of that shot.
Didn't want to cut you off mid-ball, but I should say that those 5 sixes were to win the game, so we didn't have the chance to hit the 6th.
That's better from Lammonby. He had to play at that one because it was a better directed short ball. And he's just rocked onto it, moves on to 45. Yeah, okay, fair.
Yeah, 28 off 5, and you do it in style. That's not bad, is it? Not that Tom Lammonby will be worrying anything about that.
Was there a ball left in the over as well?
28 off 5 needed. No, I think he needed 28 off the last over and then did it in 5 balls with a ball to spare.
Sorry, wow. Yeah. Fair play to... I mean, you can't knock the quality of that competition.
No, when he's batting ahead of Sunil Narayan, who opens sometimes and goes down to number 9, you think, that's some depth.
Leicestershire up at Yorkshire. They need 200 to win. They're 189 for 2. Patel 75, Ackerman 62, partnership of 101 off 149 balls, which suggests it's interesting, isn't it, how the mindset has changed, particularly our Baz ball in the last couple of years, as this time we see those 2 fielders at short extra cover.
2 Bezzy mates, I almost think. Hayne and Rose have been there for years, batting at 3 and 4,
yeah.
Fielding a yard from each other.
Obviously a ploy, something like Gregory. You look at that now and think, well, what is it? It's not quite tea, and they basically need 200 runs in a little over a session, and you think that's doable. It's still unlikely, but it's certainly something that they might fancy having a go at. Worcestershire need 57 off 37 overs with 9 wickets remaining, so that looks far more doable for them. It's Rushworth, Fuller, and it's Druin. Was that a drop catch? It was certainly in the air. I'm just not quite sure if it was a bump ball. There's a little bit of disappointment from the fielders.
That sort of hat twizzle, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'm not sure if that wasn't a drop catch. We've got a slow motion replay. It was Fuller. It was inviting that drive, which is what the field is set for. Gregory drives that. Yeah, I think that is a drop catch, and it's certainly not a bump ball from that angle. It would have been an absolute screamer. It's one-handed, and I just think from the reaction, Will Rhodes... I've got to say Will Rhodes has put that down, but that feels very harsh. Gregory survives.
It's one of those, he'd almost been better off palming up to his mate. To benefit so much from your mate literally a yard away.
There's Chris Rushworth just having a quick word with Lewis Gregory as well. And he's got away. What a ploy that almost was from Will Rhodes.
Imagine if Lewis Deploy had that. Sorry, I couldn't quite resist. Imagine if that was Lewis Deploy's ploy. You Derbyshire captain.
Elias Deploy.
Yeah, I never know how to say it quite correctly. It's definitely a ploy.
End of the over. It was a good one from Rushworth, but it could have been so much better. Lewis Gregory gets a lifeline on 11. Jake Libby, 74 not out. He's been a consistent run scorer for a couple of years now since he moved down there. And nice to see a familiar name as well. Unbeaten on 51, Azhar Ali.
Well, both really familiar to this area. I mean, Jake could have been playing at Taunton Vale with his Cornwall boys, with his county mates. On Friday.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that's one that the Somerset youth system missed. Yeah, maybe it was just before the links with Cornwall and Devon really grew.
Yeah. I think Javid's been playing for Cornwall last couple of years with some interesting names have gone down and played in the both southwesterly county. Yeah, it's Hunandol. It continues. blockathon is not quite accurate, but it's getting that way. The last couple of overs have just become a bit more defensive from Lammonby and Gregory. There's no slight on them. They've got a job to do. And Hannon Derby bowls accurate areas, doesn't he? He doesn't give it away to allow you to play many shots. Probably a compliment in the latest comment, as Lammonby is basically complimented by a Bears fan. As a Bears fan, Lammers is so frustrating to watch. Well, that's his job. That's what he's trying to do. It's like Dean Elgar, I always think. I'm not really comparing Lammonby to Dean Elgar, but they are both left-handed openers. But Dean Elgar frustrates the opposition so much. He never looks aesthetically pleasing. He hangs in there, works really hard, digs in. Like a true South African, he's got grit and determination, gets hit and just carries on. A bit of that about Tom Lammonby today. There's no express pace that's going to hit him and hurt him, but hanging in there. Another former Somerset man, of course, Dean Elgar.
Very popular member of the dressing room here, wasn't he, in his spells?
Yeah, I've always followed his career since. I thought he's... Well, I'll always remember that Van der Merwe knock. You forget Dean Elgar's part in it. The Van der Merwe one-day cap knock against Surrey. Was it 42 for 7? And he scored a ridiculous knock to carry Somerset to the most unlikeliest of victories. Dean Elgar stayed with him. Good footwork from Sam Hain. Yeah, Van der Merwe recently signing for Callington Cricket Club along with Samit Patel. That's two pretty big names to have in Cornish club cricket. They won't play together, I wouldn't have thought. Another commitment.
Lovely bit of footwork there. Just seeing on the replay from Sam Hain, that was beautiful.
Great delivery that from Hannon Derby. Excited, stifled appeals. It's just missed everything. Good take from Burgess. I spot Dan Cooper, the Easter Bunny, going into the press box with a few Cadbury cream egg deliveries.
He can't hear you, H. He's not in it.
Look at Andrew's face and Ben's shocked in the
Oh,
seats.
Don't let Andrew anywhere near chocolate. We had the debacle with him and the cake last year.
He's
all
not
over his
listening.
jeans. He's not listening.
The camera operators might get a bit distracted with the gooey centre of a cream egg.
Look at Ben Warren. He's really
Straight
tucking
there.
into that one nicely. Don't let Andrew near chocolate, Ben. We had the jean debacle last year.
Here he is. Oh,
Look at
Dan Cooper, what a man.
Oh, there's only one left, Harry.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much. What a bloke. Sorry, distracted by cream eggs. They're now going to look at this field, Sam. Stop talking about chocolate.
Wow.
This is cricket. Extra cover, extra cover, extra cover, extra cover. Catch mid wicket, catch mid wicket. I've got no idea why this ball particularly. It's not the last over the day. It's not the last over the session. It's not the last ball of anything. I love that. I absolutely love the game of cricket. How quirky was that? We're distracted by Easter eggs in the commentary box. And out of nowhere, Hannon Derby and Will Rose just decide to go, well, just ridiculously attacking, and why not, eh?
And you see Sam Hain just in the ear of Lewis Gregory, and they're chatting to each other, and that is just that little bit of distraction. These two have concentrated really hard, Gregory, since he went out there. There's barely been a loose shot other than that drive that was put down.
They're trying everything, aren't they, Warwickshire?
Yeah.
And I applaud
You've
that
got
massively.
to. I say, just those little things. He just might take Gregory out of the mindset he wants to be in just for a couple of seconds. Back to more orthodox field. There's a slip in, there's a short mid wicket and a short cover. As Rushworth bowls a short one at Tom Lammonby.
Boring field setting, isn't it?
Well, I wonder if they're actually, what they're quite happy to do is let Lammonby rotate the strike. They're playing that, they're bowling that short ball that he can just rock onto the back foot to, take a single, and then attacking Gregory a little bit more. Keep her up to the stumps for Gregory. Will Rhodes is at short mid wicket. Sam Hain is at short extra cover, and he is being joined by another fielder. I think it might be, is it Ed Barnard or Dan Mousley? I can see a 0, I can't see if it's a 3 or an 8. Rushworth in. Gregory flicks it to the leg side.
I really like this from Warwickshire, from Will Rhodes. So many captains at this stage of the day sort of look like they give up or they're running out of ideas. What can we do? You know, the game's petering away from us. Lamberby and Gregory are digging and batting well. But Warwickshire aren't going to give up here. Like I say, it doesn't look like they're going to be the type to shake hands early, because Will Rhodes is going to throw the kitchen sink at this game and try and get an unlikely victory from it. Remember the first day and an hour? Yeah, day and an hour was washed out. Here's Mousley. Good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, onto the back foot again. Gregory just wanders away towards square leg. I think that's what you want. I think he needs to stay in his own zone. Keep away from all those distractions out there, because there are a lot of them. There's a lot of talking. There's field changes every other ball.
Talking of distractions, Jack Brooks has just come out of the Con Atkinson Pavilion. Don't know why. Just come out for a little sprint. Why not? He's going to do a bit of warming up to go on at tea. That's what it is. I reckon he's going to have a bowl at tea time on the grass.
Well, yeah, so few overs in those legs.
Not involved in the playing 11.
Rushworth in. Let's try the Yorker, and actually with the keeper back, Gregory is able to use those feet. Just changing it up again.
That is one thing I'm missing this year. You're not going to guess what I'm going to say here.
Yeah, I am.
Go on.
One thing you're missing.
At tea time, Jack Brooks bowling.
Yeah, Steve Kirby on the mitt.
Yes, very good.
Of course we are.
Very good.
Steve
no
Kirby.
shin pads.
Tell you what, fair play to him. Zimbabwe bowling coach. So
Yeah.
you would say a step up. Test bowling coach. It would not have been based on his mitting ability.
Is mitting a verb?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll give you that.
To mitt.
Well, I saw yesterday Steve Kirby was replaced by a net. Didn't even bother to mitt.
Was
Just
he?
had a net right behind the stumps.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, it was a bouncer, a vicious bouncer from Chris Rushworth that causes Lewis Gregory to duck underneath it and almost get hit by it when it's on its way down.
That was a vicious slower ball.
Wow.
Slower ball bouncer. I mean, it worked for James Rue. Why not try it again? They all have a little chuckle.
Have a look there. Wow, Rushworth, that is nearly by his toes.
It's nearly at the stumps.
Gregory
It's nearly at
swayed
the
twice at that. If you look at Gregory, he gets his head out of the way. I almost wonder if Gregory puts his head back in the way just in case it's going to hit the stumps. I don't know if we can have another look at that replay.
Can we have a slow-mo, please?
Maybe I'm overthinking it. Perhaps after this ball, because Gregory sways and then sways back in.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, good point, actually. It was so slow over his head.
Sways and gets hit on that one. Again, it hasn't got up, but Gregory dropped his arms and it hit his arms. End of the over. 30 overs gone.
Look at that hit.
Let's have a look at this one. Is this the previous one? Slow. There's the head. Bang. Back. Is he ducking out of it?
I
or is
think
he
he's ducking out of it. Followed him. It almost looks like he goes to header it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Back of the net, Shearer-esque. But he's then nearly kicked his stumps with his leg going back. He suddenly panics at how slowly it's going over. Oh, we are going to see a change of bowling. Rob Yates, brilliant. I love seeing a part-timer come on to bowl, Sam. Opening bat, left-hander, and we're going to see some right-arm spin from Rob Yates. Has bowled before in the county championship. I think this is a sensible move. This might be a last over before a tea job. Pete Chigo's just text asking when tea is. Yeah, 3:40 is a scheduled tea time, so this should be the last over. Not the 32 over thing on the final day here today. Decent start from Rob Yates. I can't remember when I've seen him bowl before, and I think he might have taken a wicket when I was up at Edgbaston. Lammerby is on strike, the left-hander. He has 6 first-class wickets, Rob Yates. Quicker, flatter one, driven into leg stump. Yeah, 2 for 54 is best bowling figures. An average of 52 is, you know.
What I don't want to see, Triggs is back in the back of the box. What I did not want to see is a reverse sweep here from the off-spinner. Last over before tea. We think it's the last over.
Quick, hide your cream eggs.
I think it's time on the last day.
Yeah, speared in at leg stump. Dot ball. So Rob Yates, why has he not bowled before? It's slightly intrigued me. Jacob Bethel's not bowled loads of overs. He is slightly better a bowler. Mousley we've not seen either. Yates a little bit short of that time. Nailed the pull shot really at Davies. Good fielding.
Oh, I think the answer to that is that they haven't needed him. They had Somerset 5 down for 70 odd. They've got 4 frontline seamers, Rhodes and Bethel. So Yates is the 7th bowler at best. Well, he is the 7th bowler.
good bit of fielding at cover. That's two, well, crunching, I suppose. Lambert's hit those two quite hard. They're a couple of yards either side. It's probably 4 runs, so he's probably annoyed. He could have got 8 off the last 2 balls and ended up with 0. And he's only 4 away from his half century here, Tom Lamberby.
Will Rhodes' captaincy has been impressive.
Yes, I think this is
in this second innings.
I like the dangling of the carrot, the over before tee when Lamberby's on 46 is sensible as well. That's a better line and length. Frustrated now. Tom Lamberby has to go to tee. 46 not out, and really he could have crunched at least 2 of them. Could have been crunched to the boundary. So Somerset end 112 for 5 at tea time. Warwickshire dominated the session again. Robbie Yates with that last over before tee was a maiden. Bit of a licorice all sorts maiden. But yeah, Jack Brooks will come onto the outfield and have a little bowl at tea time. We'll be back in about 18 minutes to talk you through the final couple of hours before close of play.
Sunday with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available during the tea interval for you. At Straggler's Coffee House, the Salt and Malt Fish and Chip Bar in the Lord Botham stand, along with the Botham Bar also in the Lord Botham stand, and the County Room Bar is open for members only. Each concession fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground. We would ask our members and supporters to please use the new recycling bins, which are situated around the ground. Please can you dispose of your waste correctly. We have bins for general waste, paper, cans and plastic. There are also bins for cups near our concessions. Thank you. To bring you up to date from scorelines from elsewhere, the result in the LB County Championship Division 1, Essex beating Middlesex by 97 runs at Lords. Middlesex were bowled out for 210 in their second innings. Tea at Canterbury, Kent need a further 69 runs to beat Northamptonshire. They are 158 for 3 in their second innings. Lancashire taking on Surrey at Emirates Old Trafford. At tea there, Lancashire need a further 248 runs to win. They are 196 for 2 in their second innings. Moving into Division 2, Worcestershire just require a further 36 runs to beat Derbyshire. They are 156 for 2 in their second innings. Tea in Cardiff, Glamorgan 38 for 3, still needing a further 293 runs to beat Gloucestershire, who declared on 569 for 7. A result from earlier, Sussex beating Durham by 2 wickets. Sussex 232 for 8 at Hove, winning by just 2 wickets. And tea in the match between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 203 for 3, needing a further 186 runs to beat Yorkshire, who earlier declared on 286 for 8. lunch, Somerset were 1-for-1, trailing by 107 runs. Wickets to fall so far. Sean Dixon, Court Yates bowled Hannon Dolby without scoring of 3 deliveries. Cameron Bancroft, LBW to Oliver Hannon Dolby without scoring of 9 deliveries. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Court Hayne, Bob Rushworth for 15 of 20. George Bartlett was bowled by Hassan Ali for 20 of 24 balls. And James Rue was bowled by Rushworth for 14 of 12 deliveries. Tom Lammonby is 46 not out from 76 balls, including 6 fours. And Lewis Gregory is unbeaten on 12 from 43 deliveries, including 2 boundaries. Somerset 112 for 5. There have been 5 extras so far. 2 byes, 1 leg bye and 2 no balls. Bowling figures for Warwickshire, Chris Rushworth 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Oliver Hannon Dolby 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 14 runs. Hassan Ali 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Ed Barnard 5 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 20. Jacob Bethel 2 overs, 0 for 14. And Robert Yates just 1 over, 1 maiden, no wickets. back out into the middle for the final session on day 4, and our umpires Alex Hall and Rob Bailey. Led out by their captain Will Rhodes, our visitors Warwickshire.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we've got a possibility of a result. Multiple different results are just about still on the cards. Somerset trying to bat out for a draw here. Warwickshire desperate to take 5 quick wickets and then knock off whatever's left to get them an away win to start off the season. My name's Harry Everett. Pete Tree goes alongside me, and plenty of you alongside us at home with your YouTube comments and tweets in. Do stay with us on your Easter Sunday full of chocolate. What are your family up to today, Pete?
I don't know. Probably having a fun time at home. I'm not sure what they're doing. All the kids will be off with their girlfriends, and my daughter will be milling around with her boyfriend, and hopefully the wife is stacking up a large pile of Easter eggs for me to devour while watching the Masters later on. Certainly this bit of entertainment is going to be well worth a couple of hours. I mean, Somerset are under a bit of pressure here. It's going to be purely about a bit of ticker, a bit of character to get through for an hour or so and hopefully shake hands at some stage. Real good opportunity for Lewis to continue his fine form and Lammers to cement himself a place in potentially the second game, with Tom Abel coming back into the team potentially now that looks like he's fully fit. So pretty big innings for these two.
Yes, absolutely. Hassan Ali will be the man who's going to start proceedings after tea. 32 on his back. Skiddy, overseas bowler from Pakistan, if you haven't seen him in the Champions Trophy and World Cup games. But good shot. That's going to go for 4, actually. Hannon Dolby really should have got down. Big fella, big frame. He's bowled a lot in the last couple of days, but really, first of all, after tea, he should have got down to that. Maybe he had a few Easter eggs at tea time. Couldn't stop the 4. Lewis Gregory, straight away, getting his account up to 16.
Yeah, he looked a bit stiff there, did Oliver Hannon Dolby. Like I said, it is a long way down for him. He's a big, tall lad. Hassan Ali just straying into the pads of Lewis Gregory, and he won't miss out on that. But yeah, just a test of character here for the Somerset remaining batters. Really important they see this game out. Like I said, I spoke to Sam earlier about it. You know, the mentality around today's play was all about the draw. You know, probably quite a negative mindset. I thought Somerset did a pretty good job with the ball early on this morning, but that cluster of wickets at the start has really pegged them back, but come through unscathed and move on. But it certainly can be a challenge. Some high quality bowlers on show. Hannon Dolby and Rushworth have certainly got a spell, one more spell left in them, I would imagine. I think that'll be the chat from the Warwickshire dressing room.
Yeah.
One more go and you never know.
Yeah, if these two survive, the sort of frontline bowlers getting through, then if they start turning to Rob Yates again, or we've seen Surrey turn to Rory Burns up at Old Trafford, if we get the likes of that here, then it will be a shake hands and no declaration required within the next hour. But if Lewis Gregory can play fine cover drives like that, it could be an exciting hour. And then realistically, in 50 minutes, which is the earliest they could shake hands, there's not going to be a need for part-time bowlers. They're going to probably go through their 4-seamers, maybe a little go with Jacob Bethel. And Will Rose will see where it can get with the main guys first.
Yeah, you think so, but I think there is a fair bit of water to go under the bridge before that happens. Like I said, Somerset are going to be tested. There's still plenty of time to affect a result, so Somerset have got a bit of work to do. I think runs become part of the equation as well. Get a bit of a healthy lead, and once the sign of victory disappears, I'm sure the captains will do the right thing. It's probably quite handy that Lewis Gregory is out there. Hopefully he can be there to speed up that negotiation.
We'll just keep dropping hints into Will Rose here. Come on, let's shake hands now. If he goes to Goes to Will's hand, right hand, and offers out a paw every over after 5 o'clock. See what happens. Rhodes not in that catching extra cover position alongside Hayne as he was before tee. Just him himself in there now. Lovely shot, Lewis Gregory. That's 12 off the opening over after tee. This is not what we expected. Hassan Ali has been expensive the entire match, but to be cover driven twice after the first ball flick through fine leg for 4 is almost the perfect start for Somerset after tee. Not really that runs make that much difference, but the further lead they get, the less likely that Warwickshire can come out and knock a small total off.
Yeah, I think now they do come into play a little bit. Like I said, you know, 16 lead at the moment, Somerset.
124 for 5.
Keep chipping away at that or increasing that. Don't do anything rash, don't do anything silly. 40 minutes hard work and should be enough. We've got Oliver and Dolby bowling from the river end. One more spell, lads. That's what Will Rhodes will be saying. One more push. One more effort.
Hannon Dolby, fresh from that little tumble down at fine leg, is up at the end of his mark to bowl from the river end. Lammonby tickling that way. Runs are flowing after tee. Lammonby's on to 47, not out. Lammonby has 4 first-class 50s before today. High score of 116 in 4 50s and 500s. Average of 29. I'd like that to go. I'd like it to tick above 30.
Yeah, I think there's certainly room for improvement with the talent that he possesses. He had an electric start to his career and then a big dive, and I think he's just back on the right trajectory.
Yeah, Bob Willis Trophy year, him and Ben Green opened the battle when they weren't overseas around. Eddie Byron was still knocking around. The 2 of them did have some partnerships.
Yeah, Eddie Byron got a few runs this week. I saw him get an 80 odd for Glamorgan, so he's moved on to pastures new, as often happens, and is doing pretty well.
Yeah, exciting finish that Glamorgan Gloucestershire game. Is that a catch at extra cover? Just short.
It's actually a very, very good bit of fielding, I think.
That flew off the middle, really, of Lewis Gregory's bat.
I don't think there are many cricketers out there that hit the ball harder than Lewis, in fairness. He hits a very, very sweet ball.
And that's just a back foot punch, but rocketed off the face. Good little dive there from Sam Hain. 119 with the bat, and now thick of the action at extra cover alongside his mate Will Rhodes again. Maybe 2 metres between them now.
Crowd starting to thin out a little bit here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Still a few interested spectators though. I think that cluster of wickets just kept everyone a little bit interested.
Still a 3rd and fine as Gregory takes on the short ball. Deep square leg as well, so 3 back on the boundary to Hannon Dolby. I think they will go upstairs a little bit just to test the batters out, but I think Lewis Gregory's one of the better pull shots in the Somerset 11, so don't really see him miscuing the pull shot.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to lose much sleep on Hannon Dolby or
No.
anyone in the Warwickshire lineup, really. I don't think there's a great deal of pace on show, and I think it's a little bit negated in fairness to the bowlers. The wicket, it's not a bang it in halfway down kind of pitch, really. Not much pace in it. Hence why a lot of the edges have dropped short of slip during the Warwickshire innings. I think it's important that Somerset do see this one through with a little bit of positivity and confidence. 126 for 5 at the moment, 33 overs gone. 40 overs, a possible 40 overs remain today. I mean, it would be, I know it's the first game of the season, but, you know, cricket is such a game of momentum, isn't it? I mean, you wouldn't want to carry a negative 2.5 day performance into your next game. A tricky place that Somerset will be going next week, up to Trent Bridge. I'll be popping up for a day or two to have a watch.
Yeah, go and see your old mates.
Go and have an afternoon in the have an afternoon on the on their live stream and watch a bit of cricket. I thought it was a good opportunity to go up and support the boys.
Which day is that then? You've been asked for a particular time slot?
Oh, I think I'll probably nip up on Friday. I would have thought. I think it's always just such a nice ground to visit. It's a brilliant cricket pitch. I think it always offers a lot of exciting cricket, a bit of pace, a bit of bounce in it normally, especially early season. Two good teams going at it.
You still in touch with a lot of the Notts players?
Only from a distance, the occasional conversation.
Yeah.
You know, I think the one of the rare good things from social media is you see a post by someone you know and it reminds you just to flick a little emoji fist bump or a how are you mate sort of thing. So yeah, it's you always keep an eye on what people are doing. Good bunch of guys, but then again most county cricket teams are flooded with pretty good people. The cricket family, as it's so warmly described as, is a real thing. There's a good vibe. Heavily competitive, but a lot of good people involved on and off the field. I think we'll have to try and organise an away trip. The commentary team.
Yeah. I think
We'll have to do it selfie style over our phones and.
Yeah. Have to arrange a little lads on tour, game of golf and a play commentary.
Unless we can work out a way where we can plug into the feed and take it over.
You have a word with your Notts contacts, I'm sure you could work some magic. Who have they got on their stream up there, do you know? Other than you next week?
I'm not sure. The whole team, I'm not sure if there's more than one, or I don't really know too much about it. It wasn't really in play. I think Somerset were the first really to do it to the level that we have been doing it. So I think Somerset are always a little bit ahead of the curve.
Yeah, you wouldn't have gone up on the Notts stream while you were a player or injured or waiting to bat or anything like that then?
No, I think we did a little bit on the radio.
Yeah.
I think it's Dave Bracegirdle, isn't it, who does a lot of the Notts media stuff.
I did enjoy the Notts YouTube channel, did the behind the scenes thing on the blast, a bit like the Behind the Wyvern. You can look at the Somerset YouTube channel about that.
Yeah, the Notts' Ben Warren are brother and sister pair, Aaron and Kirsty. They were fantastic. They're really good. You know, I think it was very much that process of getting the cameras in place and all that kind of stuff when I was there. So be interested to see how that's evolved. Somerset now 127 for 5. It's been a quite engrossing day's play. Had all the sort of signs of a boring day's draw with that 1.5 days, or pretty much 1.5 days play lost. But because of the quality of the Warwickshire bowling in particular at the start of Somerset's second innings, it's been pretty interesting, and a few frailties in the Somerset batting lineup that certainly the top order will look to iron out over the next few days before they take that trip up the M5, M42, M6.
A road?
There is an A road in there as well, I'm sure.
Come on. Right, same field again. Deep square, deep fine, deep third, and these two catching extra covers are the noticeable men, really. Part of me thinks they could just go to a spinner to try something different. Nothing against Hannon Dolby, but Gregory Lambie looks solid enough now. The pitch is fairly flat. The ball's not new. The bowlers are a bit tired and the batters are in. Just felt they'd be more like to make a mistake trying to whack around a spinner.
I think it's just the situational pressure that they're playing on. You know, they're restricting the scoring area. They're, you know, dictating to Lewis that there are going to be short balls bowled and the catcher on the drive. So if Lewis's feet don't work appropriately, and right on cue, he's nipped one back through the gate and bowled Lewis Gregory. This game is very much back on. 39 overs is a long time to bat for the Somerset all-rounders and bowlers to survive. I'd have stuck with Hannon Dolby.
I knew that. I got no response to that. Yeah,
No, I think you've got to think about the quality of the bowler and the mind games that field set has sort of presented, the challenge it presents to Lewis. You've got 2 men out, so as a batter you're aware of that. You're thinking there's a short ball come in, so your feet are a little bit more pegged back in, which makes the fuller delivery more dangerous. On top of that, you've got the 2 catches on the drive, so if you're not fully into your drive, you could pop a catch up. So pretty tactically smart bit of work there from Will Rhodes, Hannon Dolby. And it has done for Lewis Gregory. Well made 26, but I think he'd be pretty disappointed getting out in that fashion, but pretty fair to say that ball must have nipped back a little
but
bit.
not an inside edge. We're a bit obscured with our camera vision through Michael Burgess stood up.
Yeah, if Ben and the media team could work on a camera that sees through human flesh, that would be great. We get a much better view.
Do everything else, yeah. Sure, there's a way of doing that. I need a drone. We can have some. I can see you having a bit of fun with a remote control drone flying
Can you
above.
imagine that? Yeah, one of our cameras seems to be having a little bit of a yip up at the moment at the both of them end. We're
Easter Sunday.
working hard to get that back on track as quickly as possible. Hence why we're looking at the view from the other end at the moment.
I reckon Warwickshire should keep on Ollie Hannon Dolby, really. Spoiler
Yeah,
got that, hasn't
I'd keep him on. Yeah, definitely. Maybe go to a spinner. It's one of those games, isn't it? It's very hard to predict. Craig Overton leaving well alone.
Bowled for 1 by Ed Barnard of 5 balls in the first innings. Craig Overton's coming in with no real form. I know it's only the first game of the season, and pre-season was mostly washed out, but not
Well,
quite
no one's
his
really
best,
carrying
actually.
a great deal of form
No.
from pre-season because of the lack of cricket. I mean, you know, the overseas trip to Abu Dhabi seems like an eternity ago, and when you want to get your grass legs in the UK, it was monsooning down.
Yeah, didn't play masses of cricket in the winter either, Craig Overton. Not way of England, and not in the franchise tournaments at Tom Kohler Cadmore. Seems like he just kept playing somewhere, a different country every month, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that are playing county cricket that just never seem to stop. I mean, it's not that attritional, I don't think, playing 2020 cricket, apart from the travelling fatigue. But the guys get very well looked after these days. Business class flights and nice hotels.
It's a bit better this winter, not being a bubble environment, not having the COVID concerns, that they could be a bit freer and have a bit of freedom to do what they wanted a bit and wander down streets. In Nepal, were you set to do pretty much a bit of freedom, do what you want in
Yeah,
your spare time?
it was absolutely as normal, really. Not too much to do in Kathmandu.
No mountains climbed?
No, we were sort of right in the city centre. There was a bit of coffee shop surfing, and not a great deal.
Didn't
else
see
to
any
do.
abominable snowmen, or yetis, whatever they like to call them these days.
No, but I did buy a baseball cap from a shop that was dedicated to Yetis, which is, I think the shop was called Urban Yeti actually. So
Very good, yeah.
I'll wear it next time I'm in. I think you'd
Okay.
like it.
I like that, yeah. I'll wear my CD hat and we'll have a right combo.
Yeah, fascinating country. Always great to learn and be in other cultures and understand how they go about their business. It's always different, but the same.
Yeah, not a country I've ever been to, like to, but wait till you give me the call up for Nepalese gig. Hassan Ali is pulled confidently, comfortably by Tom Lamby, who's edging slowly towards his 50.
Yeah, we've had a message from now Warwickshire Bear and another guy that's travelling all over the world. I think he's in Bangladesh at the moment, playing in the Dakar Premier League. Jake Lintott asking me where my money is at, and tell Harry Everett the handshake is not coming at 5 p.m. I totally agree. The handshake will not be coming. This will go to the bitter end, depending on where Somerset's score is. But right at the moment, all the cards are in the pack of the Warwickshire Bears. So we hope Jake's doing well wherever he is in the world. Pretty sure he's in Dakar, so
Yeah.
send my best. I believe he's playing for Mohammedan, the arch rivals to the team that I played for, Abahani, when I was playing in the Dakar Premier League. So go well, Jake, but not too well.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind having another left arm spinner to turn to in this situation. Danny Briggs, for those who didn't realise, is out injured, had surgery a couple of months ago, so hence Bethel batting 8 and for the spin. Hasn't bowled many overs, has he, Jacob Bethel? Called for him to bowl, and then Oliver Hannon-Dolby took the other wicket, so 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8, so pretty decent economy rate, actually the best economy rate of the Warwickshire bowlers in this innings.
Well, Somerset 21 runs in front at the moment. 4 wickets left in the shed. More importantly, 38 overs remain. Lots of time.
Not carried
Tom
out to the
Lammonby
deep fielder.
controls relatively a hook out to deep square leg as he picks up another single. Moves on to 49. Craig Overton on 1, new to the crease after the departure of Somerset stand-in captain Lewis Gregory. Dismissed. Bowled through the gate by Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Oh no, look, he's behind us, Pete.
Oh, the ferret watch is back. Here we go. Jack Brooks is really, really bored, and he's come up to say hello.
He even resorted to bowling at tea time, and now he's up here to have a chat.
Oh,
Craig
wow.
squared up there. Bit of a puff of dust as well.
I tell you what, I think Hassan Ali has heard me saying that not many of the Warwickshire players have got much pace. He looks like he's charging in at the moment.
Trying to prove a point and put an extra yard on.
That was skiddy. I actually feel very nervous with Jack Brooks lurking on my shoulder. You might be able to see that in the commentary cam. Sitting here very comfortably in the WPA Health Insurance comms box here. Myself and Harry Everett watching a fascinating last session in this 4-day game.
Cool, good bit of fielding there. Quite close at sort of backward square leg gully.
Sound like Brooks, he needs to put a mask on. He's coughing and spluttering and sneezing away in the background.
Well,
It's all
Tom
right,
Lammonby
mate.
has reached his 50, despite Jack Brooks having the coughing fit behind us. Well batted, Tom Lammonby. A decent knock from the opener and a bit of trouble with those falling around him. A 5th first-class 50 for the left-handed opener.
Yeah, he's played well actually. I was a bit concerned. His batting from sort of 10 runs to 30 runs seemed quite frenetic. A lot of not great situational shots, but got some runs under his belt. He seems to have settled down. Maybe he's one of those guys that likes a bit of a score, a couple of runs in the bank before he starts to settle down. He's played beautifully since that, and hopefully he can continue. 50 not out now. Somerset 132 for 6. A slender lead with 37 overs remaining in this county championship contest between Warwickshire.
On Easter Sunday, let there be light has just been said by whoever controls the floodlights at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Seems a little bit early, 4:25.
Well, who pays the bills around here?
Oh, exactly.
It's expensive, that electric still, isn't it?
I thought so. I don't think they need it quite yet. It'll take a while to warm up, but we've sort of got half of them working at the moment.
Craig Overton on strike now. Occasionally can be susceptible to that ball nipping back onto that front shin. enormous pair of pads Craig Overton wears. Let's keep them out of the way today. As he does well alone, lots of experience now. He's been, we have talked about around the world with England, played a number of test matches. Very, very high quality, or potentially high quality batter. I don't think he's quite scored the runs that match his ability, so it'd be great to see him over the next season, couple of years, start to weigh in with some bigger scores.
I like this attacking field from Will Rose. Big fan of the 2 catches either side in front of square plus the slip fielder. And nearly through to slip, just about to mention the 1 slip, Robbie Yates still in place, but Craig Overton manages to keep it down. 1 bounce just before the slip. Well, with this exciting bowling and attacking fields, I'll make way and let 2 pros have a bit of a chat. Let Brooksy come in.
Good idea. I'll have a few minutes with Brooksy, and then you can have a chat with him, because I'll definitely be fed up in about 15 minutes. Hello, my friend. How are you? Much prefer him sitting alongside me rather than lurking behind, as Oliver Hannon-Dolby steams in from the Botham Stand River End. Craig Overton. Oh, confusion between the 2. Oh, and they've both managed to get back. Now, that would have been a poor, bitter end for one of them. Jack Brooks. Welcome.
Bonjour, Pierre.
How are you, my friend?
Very good. All the better for seeing you, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Looked like you were wheeling a few out at the tea break. Looked like
Yeah.
you're coming out well.
Yeah, I feel good, mate. Real good. Had the weekend back home, so thought I'd come in and do something.
Refreshed, ready to go.
Yeah, mate. All good.
What do you make of the situation at the moment? I would imagine it's pretty obvious, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it might get a bit nippy up in the change room if we lose another one.
A bit twitchy.
Maybe, but we've got Josh Davey next, who's the calmest man in the world, isn't he?
Calmest but unluckiest man in the world. Yeah, it'll be. No, we've got a pretty long lineup. We got the Lara Taunton wall up our sleeve as well. Be good to get a bit of confidence, isn't it? Really. I mean, it's a pretty sorry scorecard at the moment, bar Lammonby's efforts.
Yeah, we've been outplayed, haven't we? Let's just try and bank a draw from this position. Warwickshire play well, though, from what I've seen. I haven't really seen loads of the cricket this weekend. But
what was the feedback in the dressing room in regards to how the bowlers perceived the wicket?
to be honest, I haven't chatted loads with them up there. Excuse me.
Great shot by Craig Overton. That'll add 4 runs to the total. He moves on to 6. As we've got a nice little highlights package of Tom Lammonby's 50 coming up soon after we've just had a look at that beautiful back foot cut from Craig Overton. Nice of Brooksy to join us in the commentary box, bringing, I think, some sort of lurgy with him. That's
a bit dusty there.
Fantastic.
It's perfect weather for the pollen.
Now we look here. Here's Lammonby. He's a very elegant player, Tom Lammonby. Ran a couple off of the face down to third man. He's got pretty nice, soft hands. But when he has had a scoring opportunity, he's taken it. My particular favourite shot of his was a square cut drive through point like an absolute trace of bullet.
Yeah, he's looked good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's showing good character. Like I said, there was that little period, 10 to 20, 30 runs where he looked a bit frenetic, playing a lot of shots that maybe didn't fit the situation, but he's really settled down. And as myself, Sam and Harry have discussed with Tom Abel, you know, getting closer to fit, you know, there's a big decision to make. One of the batters is probably going to have to miss out. So Lammer's putting his hand up and showing responsibility here. Will certainly strengthen his case to stay in the starting 11 for the trip to Trent Bridge next week.
Yeah, for sure, mate.
It's one of those tough decisions. We did talk about it. It's a real tough thing for the management as well. I mean, Tom Abel, you know, club captain and arguably our premier batsman, has to come back into the team. So it's tough after game one to disappoint someone. But that's the tough thing in county cricket, as you've obviously suffered this week. 17, 18, however many your squad is, doesn't divide into 11. It's always a pretty tricky thing.
We've got a bigger squad this year as well, haven't we? We've
Yeah.
added to the bowling with Matt Henry. Obviously Cam Bancroft's coming in for the first 4 as well, so some good players in the twos trying to force their way in, which is where it should be, really.
Yeah, you need competitive nature. You've got to understand as a professional that, you know, you're not going to win a championship or a trophy with just 11 players. So it's a club outlook, isn't it? That's what you want.
Yeah, we start at the Vale tomorrow against Gloucester with a full 12 staff players out. I'm having a couple of days in the twos.
Oh, excellent.
And
That's,
hopefully
that's
travel
rare
to
in modern
Trent
cricket
Bridge.
now to have a full staff second 11. Yeah, I always think it's really important that the drive and the motivation comes from within the staff. You need your second 11 players to be scoring hundreds, taking 5 first, pressurising the guys in the first team. Or if there's an injury, there are people in form to step in. Certainly what we hope. As Craig Overton looks like he's a bit through that pull shot a bit early and has copped one on the right hand side of his rib cage, which wouldn't have any protection.
Here we go.
Here we go. Look at that. I mean, that's
Good hands.
That's a bit of a David Gower-esque shot, that, isn't it? Beautiful shot there from Tom Lamberby. Just a touch of class. Yeah, it's a long old season, Brooksy, isn't it? You've got to stay patient. You stay on top of your own skills and take your opportunity, which I'm sure you will. Well, you always do when you get the chance.
It's frustrating to miss the first game. There's always something special about the first one, isn't there? But you soon get into it. And lunging from Craig, you can see that Hassan's targeting that front pad. He gets late movement, big in movement. The one that got George Bartlett swung late. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Possibly played
George
across.
didn't.
No.
I think he's in on the angle, I would say, but it was more. I think George just started to eye up that leg side, and his head was way over to the offside. I think that is his work on for me is to maintain that upright position with his head. He plays beautifully when he looks straight. As soon as he starts to focus on those scoring opportunities, I feel like he becomes a little bit under threat from the old LBW Bold. But it was a good ball, no doubt about that.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to
Last thing a batsman wants to see is his middle stump cartwheeling back towards the...
Never a good look, is it?
Never a great look. Looks great on a picture for the bowler, I suppose. Lamberby 52, Craig Overton 6, 138 for 6. A slender lead from Somerset. And I suppose, to be perfectly honest, the discussion early on was the Sam Hain innings. You know, take nothing away from him. He scored 119. It was a great knock. He played brilliantly to put Warwickshire in a position where they couldn't lose the game. Massive tick in the box, but the 85 to 100 scoring was just so turgid. You know, and I did say that, you know, he's played a great knock. You can't argue with the fact that he scored 100, but if Warwickshire finished the day getting Somerset 8 down and they run out of overs, him being so unproactive through that period of scoring, could that have bought them 10 extra overs to potentially bowl Somerset out? I don't, you know, it looks like it could actually be, you know, 85 really good runs, but then 15 runs where he kind of like was focused on his 100 too much and forgot the bigger picture. What do you think, Brooksy?
Well, I'd love to comment. I'm not copping out. I didn't see it.
Well,
and I didn't pay attention to it, and I was on the M5 for a couple of hours today.
That is fair. Well, I suppose
Did we bowl well?
the information you need to know is the fact that he scored a magnificent 119, but it came off 269 balls, and it didn't ever really get above a 30-40 strike rate at any stage. There was a little bit of a spurt after he'd got 100, but I'd like to have seen a bit more. You know, I don't think he's going to be slogging and clearing the ropes on a regular basis, but just be a little bit more proactive. I think there was a 10 over period where the game was just meandering, and I think it could actually be quite an important 10 overs in the context of the game now.
Yeah, fully get your point, mate. The questions I'd ask, having not seen it, was what were the fields and did we bowl well and was he proactive enough? But I suppose also if we end up getting bowled out, it won't matter.
It'd be a great knock, no, and it still is a great
but
knock.
If we're 8 or 9 down, then you make a valid point.
It still is a great knock. I think that's that next level, and maybe, you know, because there's a lot of chat about, you know, his runs and his averages and how well he does and why has he not played for England, and maybe that's a game awareness side of, you know, his cricket where it's more to do with him getting the score that he, you know, and maybe missing the point a little bit somewhere down the line. But seriously good player, unbelievably good player. Interesting field here, Oliver Hannon Dolby. This is the Cornish umbrella field at the moment. One slip, 4 catches in front of him, and a point that's very, very close. Lots of catching opportunities, and Hannon Dolby's bowled a couple of slower balls already.
Just rolling his wrist over, isn't he? And his fingers, his offcuts.
Yeah, he's a wily operator. 3 for 21, 10 overs on a very, very docile pitch, so he's certainly doing a grand job.
Trigo-esque.
No. No. Don't be silly.
Have you had your hair cut since last week?
I did. I had a little
Have a trim.
I had a little trim.
Back
The old long hair and the knot was
gone. You got bored of it.
I just woke up one morning and realised I was 42. Do you know what I mean? It's like it happens sometimes, like short back and sides, please. Now we are really into the umbrella field. And Dolby again, dot ball. If we could pan out there, wow, that is a lot of fielders in front of the batter's eyes. Just a little sign that Warwickshire are getting a bit anxious and feeling a bit desperate to take this next Somerset wicket.
Long time to go though, isn't it? 34 overs.
30 runs ahead, so that's 4 overs of batting. So effectively, yeah, 30 more overs to take 4 wickets. There's a lot of time in this game. Somerset are actually going to probably have to do very well to survive this one, I think.
Or have a decent cushion of runs, which it doesn't look like we're going for that at the minute. So it's just survival mode, isn't it?
Someone is going to have to play very well. 2 people are going to have to play very well for Somerset to get out of danger here.
Oh, see that? Oh. He palmed it onto the helmet as well.
I wonder if that was a drop catch or was that the shoulder?
A lot of short balls, isn't there?
Well, it's one way to get a batter out of that block mode, isn't it? Bowl a few short balls, the beans start going, the adrenaline gets up and the aggressive shots start being played, creates some chances. Very, very split field. A couple of catches out on the leg side. And he fires one in to the pads of Craig Overton.
Looks high.
And Alex Wharf has deemed that that is going to be going over the top. Looks very close for me, that. As I mentioned, Craig's got some long legs. Oh, that's very, very close. But I would say anything above the knee roll on Craig Overton's oversized men's pads is probably on the high side, but very close. I've seen those given.
When does your season start, Pete?
My cricket season? Well, I have no idea. A couple of 3 or 4 weeks' time, isn't it? I think there's some pre-season games. I'll be nipping over to Burbage to play a bit of a few pre-season friendlies. I think Saturday's already called off. I'm going to go do a bit of coaching tomorrow. All going on, mate. All going on.
Can't wait for that first message from you to say you've been out LBW.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if I'm LBW. I'll be standing closer to the square leg umpire than the stumps and swinging like a rusty gate, I think. those football fans out there have just had news that Arsenal have gone 1-up against Liverpool. Can't think for any reason why anyone would be interested in that, personally.
Oh, it's 4. Ball could bounce out the...
Maybe Sam Hain down there on the boundaries, keeping an eye on the football scorecard. He wasn't watching the ball then as that trickled through his legs. Lovely swivel pull there from Lammonby. And a very tired looking Sam Hain letting that one through his legs.
Different load up there from Hassan Ali as well.
Trying all the tricks, that's for sure, isn't he? He's running in for his team and his captain. Can't ask for more than that. Not a lot of pace in the wicket halfway down there.
A few words as well now with Lammonby. Here we go. Sure, it'll be quite friendly. He's a bit of a character, Hassan Ali.
So, second 11 game next couple of days. Who's that against?
Gloucester's.
Gloucester.
At the Vale, yeah.
Have they got 11?
Gloucester's?
Yeah, didn't they? They lost a load of players this winter, didn't they?
To be honest, I don't know who's in their team for tomorrow. A couple of players left, haven't they? But I'm sure they've still got a decent squad out.
At the Vale.
It's at the Vale.
Any cricket fans in the Taunton area that are under cricketed at the moment, they can pop to the Vale and support the lads. Always a good place to watch the cricket. Sit up on the bank, bring yourself a little packed lunch, some leftover Easter egg, and away you go.
Perfect. Bring it down for me as well then. Bank holiday Monday, isn't it?
Change of bowling at the River End. Number 2, Jacob Bethel.
Time for spin, Pete.
A bit of twiddle. There's a bit of rough outside the leg stump, probably more in play for Lammonby, outside of his off stump. The centre of the wicket for a right-hander doesn't look like there's much to work with, but we shall see. It's a big challenge Somerset have got in front of them. They've dug themselves a sizable hole and looking for Craig Overton and Lammonby to dig them out.
Yeah, a lot of rough outside leg stump for the right-hander. So.
Yeah, it doesn't really come into play so much for the
naughty for left-hander.
You'd have to probably be a leg break bowler, wouldn't you, for that to be useful. Craigo likes to bat pretty positively against spin as well, but today's not the day, Craigo. Get the old sticker rhubarb out.
Oh, wow.
He definitely aimed for the rough there, but probably
it's quite a big wide, isn't it?
Closer to hit the rough on the other strip.
Not allowed to stop that.
Bethel to Craig Overton on 7, who just bunts it out into mid-wicket. Don't envisage seeing any big shots from Craig Overton in this situation. He's a smart lad. He won't want to give it away. Somerset 147 for 6, 33 overs remaining in the day. Somerset have a slender lead. The game is very much still in the balance.
Strangled appeal. Real heart in that appeal. Here we go, bat pad, change of field. Deep square coming up on the 1. 45 coming across the point. Cover goes to silly mid-off, short cover, whatever you want to call it. Only deep cover out on the boundary. We're going to see a leg catcher, are we, Sam Hain? One of the best in the country around the bat.
So one of those positions you don't really want to be good at, isn't it?
As a young player, you're kind of forced to do it, and someone who are better.
Oh!
Stay in there and
just a bit of a lazy prod forward by Overton there. Squirts towards Sam Hain at short leg, just a bit too straight. Bethel started nicely after that first AMF 10-pin bowling gutter ball. He's got it going now. He's bowled a bit of a arm ball looking affair, and Craig's played a pretty decent shot there.
yeah, a few quick feet down the pitch for Craig.
batten down the hatches, Grego. Especially in the context of the game, a long period left in the game, isn't there? 30.
Wow. Each session should be 32, so obviously. Don't know what it was when we went out there. Was it 40 or so?
Must have been extra time, or tea was taken at the appropriate time, and that was what was left in the day. So 32 overs remain, providing we have the light. Shouldn't be an issue today with the floodlights.
Tractor on camera, look. Supping.
Tractor's back. He missed 3 or 4 balls of the season, which is very rare for Tractor, but good to see him in attendance. We have another change.
Yates. Robbie Yates.
Another spin option. Rob Yates. Looks like he's shaping up to bowl a bit of off spin. Again, we've got that rough outside Lammonby's off stump. They'd be looking to operate in and around. With seam doing all the damage, Brooksy, is this just a case of giving the bowlers a little bit of respite before one more spell, or do you think the seamers are done?
Well, still so much time left. Why would you take them off? Why would you not
try
and really get it done?
That's kind of what I'm thinking of. It must be a case of they don't have anything in the tank. Rather, it doesn't seem to be enough in the wicket from a spin perspective to force a wicket. Maybe they are just trying to give the bowlers a little 5-10 overs where they can just relax.
They've got, how many seamers? They've got 1, 2, 3. They've got 4 main seamers.
Barnard hasn't bowled a great deal today.
Get Rushy out, get them another spell.
Rhodes, has Rhodes bowled today?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Rhodes is...
It's not going to be another crack at a new ball either, so... Can't be light related, can it?
Wouldn't have thought so.
It's not that dark. I know the lights are on, but...
Yeah, Barnard's only bowled 5 overs this innings. Rushworth 11, Hannon Dolby 11, Hassan Ali 10 overs. So you'd like to think that they were still pretty fresh. I suppose the other factor is they did bowl quite a few overs in the first innings. 25 for Hannon Dolby, 17 for Rushworth, 19 for Hassan Ali.
It's about 19.
They've done a reasonable bit of work. Surely the carrot of a win in the championship is enough just to find that little bit of extra energy.
Well, that's the most important thing, isn't it?
Sometimes you just got to find it, haven't you? Go and chat to the physio, get yourself an energy gel or something like that. Can of fizzy pop and
Be
away you
wanting
go.
to stay on as well. If you get a wicket, effectively into tail enders. Where's that gone?
Oh, that's gone for 6.
That is a bomb.
Grego down the wicket, a pretty rank full toss, and he's appropriately dispatched that back over the bowler's head into the Triscothic stand.
Quite a high full toss, isn't it?
He's already running down the wicket, which doesn't necessarily concern me, but again, a little bit out of context to the situation. Unless Somerset value getting a lead more than they do batting a bit of time, I suppose a combination of 2 would be optimum.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you put another 50 on it.
It's all time, isn't it, I suppose?
If you put another 50 on it, you don't need to bat as long as you would otherwise.
Somerset's lead is now 40 runs, which I suppose is, what, 8 overs, 6 overs of batting if you were chasing, so you can take 6 off the zid. Effectively 25 overs left in the game for Warwickshire to bowl them out to make it a realistic chance. So I suppose that makes the equation look a little bit easier when you throw the 40-run lead into the calculation. Very difficult though, I suppose, in that if they did bat to chase something, it's very difficult to keep a team under sort of, what, 10, 12 runs and over in that scenario. It's almost impossible, isn't it? So
short boundaries.
40, 50, 60 runs can be 5 or 6 overs away, really.
Yeah, you just put a lot of people out in the boundary, wouldn't you? But Slow wicket, it's not going to be easy. Bowl a bit wider.
Obviously played Lamb-B, played very maturely, certainly the past hour or so, 57 not out now. In the context of Tom Lamb-B's season, potentially quite an important knock. We were debating the player to miss out if Abel is fit for next week, and we kind of narrowed it down to the Bartlett, Lamb-B and Dixon, I suppose, with 2 failures under his belt. The 3 that would be the obvious guys to potentially miss out for Tom Abel coming back in. Dixon or Lamb-B out, Bancroft up to open, and Tom to slot in at, I guess, 3 or 4. So
yeah, it's tough. Obviously, Abels has to play.
Lamber's getting 57 at the moment. If he can turn that into a 70-odd red, he puts himself on the bus, doesn't he?
Runs in a tricky situation always help, don't they? Good for the confidence. Get you noticed those by the upper echelons as well, don't they?
Definitely. One of those management headaches that you don't really want.
Get that shot away.
Always tough as a manager to disappoint your players. Big part and parcel of it. One of the finest skills, isn't it? The man management of handling disappointment is, you know, when people are winning and doing well, it's probably quite an easy place, the sports team, to be. When you've got to let people down or drop them, or your team's struggling, that's when I suppose you earn your corn as a manager, as a coach.
Yeah, ultimately you're always going to have a few people frustrated, aren't you? Annoyed, however you want to take it, but it's part of the game, isn't it? Unfortunately, seen both sides of it for a long career. You'd have seen plenty of that.
Oh, for sure. Yates having another over. Wilrose persevering with the off-spin option. Can't help but think it can't be long until a Rushworth or a Hannon Derby get another go, or a Barn. Ed Barnard would certainly be one that could crack it open.
Could watch Davis here at mid-on. He's not even walking in, he's crouched ready to run behind himself. Old school, isn't it?
I suppose he's got a gad starting, he's only got little legs. Good player. Alex Davis started his career at Lancashire.
Ooh, no back.
Moved to the Midlands, very good signing. Very good young player in all formats.
Well bowled, well played. Another dot. Just keep ticking the balls off, keep ticking the overs off. I think Craig will be itching to run down and bop him over his head again.
Yeah, he's itching, isn't he? He's very positive against spin normally. He's going to have to be suppressing all of his natural instincts to have a go at the young off-spinner. Always thinking about what the team requires, and another over ticked away as the Warwickshire men scrabble round to get up the other end. Captain over to Hannon Dolby. How you feeling, pal? Are you ready for another spell? Kenya, Rushworth, head down, try not to get the eye of the captain. Looks like he might be done for the week. Be interesting. I know the man next to me that I'm going to leave for a short while would definitely have his hand up. He'd be keen for that extra spell. Can't keep the ferret out of the attack. I'm going to depart, and Sam Dalling is going to come in and take you through, possibly to the conclusion of play, depending on how things go. Catch you later.
Thank you, Pete. See you later. Bethel in again with his slow left arm. Ooh, half tracker pulled out to deep square by Lamb-B for one run. Don't get many wickets bowling there.
He was a bit unlucky earlier with the bat, Bethel, wasn't he? His dismissal.
To be honest, mate, I've not hardly watched any.
You could have got away with that. I was about to describe it.
I was driving from Oxford today on the M5 as well, so I've not watched hardly any today.
Not a bad day, probably. I thought Richard Latham couldn't make it the other day. The M5 was stacked up.
Easter traffic. That was fine today.
I like Jacob Bethel. I think he's a very good player. Exciting. Is he someone that is talked about on the circuit a little bit as a youngster?
Well, I've got the same agent as him.
Ah, okay.
So I keep an eye out for him, and I know Jason Ratcliffe, our agent, is always talking about him. Oh, Craig down the wicket. Oh, Alan Dolby just palms it over the bar.
He should have taken that, you know, Brooksy.
Well, he's tall enough to take it. He's probably the only person on the field who probably didn't need to jump too much to take it. If he hasn't picked it up.
I think he thought it was coming more quickly.
Maybe. He's clothed it, hasn't he?
You could hear the sound up here.
He hardly got off the floor there.
You say he didn't really need to. Lifeline for Overton on 14. It's those kind of things that might actually be the difference between a draw and a Warwickshire win here. Is he talked about then as a genuine all-rounder of the future? Back
Yeah, I
to
think
the
so.
bowls a bit.
I'm good pals with Rhodesy as well. I went for dinner with him before the game. He was saying if Bethel plays, he'll be batting 8, and he's an out-and-out batter, really, isn't he? Bowls as his second string. I guess you take your place in the team when you're young, and you work your way in from there, don't you?
Well, they've got a few of them out there, haven't they? Mousley, Bethel, there's the two Brooks lads as well. Having lost, I was saying it to Trig a bit earlier, they lost Bow, Ambrose, Trott, Westwood, Troughton in quite quick succession.
Short and wide, Overton cuts well, and that will go for 4. Having been dropped a couple of balls previous. Lifeline for Overton, but Somerset move on to 161 for 6, end of the 45th over.
Yeah, half century up as well. It takes the lead past 50, 53 now. I think Somerset lead by. If my mental math is correct. He's keeping Yates on here. I heard you and Triggs having a discussion.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? Bad light or just...
Well, the umpires have talked about it. That could be the only thing. We had a slight delay in getting the lights on because Spencer Bishop, who was given the nod, gave a call. Can you put the lights on? And he was told, I'm in watch it, mate. I'm not working today, so you probably need to ring someone else. So we had only an over delay, I should say. But yeah.
Has to be light because I can't see how they'd put them on otherwise.
Yates is continuing, but yeah, because as you made the point, there's no second new ball. It's the first game of the season. You've got 4 seamers, and Rhodes was a bit expensive, but must have 70, 80 first-class wickets, so it's not like he's someone that doesn't bowl at all. He bowls a decent amount. I think he bowled first change in the game last year here.
Got me out before, so he must be good.
Well, you aren't the only Somerset batter without a first-class 100, are you, Brooksy? So
Well, I have mentioned it to Josh and Leachy a few times.
he did look decent, though, Josh Davey, actually.
He should have had plenty of hundreds by now, but you just need that extra something, don't you, to get over the line?
Yeah, it's not just about technique, is it?
Did you? I didn't realise. I wouldn't think earlier you were wearing the Arsenal jumper, maybe because of the game today, is it?
No,
you
that's to do
just
it. Not an
shoved it
Arsenal
on?
fan. No, Newcastle United season ticket holder.
And you're wearing an Arsenal jumper?
Wow, I just shoved it. I didn't think about it, no. 'Cause they are playing now, aren't they? No, place in London is very close to the ground. I can't get a ticket this year. Overton pushes it to Bethel at cover. Dan Mousley bowls a little bit as well.
He bowls off spin as well, doesn't he?
I think Alex Davies had a bowl last year. I believe that was in a declaration.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be on.
And I believe Michael Burgess got a wicket as well, bowling seam up. Again, that feels unlikely. Yeah, Warwickshire have just been thwarted a little bit by Somerset in the last couple of hours. 2 for 2, they were buoyed. .92 for 5.
Round the wicket to Overton and another dot. Another over ticks off. Other than that little drop, it will look quite easy for Overton Lammerby at the minute.
Feels like it's got a bit easier on this pitch. I thought Warwickshire bowled superbly on day one until about 4 o'clock, and then it felt like the legs were a little bit tired.
Well, the pitch is so sapping. I know our lads have talked about how hard it's been on the legs with this ground being so soft and sandy. And look at the takeoff. It's like you try running and jumping at a sandpit over and over and over and over. It does take it out of your body and your legs in particular. You can be conditioned all you want, but you do need some stable ground.
Yeah, ground staff done a fine job. It's just so much rain in the last month.
Yeah, it's
worked.
No blame to be pinned on anyone. It's just horrific weather, really. And the pitch is actually, they've got a cricket pitch out, which has actually played okay, really. I know it's always going to be a bit slow when it's like that, but the pre-season games we had as well were great considering the weather we had.
Yeah, March has been, it was almost a monsoon month, wasn't it? Lammonby, it looked like he was going for a little paddle sweep and then pulled out of it.
Not sure there's need for that.
Well, I didn't like to say it. We made the point a bit earlier on. At this stage in the game, having done all that hard work, is there any need?
He does love that shot, and it is a go-to for him very early in an over, usually, early in a spell, and I just don't think he needs to do it. Quicker, wider one, that is a wide.
Played a couple of reverse sweeps and he played them really well, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because someone like Lammonby, a lot of these young batters will say that the reverse sweep and the paddle sweep are just part of their standard game these days.
Yeah.
Maybe for us, being a little bit older, it feels like a high risk shot. That will go underneath his back, just had a little waft. He was a bit slow on it.
Yeah, I don't mind it most of the time. It's just the slow wicket, and actually, what's the risk reward for that? For getting a single, maybe. It's going to be so slow down here, isn't it, through the outfield?
Oh, and he'd be kicking himself, having batted so well. 59 off 108 balls now. All we need, we being Somerset, as neutral as we try and be, is probably another hour out of these two. Get it down to 12 overs. You lose 2 overs for the innings change. Although still these days 100 lead in 10 overs isn't safe.
No, but I'd think on this pitch, it's difficult. It would be difficult to get 100 off 10, I think, on this pitch. With able to bowl wider, and it's not as if it's a T20 rules where you know you've got to bowl quite narrow.
You're saying you know Will Rhodes quite well. Time at Yorkshire. His
Yeah,
captaincy's been impressive in this game.
Yeah, he's always been a natural captain and leader. And, he's a strong personality, classic Yorkshireman, really, straight talking. And quite tough kid, so he's developed well into a fine player over the years. I know he's been back at batting at 3 this game. He's probably more suited to maybe a 5.
Really?
Being a sort of 5th seamer, I would have thought, especially in this attack. But yeah, he's back at 3 now. Sibley's gone, isn't he? So.
But it's interesting, we touched on it earlier again, but this Sam Hain, who is just scoring runs for fun, looked at the absolute top of his game. A little bit of criticism, maybe the speed at which he scored them this morning, but that
Triggs has won at him as well.
Yeah, but in the England side, Harry made the point. The spots up for grabs are 1, 2, and 3. That middle order is fairly well nailed down. So I was slightly surprised that Sam Hain didn't say, "Well, I'll bat at 3 this year. I've scored 1,200 runs last year."
Yeah, I wouldn't know, to be honest, but there's also the words you're hearing from the change room from Stokes, captain and the coach, which are filtering down. It's not how many you score, it's how you get them. Also, you know, 100 off 300 balls, is it going to get you noticed anyway?
Well, and
averaging 50 but a strike rate of 40.
But I did the math, and it took him 62 balls to get from 78 to 96, and that's at a point where there's 2 results in this game, right?
And you're in as well.
You're in, and it's either a draw, likely the draw, or a Warwickshire victory. And so at that point, would Stokes and McCullum rather see you get out for 90, trying to hit over long on, as Dan Massey is into the attack in place of Rob Yates, or grind it out to 100? And he did push on afterwards.
I think the other side of that is actually, remember, it's not the England team out there as well.
Yeah.
And on the pitches they play on, where it's actually a lot easier to play that style of cricket than on county cricket. I think the whole baseball thing filtering down, you've got to take into account that international cricket's played on better pitches.
Yeah.
And it's not their livelihood when things aren't going well. Obviously, they're still income. They know they're going to get in county cricket at the very worst. Whereas you're asking someone whose game is not naturally suited to that, or potentially isn't naturally suited to it. And you're asking them to suddenly play a completely different way that's not been grooved over a long period of time. And listen, like, some people are probably willing to take the risk or willing to have the confidence and personality to take it on. There'll be others that are probably just going to look to make a slight improvement or positivity in their game, and just know that actually they're still effective for the team they're playing for.
First and foremost, he's trying to win the game for Warwickshire.
Exactly. So there's always an answer both sides, and you can't just expect suddenly everyone to adopt it and play like that. It'd be great if we could. It'd be great if the pitches were, well, from a batting point of view, from a bowling point of view, if they're all like test pitches, you probably would get a few shorter seam bowlers and not as many wickets flying around.
Turn around the corner by Lamb and beat. Hannon Dolby gets down well.
But the best players would probably still go about like that. And the ones in and around the setup, they'll look to someone like Abe's as well, who's been in that setup and potentially could have had an England cap this winter. He knows his game's probably evolved a little bit through that, having those chats.
And I think Haynes has, though. Like, he scored 112 off 60 balls in the T20 Blast last year against Nottinghamshire. So he's got that game. It's being hypercritical, but those are the margins if you want to get into that test side.
You're looking for a talking point in the game so far, aren't you? So you, as a media man, you're looking at where the game could have been won or lost. Either side, you could say that Somerset could have bowled better. Warwickshire have sort of outplayed them, but where could they have put their foot down a little bit in a 3-day game, trying to force in a 3-day win? You need someone to play well and someone to play poorly.
Yeah.
And I guess Warwickshire have been on the front foot most of the game. And you're just looking for little ways of where they could have maybe changed it. And now the game drifting a little bit with spin from both ends, isn't it?
It feels like it, doesn't it? And you wonder at what point they shake hands. If there's no chance of Warwickshire bringing their seamers back, it feels a little going through the motions for the time being, but 1 wicket changes that at this stage.
They'll get through these overs quickly before 6 o'clock, won't they? It's amazing that we even after 3 days. I did think that even losing a day's play, it didn't mean that there suddenly wouldn't be a chance of a result.
And if you looked at the numbers for last year, though, how many
against two teams that have had some good games over the years, results flying around. So
it is an extremely strong division this year. It always is, but it just feels like every side has quality. The sides people suggest might be the weaker ones. You know, Northants did so well last year.
Yeah, what happened to the Northants-Kent game?
So I check that, I think.
And Lowy comes down and whacks one into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion on the full for a maximum. Good footwork. That, for me, is more of a low-risk shot than trying that little paddle sweep that he's tried a couple of times. With such a short boundary echo as well. You don't even have to connect with it. That's gone into the stand, which is probably about 20 yards behind the boundary.
Kent won, 227 for 3.
They knocked him off easily then.
Knocked him off 7 wickets. A man, well, in a similar vein, Ben Compton.
Ben Compton, yeah, see, he's not exactly Baz Ball, is he?
But he's not going to get...
And Jack Lean, another one of my old pals.
He's a good cricketer, Jack Lean.
So again, he's someone who's probably not suited to your Baz Ball and commas. Certainly not in the 4-day cricket, but someone like Ben Compton, very effective county opening batsman. He's got a style and a method that works. Yeah. Asking him to transition into this way could have a detrimental effect for him and the team.
I just don't think he will. It doesn't seem like he's that kind of player.
Might not need to, and they've probably said to him, like, this is probably a time to get on with it or be a bit more positive, but do what you do. That's what I mean when it's your career and it's the team role. People keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter, he'll still be in England contention with weighted runs. Will he? Like, or will actually England...
Ben Compton?
Yeah. Will England actually still be interested even if he does score runs at a slower tempo? I think it more comes down to the fact if you think they're good enough for international cricket with the technique. As an opening batter, you've got to be unbelievably good defensively and good on the short ball. So that would probably, for me, come down with him because I've not really played against him. So.
71 for 6 then. Last ball, the 49th over. Tom Lammonby, 66, not out. Thought about having a little nibble at that one, didn't he? Just about.
Left that one alone. Right, I'm going to leave you, Sam. Going to go and have a shower and get ready to go home. But it's great to pop in and see you guys.
Yeah, lovely.
Hopefully, I'll be on the pitch at some point. And we'll catch up soon.
Yeah, always welcome, mate.
See you later.
Are you playing tomorrow?
I'm in the twos at Taunton Vale for tomorrow and Tuesday, I think, and then I'm hopefully travelling to Nottingham for the Champo games. So.
Best of luck. Enjoy.
I'm not sure what the weather's like tomorrow, but apparently there's a bit of rain around. Again, because we need some more. So. Right, cheers, guys.
Really? Cheers, mate. That is going to be 4, I think, for Craig Overton. Down to third. Jacob Bethel. All he can do is pick it up and chuck it back. As Dan Mousley still bowling, as Harry Everett is going to come in next to me again. Craig Overton move to 24. Pushes that one to Rob Yates. What else have we got going on?
I've just been enjoying the chase, the carrot dangled for Leicestershire.
Did say? Oh, that's a nice shot from Craig Overton again. Second boundary of the over. No need to run that one at all. Takes up really nicely there, Craig Overton. Punches it through the covers, and that brings up the half-century partnership between this pair for the 8th wicket. 52 unbeaten. Craig Overton has 28 off 51 balls. Tom Lammonby in this partnership has 19 off 40. He's got 66 in total. Solid in defence there, Craig Overton. Yeah, that Leicester chase. We talked about it being dangled. Harry, what's going on?
Yeah, I've just been watching a bit at the back of the box, actually. A bit of double screening going on. They're 283 for 4. Ben Code's been born all right. It's some interesting Division 2 games are going to be on, but yeah. 6 wickets in hand, Leicestershire 103 to win. I guess it's going to depend on light. Enjoying Don Best having a bowl with his fresh trim. Well, new hair colour. It's a bit like Pete Siddle, actually.
End of the over. 180 for 6, Somerset. 50 overs gone. So technically, in theory, 23 overs left in the day, although it'll only be 21.
No, that's going to be it now, Sam.
Ah, excellent. Well, there we go.
I'll come in for a 30-second stint.
Hands have been shaken. It probably makes sense. If they're not going to be able to bowl the seam bowlers, then just the spinners on. Somerset have rescued a draw. 180 for 6. They were batting to save the game, really. Tom Lammonby will finish unbeaten on 66. Craig Overton unbeaten on 29. Warwickshire, they were definitely in with a sniff. They reduced Somerset to 2 for 2, then 25 for 3, 62 for 4, 92 for 5 for 21 overs. At that point, they really thought they were in with a shout. But a 35-run partnership for 7th wicket between Lewis Gregory and Tom Lammonby, and then that unbeaten half-century stand between Craig Overton and Lammonby has seen Somerset through. So they'll get the 5 points for the draw and 4 bonus points total. Harry, thoughts?
Yes, in the end, Somerset have done well to get points out of that game, really. Pete Trigger, to be honest, just said the great escape. It wasn't quite what we feared might be the case. People talking about Jack Leach have to come in and block out for a draw, as has been done before. But Somerset taking 9 and Warwickshire 11 is quite a close tally in the end, really. Warwickshire dominating most of the game, but when you lose the first day and the second day, it's going to be hard to get a result. And Craig Overton hung in at that drop catch from Ollie Hannondole, but it could have been something slightly different if he quite simple catch, really, with his height, just backpedaling. But I think Somerset will take positives out of today's batting, not from the top order, but from Lammonby and Overton and Lewis Gregory. And we might see a few changes for Nottinghamshire with such a strong second team. You never know.
Well, exactly. We'll see if they get any play the next couple of days. 3 debutants batters, not enjoyed the best of times, but Cameron Bancroft made 44, looked solid in the first innings. Tom Cadmore, 34 was an exciting 34. Good to see Lewis Gregory in the runs, Josh Davey in the runs. Look, Warwickshire, credit to them. I think it would be difficult to argue they weren't the better side over the 3 days. Bowled very well, hundreds for Sam Hain and Alex Davies. And you suspect, almost certainly, had we had another day in this one and things remained as they were or are, Warwickshire would have gone to victory.
Yeah, I would have thought so, really. But you never know. You can only deal with the days and the time and the light and you have, and the floodlights are already on. So, you know, there might not have been much played. Even if they hadn't shaken hands, they might not have played for much longer today. So, Warwickshire bowled well, and we've got to give them credit. Sam Hain and Alex Davies give credit for very good batting. They showed the Somerset top order how to bat.
Yeah, they really did. Well, we'll be back in a couple of weeks' time for the Lancashire game. We've had a lovely time. It's brilliant to be back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sophie Luff, Vic Mark, Stephen Lamb, Pete Trigo, myself, Sam Dalling and Harry Everett. We also had a little bit of Ian Shepherd from the Bright Side of Life podcast. Thank you as ever to WPA Health Insurance for their sponsorship of the live stream this year. If you're heading up to Nottinghamshire next week, have a great time. Might see you up there. I'm popping in for Thursday and Friday myself, not been to Trent Bridge to watch Somerset for a long time, so that promises to be a cracker. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the skipper Tom Abel will be available. He did play in the seconds as a batter last week, so enjoy that, and we will see you here, same place, same times, hopefully with a day one for the Lancashire game.
Thank you very much, and have a good rest of your Easter Sunday.